The year 2020 began with a big bang, one that demanded the art industry pivot away from its established codes of conduct, immediately as a matter of sheer survival. From the exchanges of courtesies to remote work structures and to the reorganization of public and private spaces, old customs required immediate redesign in response to the crisis. As a result, the online space gained even more significance as the only platform for business and commercial transactions, affecting even the art industry and its age-old reliance on in-person interactions. However, across the art industry's networks of galleries, artists, institutions, auction houses, and biennials, the speed of adaptation, the ability to process the ongoing initiations, and to find a customized response has varied dramatically. Christina Steinbrecher-Pfand and Renger van den Heuvel curated a series of talks that discuss different approaches to these topics. Please take it from here.
Well, hello, Casey. I'm especially excited to have you part of that conference series. And you were in LA, and I wanted to ask you, so you as an educator and an artist, how is the time of COVID for you? How do you experience that on a personal and on a professional level?
It's terrible. I mean, on many levels. It's been very, very bad. I think it hit most for my work as an educator because I was in the middle of teaching and we needed to basically leave campus within one day and have finals over the internet. And then we had a full academic term over the internet. And, in arts education, what's lost through not being able to have discussions with people one-on-one is just devastating, and discussions in groups. And then for the students, not being able to install their final MFA shows, not being able to install their final senior shows, it's just like emotionally, and it's awful. It was really terrible.
But you said you had to leave campus within a day, and were you able to sort of mimic the physical experience in a digital setup? So did you do what you would normally do in a personal one-on-one? Did you do it, I don't know, on any of the conference apps?
Yes. I mean, for one-on-one conversations, it's okay the way that we're talking right now, but for having a critique session with 30 people at one time is just, in my opinion, impossible. It doesn't work at all. So everything needs to be sorted out. And it also at the end of the year is when the undergraduates have spent 4 years working towards their final installed exhibition, in the space, working with projection and audio, and none of that could move forward at all. Nobody had access to the fabrication facilities or any of the equipment. And we're going to be starting soon online in about a month, and that what happened in the spring is still very present and still lingering. And then
still hurts. It sounds as if it still hurts, like this missed piece is still hurting. And but also a question from you as an educator: how did you feel the students reacted? Did they produce a show that was then purely online? Did they?
They did, and I think some of the students were able to shift and produce really strong work. Other students were able to only in a way like document their ideas because they were like intrinsically physical, working with material and matter and space. And so it affects everybody differently, for sure.
And do you feel that this time of working in isolation and communicating really only digitally also changed the way you communicate? I don't know, with anyone of your students or with anyone like your work related? Did it change? Did it make it faster or slower? Or were you able to sort of just in communication, were you able to have everything you wanted to communicate digitally, or is like are pieces missing? Does something get lost by purely online?
I think certainly. I mean, the critique is what I think is most lost. The fluid, being able to read body language, being able to speak right after somebody and speak over somebody at certain times in a polite way. That entire dynamic is totally lost. I've found so far that we can have a critique and a conversation about somebody's work if there's 6 or fewer people, but it doesn't really scale beyond that. And still, at that point, it's very linear. One person sort of speaks, and then there needs to be a pause, and then another person speaks. And I found that a conversation that would take an hour and a half now needs to take a much longer amount of time. I think everything slows down for me in this space. So more hours are put in, and less is communicated. Yeah.
And so are you prepped? Basically, you said now a new academic semester will be starting, and have you basically changed the schedules around in order to adapt for it or adjust for that needed time?
Yeah, it's affected everybody's classes differently. Like, for example, some of my colleagues in other departments who are teaching dance studios or teaching sculpture studios, I mean, it's very different for them. I mean, for myself, I teach, everything is software-based, and education can proceed relatively fluidly within my own space. But it's really it's not the technical material. That there's no issue with that at the moment. It's really about the communication and discussions around the work that have suffered so much. And so, I mean, it may seem a bit like a detail, but all of the students being able to see everybody else's work as a way of learning how to speak about other people's work, as a way of like challenging themselves, that has been lost because we just can't meet in large groups. And we can sit in the studio together and work for 3 hours, no problem, but spending 3 hours in this environment is incredibly fatiguing. And it's an extreme challenge for everybody.
Yeah, and it's going to continue, right? So my next question is actually with regard to your own work. Being in isolation and in lockdown since March, have you had the mental space and the time actually to do and proceed with any of your work? And
a little. I had a lot of exhibitions lined up, and I was in pretty heavy production mode, and so I shut all of that down, and I've started working on different kinds of projects. So right now I'm working on 3 very community-focused projects, and rather than focusing on the work that I've been doing the last number of years. So I'm working on a really large archive project, trying to archive the first 50 years of artists working with software in a way which is very artist focused. Artists will write their own information about themselves and present their own projects. So it's sort of like an inverted curatorial model. I'm also working on artist editions project, like an online digital file-based artist editions project. Putting a lot of work into that, but it's not ready yet to share. I think that'll be a fall release.
Is that like the brother of A2P? Is that like the next iteration, or is that it's just like a follow up on?
It's the spawn of A2P. It's very different, but it builds on a lot of things that we think we learned through doing that project.
Yeah, I'm gonna come to that.
And then I'm putting a lot of work into the processing project and the processing foundation again right now.
Okay, that's fantastic. And you said you used that term, I think, like deliberately. You're putting your time into community-based projects. So what does why that decision, so to speak, and why do you think that's now the more critical, the more critical place to work on?
Yeah, I think I've always had a community-focused orientation. I've always been splitting my time between teaching, working with the processing project, which is both technical and very community-focused too, and my studio. And I think right now it's a time to put all my energy into others, which includes my students, includes my children. I think it's time right now to take care of other people. I think that's of most importance right now. So
taking care of other humans, basically, right? And one of my questions would be, and I think because you said your work as an educator is mainly software-based, and you're working on software and developing programs. So how relevant is the human in your work? Also, when you said you were involved in production for art installations, and so how critical is that the human also experiences your work in a 3D setting?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, that's one reason why I'm putting my energy elsewhere right now. Is I think that the institutional or gallery setting for the work that I really have been doing for the last 20 years has been essential. Since 2016, I've been working to put more emphasis and focus on work that can have mass distribution that doesn't require the gallery space. And so I've been putting more energy into artist books. I've been putting more energy into single channel video, with the idea of other kinds of distribution that don't rely on being at one point on the globe at one small point of time.
But so actually the fact that everything is now screen-based, you've been preparing for that point in time, so to speak.
Recently, I believe so. Not with the artist books though, but artist books can still continue. No, I think I really spent about 15 years, from around 2000 to 2015, diligently working on how to present software-based works in a gallery space and environment. And everything from the specific hardware specified, to the lighting in the room, to the speakers being used, to the scale of the work. I mean, that's really what I was working on with focus for 15 years. So I wasn't working on the web except for in small experiments. I wasn't working for, tablets or other kinds of presentations. For me, the scale of us and the space that I was creating in the environment was of extreme importance. Like, all the physical details were a focus. And so at the moment, that's not where I'm putting my energy. And
you also mentioned the work of distributing digital multiples, right? So as I said, the brother of or the sister of A to P. And so my question is, you wrote a piece on Medium on September 19, so about collecting in the age of digital reproduction, and then you set up the A2P project with a couple of peers of yours. So what has been the learning in setting up that experiment, as you called it, and how do you translate your learnings in setting up your new project?
That's a hard one to answer. I feel this is something we've been working on for almost 5 years, and we made a lot of prototypes and explored ideas. And I feel like every few months, sometimes we'll get to a next a next level in our ability to conceive this. The A2P project was really built to be a different narrative or a different structure than the art market or a gallery system. There were no financial transactions. It was all about trading, and it was all about artists trading with other artists. And so we ran that project twice now. And I think we had about 75 artists for each one, where an artist would submit a digital file. It would be editioned in 10. And then over 1 week, people would trade with each other. So at the end, you had an edition of 10. And then now I have 10 works by other artists, as well as my own AP if I kept that. And it was made with a desire to think about exchanging and trading and digital files as property. And it was also meant to be a community-oriented event for ways of learning about new artists, meeting other artists. And so for each one, we had 4 curators. Oh, for the first one, we had 4 curators. For the second, we had 3 curators. And so it was about merging communities. I think for the first one, there was more of an overlap. For the second one, I intentionally invited a Chinese curator based in Beijing, Irish Long, and a Colombian curator based in Bogota, Carol Sabadini. And so the idea was to be more global and to invite artists to explore works from other communities. We learned a lot by doing that. And so we decided now we're moving it over into something different.
And so how will the new project look like? So it will still, I mean, as you said, it's digital based work or file based work, multiplied. So how do you take it? How does the next step look like with that project?
I think one thing we figured out through working on A2P was we had tried to support and sponsor community in kind of an old school way through online chat rooms, chat spaces. That worked a little, but we want to really make community more of a focus. I think another thing is we want to have a stronger curatorial vision for the upcoming shows. So the idea now is the shows will begin with a curator.
So you see it as a show more than as an exchange platform. You actually call it a show. So that's a different concept.
It is, yeah. The idea is the thing about A2P was it was made by artists for other artists. It wasn't made for the general public. Mm-hmm. And that wasn't really intended. It wasn't intended for it to feel like an exclusive thing or we really want to invite the public into the dialogue. So we want to have a thematic exhibition where a curator will define and invite a number of artists, a much smaller number, like maybe 12 to 15 different artists to come in. And they'll all be commissioned works, so they'll all be new works. We really want to focus on emerging media forms that aren't currently in galleries and on artists who don't currently have representation. And the idea is to invite, like, for example, a new curator each month to have a show and to work with other kinds of media forms, to work with generative software, to work with audio files. There's so many online file-based systems right now that work with video and work with image or work with GIFs, and we want to explore other media that right now continue to be overlooked, in my opinion.
But so my next question would be from the commercial side. Will there be also a way for these artists or for these shows to collect or to buy something from that show?
That's another change too.
Okay. So you can actually buy, and this is then, again, blockchain-based. You buy it, and what currency are you trading in?
Yeah, we're still working on all the details.
Okay, that's exciting.
Right now, it's defaulting to PayPal and credit card.
Okay.
And I think the edition numbers will be larger. We will invite the public in. I intend right now for the artists who participate to also receive one edition. So instead of trading, they'll receive an edition from every artist. So if there's 12 artists involved and you have a larger edition, you'll also have a collection of those works. And we want to really, there will be a week of online install, and then there will be an artist opening installation. And I think that's largely been influenced by the openings that by necessity have been happening over the last few months with the pandemic. And seeing how those can work in some ways.
My question to that, like to the concept of it, are you seeing it as a 3D, like a space that you walk through, or is it just like flat screen, or do you model a room for that?
We're focusing on full screen work.
Full screen work.
And so basically you navigate on a flat web interface, but then when you view the works, it sort of takes over your environment. And so the idea is sort of full attention within whatever platform you're viewing on at the moment. And then you break out of that to navigate to something new.
So my direct, because this is, I've been conducting several interviews, and I've been speaking also prior, obviously, to many participants in the art world, and everyone, I mean, we're all forced to go fully online, and especially museums and galleries and everyone and artists. And so this is an interesting format that you're talking about. So my question, in the last couple of months, and since you are, you've been always showing with galleries, and you have like a continuous presence also in spaces and in museums. Did you see an increase in conversations to you to reach out to you as an artist and maybe asking for a show, and digital and online show, or I don't know, for asking for recommendations? Did you see a professional dialogue that has maybe happened in a less so prior to COVID?
For me personally, I haven't felt an increase in those kinds of prompts with COVID, but for the last 6 years, there's been sort of a constant stream of emails from startup type companies who are doing online only digital blockchain-based platforms to participate in those. I haven't noticed an uptick recently in that space.
And coming back to, so it's blockchain based, and so did you change after your experience with A to P any of your theses or any of the premises you had in mind when starting it, and your expectations towards what blockchain can or cannot do? Or did all of the hypotheses that you had with regard to blockchain technology, also what you sort of neatly lined out in your Medium piece, did anything change, or did anything adapt? Or
at the beginning of this work, like 3.5, 4 years ago, sorry, it's like over 4 years ago, the blockchain was a major consideration that we felt enabled the work and was a part of how we discussed it. I think the more and more we've been working with it, that becomes a piece of infrastructure that exists in the background that we don't even foreground or talk about. It's a mechanism that allows for provenance to be viewed and, in theory, accurate. But it's really not an essential part of the project at all right now, outside of that functional.
But it does hold to that function. That's what I'm saying. Like it does hold the sort of the promise. It does hold. That's why it becomes an infrastructure piece that you rely on, and everything comes on top of that. So that's already a positive thing, you know. So you worked it out, and it's holding up. It's holding after working with it.
One thing to say about it is, I think another lesson learned from A2P project was that although we were registering these works on the blockchain, and people were trading them, and we were trading them through the blockchain. There was a lot of confusion because I didn't do a good enough job explaining it or thinking it through of what that actually meant in practice. And so I think the major innovation or thing that we're doing differently, or thing I'm excited about, maybe it's a better way to say it for this new project, is that we're making the rights of the artist and the rights of the collector extremely explicit. It's like a list of like 10 or so things that, that the collector now has the rights to, and the artist now has the rights to. And I can't even say strong enough how opposed I am to DRM strategies for controlling media files. And so what we're doing now is basically embedding these rights into an incorporation structure, and that will be sort of the way of, in theory, enforcing the rights. And it's really about what the artist maintains all of the copyrights, but is granting in perpetuity a set of really, I think, essential and exciting rights for people who collect the work.
But I think also interesting that the corporate structure can enforce these rights. I think this is also an interesting structure, how you...
I'm very vague about that. So that's something that my collaborator, Sean Moss-Poltz, who is the CEO of Bitmark, which is the company that I've been doing all this work in collaboration with, and they've been supporting. That's something he understands very well. And so I rely on his expertise for that. That's,
it's an interesting point, because it's very important for the artist as well, that someone can actually enforce it. So my basically last set of questions that I would like to draw your attention to is you work with software, and you work as an educator. And so sitting in the Bay Area, in the Silicon Valley, we had a lot of issues with software companies exploiting sort of user rights. And so my question is, like, how do you have a set of values that you teach when educating your students? Is there like a set of your own values that you try to transmit to your students? And can you maybe name any, or like a core value of yours?
I would say that's something that is, for me, is a work in progress right now. Science and technology studies, the politics of software. I've continuously been learning about and thinking about FLOSS, free, libre, open source software, and that's a value that I probably try and carry forward at all times and speak about with my students. But in terms of the ethics of technology and around that, in terms of that's something that I'm working on and trying to bring into my curriculum more moving into the future. I think as a academic department at UCLA, we're explicitly moving forward and trying to make that an intrinsic part of our curriculum.
Yeah, I think there's definitely more waves to come upon the user and everyone. So there's more, I think, presence of that question surrounding the use of technology. And so, so basically to finalize this interview, is there any outlook that you see? I mean, maybe by the end of 2020, or how do you see sort of the community that you are working with? Where is that moving towards or evolving? And maybe, so since we're actually preparing for the pandemic to last to at least next summer, so in the span of the next year, where do you see your community sort of going to, or mentally going to, and what's going on? What do you think?
I'm not sure I can answer that. I feel like all my energy and attention right now is towards the next 3 months and how to survive that. I mean, one thing to say is that I mean, I've been working on the web since 1995, and in my work with the Processing Foundation and a lot of the artists who I interact with, it's always been international. We've always been spanning time zones. We've always been working in this way that we're speaking right now, and so I think that work will continue and continue. Okay, it's these local interactions. And like the local arts community and local spaces closing, local museums closing. I mean, that's just devastating. I'm not able to get my head around that. I feel like I'm sitting in a burning building and I'm slowly getting asphyxiated, but I can't really tell. I don't know.
Yeah, I think this feeling is very strong right now in the arts community, pretty much everywhere. So thank you for taking the time to speak to me and for conducting the interview. And I'm excited to see your project coming alive. And also, it's especially interesting that you'll have, or that you think about it as a monthly show that you will be putting up. I think that's exciting too. So you will see different curatorial ideas coming together.
Yeah.
I'm Sharon DeMattia. I am an artist and scientist. I have a background in invasive human subjects research, and what science taught me was systems observation and the importance of asking the right questions. So I worked in a world of prediction and measurement and logic, and when the artist met the scientist, I realized the importance of what we can't measure, what we can't see, and what we can't predict. And that was what was the foundation for me creating this art project that we are launching into the world.
Hi, my name is Thomas Kohler. I'm a producer and a curator. I usually run art events around the globe when it's possible, and my background is in both marketing and in operations. And I use art as a glue usually that brings together people, themes, and organizations around the globe.
I really appreciate you taking the time to do this interview. And when preparing the conference row, I came across Thomas, and Thomas told me about your project. And I think it's a true COVID story, and it fits perfectly into the Ars Electronica context of 2020, looking into different communities and how different communities react to COVID by art making and also by digital art making. So if you don't mind, I'll start asking, so how was COVID for you, and what triggered for you to start the biggest empathy project of the world, Thomas?
What triggered it is simply the complete shutdown of business. Every single event was cancelled. And then, after the initial shock of what am I going to do, I was invited to a Zoom conference, to a conference call, and somebody told me there's this artist and she does something really interesting. And so I jumped on the call, I met Sharon, and we started talking. And to be quite honest, I didn't quite know what it is that you were doing, but it felt right. And I said, let's do this, without any notion of I need to know exactly what it is, what the outcome is, and how it's going to work. I just said, let's jump in, let's do something. It felt right, and then we started talking. You were just, I think, back from a cancelled trip across the US on a tour, and so COVID really opened up a huge opportunity for us now in retrospect.
And Sharon, you made this incredible installation at Burning Man last year, and I actually got to see it. And you, as a researcher and artist, so what did you think of Thomas when he came to you and thought, like, let's talk? Did you envision right then that you're going to go live online, that you're going to
yes.
imagine?
Yes, I did. And when I built the art installation out at Burning Man, it was all about build a beacon of light. How do I wake up the system that is eating itself? And I use art, build a beacon. And with the intention of drawing in the people, the collaborators, because so long, I'd been kind of working alone, doing my thing, but also learning. And so we met when Burning Man had canceled, and all of these festivals and all of these events had canceled, and everything was shutting down. I started looking at how, as a physical artist, as a physical builder and sculptor, what was I going to do now? And the answer was to integrate technology. And in the presentation that we connected on was all about this brave new burn, relating it to a brave new world, and collapsing the spaces between the physical and the digital world in a way that that connected the two, and that the seen could move into the unseen, and the unseen through technology became seen.
Could you give me a couple of statements about the humanoid project in the first essence, how you envisioned that, and basically what is the mission of the humanoid project for you? And then maybe if you, Thomas, could give me how that translates into the digital world.
Yeah, so the humanoids for me are nodes of communication. So they are, the art is a language, and that oftentimes we don't feel brave enough to speak about these themes that are shaping our world, and that we're literally starting wars over. And yet we want to, that there is this emotional need to connect, which is why it's so important that we're building in physical and digital, because to touch, to actually see, to look. I'm sorry, there's like a bug, of course, right around my face. So the humanoids, they become these physical receivers of messages, almost that are fun. We need play. Play is the basis for trust. So they're playful. On it, everybody gets to be an artist, so it really broadens the definition. Everyone gets a voice. When you pick up a marker, you become the artist. You awaken that sleeping artist that lives inside everybody. When you draw on a humanoid, you become the art. And as they move and we integrate with technology, we start to build this robust cosmos of human connection.
So how many humanoids did you actually produce in your art making?
In the art installation, there were 26 different themes that became these cross-cultural storytellers. And then now we are up to 38. And then, so that's version 1. And then we're looking at different ways of manufacturing, version 2 and beyond, using things like bioactive materials where they can actually breathe and sequester carbon dioxide out of the air, using technology and art to reconnect people, nature, in a way that is.
But I think your experience with regard to interacting with various audiences and actually making them do art or doing self-portrait is larger than 36
Oh,
objects.
for sure. I'm always, just show people what's possible. I made a promise that I would put something out there, and this glowing circle of light that was 8 feet tall, that was all about the illusion of a boundary because it was transparent, and that clarity being our greatest power, and the design on it was time as a unit described as circles on 4 different alternating sinusoidal waveforms, time in motion. So it held space, time, the illusion of a boundary, and clarity as our greatest power. And then these humanoids invited dialogue, so art being the bridge across these gaps in communication that we're experiencing that bring us closer together. And I would encounter so many people in the center of that circle because it had a pad, because it needed to be soft.
But I think what really impressed me also that you actually produced more than 6,000 with other people, more than 6,000 self-portraits, which is a highly significant number to also draw conclusions of.
The foundation for the humanoids was another project where I have over 6,000 anonymous self-portraits of people's inner dialogues. I give them a canvas, I draw a simple outline on it that looks just like a torso. I draw a heart, I sign it, and I give permission and a space. And I talk people into a mirror of themselves where every voice that we hold inside gets to speak, because quite often we show the world one thing and inside we believe another. And the scientist in me with over 6,000 of these could see that the trend overwhelmingly is eyes shut, bleeding, mouths stitched closed, hearts in cages, constricted necks like we have with nooses, but also holding signs saying, help me, please don't leave me alone. So we have this desire to connect, and that's the beauty of technology, is that we can amplify that connection. And
I think, Thomas, as you said, the time of COVID, when COVID hit, was definitely time for you to reorganize yourself and to look out. So when you two met, how do you see taking this project online and expanding? So, and which component does it have, the online and the physical? Can you please talk us through that?
So when we looked at digitizing what we have in the physical world, which are 3 components, 3 interactions, we realized that we can't translate it one-to-one. That's number one. We can't just take the mechanism of engagement online. It sometimes works, but usually you have to tweak it. Number 2, we realized what people need is not just a one-way street of receiving something, but it needs to be interactive. Again, the need to be heard and the need to communicate, to meet other people, sometimes even some serendipity where people meet or talk to people they didn't expect, instead of just having a live stream that goes one way. The sense of community is very important, that we realized, because we've started to test these things at various events. So what we did is we used the humanoids more as guides within the online world with themes. So sometimes they're very, not decorative, but very they have a big presence, and they're guiding people to certain camps or events. That's one aspect. The other aspect is the self-portraits and how we draw them. That is interactive. That's a guided experience, and it is going through Zoom, where we also realize there is a certain magic size of a group that really works well, that people feel empowered, heard, and willing to share. And so that's the next component. And then also having the ability of storing the self-portraits and the reflections of people that created them to be shared around the world. And that's that magic moment, we believe, of empathy, where you realize, oh, I'm not alone. That person that looks very different has the same experience as I have. So this moment of awakening and going like, oh wow, we are much closer than we might think we are. And thirdly, we have created a guerrilla campaign where we invite people to print out certain posters and designs and repaste them wherever they live, and say, hey, are you interested in being wild, of being expressive and free? And so we invite people around the globe to engage, then print out these various designs, repaste them up, and then people with a QR scanner can then go directly into the multiverse and explore the environment that we've built for them.
So I think you actually, like a big community that you were talking about, the Burning Man community is expecting the multiverse and are very excited that this will be launched. So, and the biggest empathy project of the world will be part of the multiverse. And so this is expected to go live at the end of August.
Yes.
And how long will it be running?
So we're gonna engage as long as Burning Man is open. So it's August 30th to September 6th. And then there is a possibility that Burning Man allows these multiverses to stay open till the end of the year and will be part of that. Which also means we need to have the programming running. So we have to see what Burning Man does, what the various camps do that we are part of. And afterwards, we are going to take this experience possibly into a different universe. We don't know what the future holds, except of that we're going to continue.
Yeah, I mean, that's the adventure of it all, you know, is that what we're building here is a prototype. It's going to be beautiful engagement, no doubt, and that it can be applied. The intention is that can it be applied in any city so that you can take this model in your hometown and use your city as a template.
Can I come back
Yes,
to
please.
the physical part?
Yes.
So the online part you described quite neatly, and the physical part. So how, because we are here, actually your life has transformed significantly because you moved temporarily to a different city, to Reno, and you are an ingrained citizen of Reno. And how do you envision right now, whatever Corona will do to the city, but how do you envision the physical part of the project? Can you maybe talk about it?
Yeah, we have a mix of sites. We have a large plaza that will hold a circle, much like you saw at Burning Man, except for they're pillars of light with the humanoids in it, out by other Burning Man art right along the river, glowing beacons of light that we have worked with the city. We have a plan that is doable, even if, you know, we had to come up with layers of contingencies, even if the city shut down, that we can still seed the city and use technology to enhance the physical experience in a way that we can schedule people. So we have backup plans. We have different private sites that we will use as art activation sites, where we'll be doing the collaborative murals, we'll be doing the workshops with the truth experience, making temporary murals and galleries out of this artwork. We're working with Regenesis Reno and the River Residents Project, so working with homeless people. So we have all of these different physical sites that we've created layers of contingency plans that are responsive to the dynamic requirements of Corona.
May I ask how responsive the city of Reno was? So when you went to them, how was the reaction? Oh my God, are you crazy? It's Corona, or was it actually a positive response?
Super. We were welcome with open arms.
Yeah,
right?
I think that's the beauty of Reno.
Yeah, and Reno is very heavily impacted by Burning Man being cancelled. Millions and millions of dollars being lost in economic impact here, and they were very open, very helpful in guiding that we had to have, I think, 5 or 6 various plans for safety, health, a special COVID protocol, and all of these things, and fire. But they were very helpful with the caveat that it might be shut down if COVID takes over and there's a huge wave. But even then, we are using the digital component and capabilities to connect with local people.
So if everything goes all right and you're allowed to open a physical component, when is the physical component going to take place? So what time, what date are you opening?
We're going to open August 30th till September 6th from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
So it's part of the digital multiverse.
Yes,
and the physical.
it's simultaneously. We are trying to also connect them with some live feeds. We'll see if that works and if there's value there. This is they call it an MVP. You know, there's a proof of concept. What's the minimum viable product? Because this is all just our efforts and volunteer efforts.
And this is as far as the technical, structural part is coming. And I want to dive deeper into the word empathy. So when Thomas and I spoke, I think the use of the word empathy in an art project is not overly common, so to speak. And I think when you were mentioning the sort of your data set as a scientist looking and drawing self-portraits with people, and how did you choose or come to the essence, so basically as a grounding word, empathy, for that undertaking, and what do you expect people, it's like I felt it's a bit like a transformation process or a healing process, right. And can you call it like that? And what is empathy in that project for you?
Yeah, well, so from a research standpoint, you can look at all the top universities, and empathy is the foundation for future design. So that anything that we're designing technically into the future, the first step is empathy. And yet empathy, like you said, is a word that's really difficult to understand. Is it empathy? Is it sympathy? And empathy is about feelings. It's about being under, and yet, again, how we were talking earlier, that these linear pathways that don't always allow for feelings. So to a certain extent, we removed a feeling inventory from our systems, but we're supposed to design from it. And so the art as this language, as this opening and permission to speak and express yourself, opens us up to feelings again. It's like the upgrade path for the soul. And so I think sometimes we're limited by having to know what it's going to look like into the future. What I've experienced with all these thousands of people that have participated, when you do it, that is this catharsis. I get to feel this way. Yes, these feelings too, all of them. You get to feel all of them, and then you get to decide how you act upon them. But in that, I have gotten to hug the whole world, all ages, shapes, and sizes, because it feels so good, and that's empathy. We want to connect, but we kind of uploaded malware, into our firmware, and we removed that connection. Our caches are full. We're dragging around history, and in this on Canvas we can clear our caches and restore our operating systems, upgrading it, and loving again. Saying the word love is a scary thing.
May I ask?
Yeah.
So you work on a tight schedule. I think you met at the end of March, and then you decided, and you had a month to conceptualize the project. And within that month, so when you were talking about the biggest empathy project of the world, what sort of receptions did you get from, other artists, your community members, corporates, and maybe museum or art industry participants? Did anything change before COVID to after to during COVID?
So it's very interesting when I talk to, there is a distinctive gap between Europe and North America or Northern California. When we thought about how do we going to call this and what's our claim and the desired outcome, we realized, well, it's empathy, and we're going to start something that's going to travel the world. So we looked, is there any empathy project and how big? And there's nothing. So we said we're going to launch the biggest empathy project in the world, period. In Silicon Valley, empathy is something that is included in wellness, in stress reduction, in inclusion. That's a word that HR departments and vice presidents of HR at the biggest company actively talk about, and it's an essential part of where they need to go. In Europe, I'm sometimes met with empathy, not sure. So there is a distinct difference between Northern California and Europe, at least my small experience. And there was more skepticism sometimes there, but we've talked to people in Silicon Valley and they were like, yeah, of course, we need this, it makes business sense. And very quickly were we at the point of saying, This is a corporate training opportunity for companies through art. It's like an art therapy. We need this. So the reception in Northern California with the US was very, very positive.
And when you spoke to fellow artists, for example, if you said, well, actually my project is about empathy, did they have sympathy? Could they relate?
Oh, for sure. What was really interesting is some of these artists that I had put on pedestals, that, oh man, like they build amazing, incredible art. And I had a friend say, how does it feel to have them talk to you as a peer? And that my medium, quite often, an artist uses a medium where there be clay or paint or metal. And the medium that I use, I had one artist say, oh no, you're just using a different medium, and my medium is emotion. And so it's very hard. It's a really challenging thing to translate. I use emotion and technology to make the unseen seen, to give people permission to connect. And that's the point of art anyway, is to evoke an emotional response, a feeling, right?
May I ask, so the Burning Man community, I think, is particularly well known for being daring to actually experiment and be able to engage also by producing something or by replying, so not only by passively watching and
interacting.
Sure. And so do you, because you've been largely doing that in the physical world, so how do you look forward to the launch of the digital interaction?
Oh, there's so much possibility. That's the beauty of technology, is when you move from fear into like embracing it, bring it in, there's just limitless possibilities in how we can create greater connection through technology and art. So we have a lot of plans, building apps, projection mapping. They'll breathe, their hearts will beat, they'll speak. They literally can, through light and technology, start to weave a human connection cosmos that is interactive, that is playful, that restores trust in ourselves and each other, and gives us a way to speak again.
So if I compare your project or position it in the traditional art world, so museums or galleries they evaluate themselves on visitor numbers or on sales. And what is your sort of, do you have a measure of success? Do you expect a certain number of visitors, a certain number of self-portraits uploaded? What is, can you define that, or is it?
It's a global gallery, so that the world becomes the gallery, and you're right, it hasn't been seen before, and we do need something that hasn't been seen before. Like, the world needs something different. It's not that they exist separate, but that they become collaborators. So how many? What I love about this project is drawing in all of these different creators. That's why it's the empathy co-op, is that we have this greater understanding, thank you COVID, that there's something more. If we can't go inside spaces, like the need to connect is so strong. And I'm excited to collaborate. Yeah.
Okay, this is a
good,
sorry.
The other thing that you talk about measurement, so it's interesting, nobody knows how many people will show up online. 5,000, 5 million, Burning Man online, the multiverse, nobody knows. We are designing in 2D and 3D. Some people say 95% will be 2D and without a headset. Other people say 99.4% will be 2D, not 3D. So it'll be just a wild guess. One of the things that we really want to develop in the future, and we are starting now, is very slowly we are starting with some basic measurements. We want to measure the impact of art. Because it's very hard to say, oh, art changed my life. I know it changed my life, but it's very hard to measure it. And even if you have 1 million visitors, what does that mean? You can measure the economic impact, but not a lot of other things. Because we define ourselves as a social impact art project, that means we need to be able to somehow measure the impact we have, the social impact of our project. So there are 3 active components where people engage in the installation, and we want to wake them up, so to speak. And the 4th component is the community partner component, where once we wake up and we ask them, how do you want to show up in the world? How do you want to show up in community? And we have community partners that ranges from social justice, environmental justice, or just learning more about a certain topic. We have all these nonprofits that say, if you feel like it, here is what we have to offer. And what we want to do is measure how many people are engaging with us, how many people are then engaging with these community partners, and then how many people will sign up. So having a gauge when you wake somebody up, what does it look like? And then of course also use that measure of how successful are we with our claim or with our desire to give people permission to show up.
May I ask, we are running basically out of time, but you said a powerful word, collaboration. And do you feel, you as a producer and you as an artist, that more and more people reach out to collaborate, or do people actually go into depression and are isolated more and more?
No, that we're thirsty. We're like in a desert of connection right now. And what we are doing, and like Reno, our local community, while the rest of the world is closing, has the opportunity to show the world how to open in a way that creates emotional closeness while respecting the need for physical distance. And like, we're offering the glass of water, and just like, like, it feels good to feel safe connecting, and we are providing that. And so yeah, that's what's really exciting for me, is to see the response.
Volunteers are showing up. Other artists, there's very little ego, right, in our engagements when we ask for contributing. Right?
When like, it brings in all these questions of ownership, like, and really I think the collaborative piece where everybody has a voice is much more efficient if you can really listen to somebody. You just want to be heard, and then everything gets better. And as we push against these boundaries or ideas of how things always were done, like, the world gets bigger, like, move through this space.
Thank you so much for taking the time, and we all look forward to the launch of the project. Thank you so much.
Waag is a long-term collaboration partner of Ars Electronica, working with us across many European collaborations, as well as being a partner in the SARTS Prize. Streaming from Garden Amsterdam, Waag takes us to Planet B. Planet B is their laboratory as museum, which is currently in development at the fringes of Amsterdam Science Park, where it touches on now unused farmland and its growing biodiversity. There, artists, scientists, and curators gather for a nocturnal exploration of microscopic and macroscopic gardens. We hope you'll stay around for this upcoming session of Artist Talks. They focus on the macroscopic gardens and will introduce us to concepts such as city-dwelling plant robots and the socializing of Mars gardens.
Welcome to this other Kepler's Garden at Planet B in Amsterdam at the Science Park. We're broadcasting from the Science Park, and this is the stream made by the Waag team in Amsterdam. We are invited by Ars Electronica to also make a program special to this, let's say, COVID issue of Ars Electronica. Invited to represent another Kepler's Garden, which is a streamcast tonight to contemplate the idea of the garden and how we as humans relate, or should we relate, to ecology, nature. And tomorrow, another one with new guests and other sorts of reflections there. Tonight, we're going to have a conversation with artist Giulia Tomasello and curator Alice Smith. Thereafter, we're going to experience an artistic intervention by Esme Geerken that will lead us through microscopes. And last this evening, we're going to have a conversation with evolutionary biologist Toby Kiers and artist Sasha Spatzel. And it will all happen around this idea of the garden. We've tried to do this at night. As you can see, I'm somewhere where it's dark, because it's also about Kepler, the astronomer, looking from Earth into the sky and back, looking at the sky as a reflection to look at ourselves and how we relate to our surroundings. So let me first introduce quickly Giulia Tomasello and Alice Smith. We're going to collaborate with them. There they are. Fantastic. We're going to collaborate with them in Amsterdam in a project called Smart Hybrid Forms, where Giulia is going to work together with the laser lab of Free University, but also with the organization Zone to Source, in this case represented by Alice Smith, and V2 organization for unstable media in Rotterdam, with a long track record in art science investigations, let's say. First we're going to listen to a short presentation of Giulia, who will show us a bit of his work, and thereafter tell us a little bit about what he aims to do in his Smart Hybrid Forms program, where it's about trying to get a new understanding of how we should co-inhabit the planet with plants. Not only with the ecology at large, but specifically with plants. So he will say something about that research he's going to do, and thereafter that is commented by Alice Smith of an organization, Zone to Source, that has an art program that is focusing mainly on art and ecological issues. So I want to switch to you, Giulia. I don't know whether you first want to show the video you have for us, or that you first introduce yourself first.
No, maybe it's a good idea just to have an image of what. Well, I did this exhibition in 2017. There was a kind of mixture of like the older work, and that goes into the new stuff I'm working on, which is related to plants and plant communication through chemicals. And so I think it would be nice maybe to have a little quick view at the work, and then maybe from that I can start explaining a bit, or find a shortcut to the hybrid smart hybrid forms project.
A very sensitive system that's very prone to break down.
As time passed, I began to play a game with water's secret powers. My jurisdiction, I want your life, Father.
It won't just sit there and die off.
I surrendered my so-called free consciousness and allowed the water to take possession of it for a while. Little by little, this game turned into a profoundly earnest endeavor.
Senor, you know we have no money.
You think you're a man we can trust?
No, we have no money.
Senor, you know we have no money.
Maybe 200 for them. Rented rooms, you rented rooms, you've been 500.
So, hi, Christian, you're back.
Hi.
I think that's amazing work you make. So tell us a little more about it.
Well, what do you want to know?
I also know you're setting up a huge exhibition in Germany at this very moment, so you must be tired. So let me ask you a few questions about this.
I'm midway, so I had a week off, and it's one of my biggest. It's a 2-ton installation on the ground, so it's a lot of really physical and dirty work, and
yeah.
But I'm halfway. So I slightly regret to take up the invitation this late, but I think it's all for the arts, and
yeah.
especially in this situation we are in all right now. So I'm happy to, but if I zone out, you just keep me on track with the conversation that I don't.
No problem. No problem. But let me do it by questions. I see a lot of humor in work, and I also see a lot of mechanic mimicking of animals and also other organisms. So now for Smart Hybrid, you plan to make a plant or even a tree in order for us city dwellers to make us understand urban ecology better. How do you envision that is going to look like? What kind of sensors or mechanics?
I have no idea. I have a lot of ideas, but in this specific case, I mean, we haven't started yet. I haven't started yet at the university. I haven't met the people yet. Of course, we had all the Zooms, but that's all, that doesn't work. So I haven't been at the university yet. Yeah, I just want maybe 10 minutes before COVID-19. So, and of course, the whole situation actually is, of course, influencing a lot of the ideas I basically first had.
But tell us a bit about the idea.
Well, there's many ideas, but yeah, it's so hard for me to. You say it's the mimicking of animals, and so that has always been the problem a bit. That if you portray, you work with animal remains, or that it is seen as mimicking, and that's actually how I eventually got to plants. But it's a really long story, because actually it's a lifelong time of experimentation and observation, which first started with animals when I was a child, actually. And I had like 3 things that were like fascinated me completely. That was animals, there was technology. My grandfather was an airplane technician, and I felt like creating these mechanical devices or technical devices or craftsmanship put me in this transcendental state experience, which I found very interesting already as a kid. And then there was this music and sound interest. And I think this came, I was like born really like, my mother was a ballet dancer. I was born with music and sound. So those things always fascinated me already as a child. And so first I had all these animals. I had all kinds of pets, and of course dogs, cats, and I also would like, I did experiments with them, but not like horrible things, just to see if they were sentient, if they could smell, what they could see, what they prefer to eat, and why they would choose to eat. And so I had also like birds, and eventually I had a chameleon, so a reptile, that I had for about 5 or 6 years. And I had this really strong connection with this reptile, because I found out that actually he could see me all the time, because a chameleon can see three dimensions all the time. But I was curious if he could like smell me or hear me. So I did first test like trying to get his attention, my voice. And a chameleon, and I also had to like, I would bring him outside to have his dinner, because I had like these cages where I would feed him crickets. I was completely fascinated by crickets, because I had to buy crickets at the pet shop. So all the time I got fascinated by it, but the chameleon, I found out that they actually could hear me. So I could leave him outside, he could just have his own dinner, like catch flies in summer especially. and I would be able to call him, and he would come back, crawl up my arm and go on my shoulder. So these were like very profound first, how do you call this? Well, experience with sentient life forms or intelligent life forms. So this has been going on all my life. I still experiment a lot. So from this experimentation, when I was very young, I went to art school and I studied sculpture. But I thought it would be really nice to have a kind of, you know, interactive or behavioral machine. So not kinetic art, not in the sense of kinetic art like it was like it's this more. It's about the form of the movement. For me, I was most interested in behavioral artworks. But I started in the late 80s, so there was no digital means to do that. So it was all analog. So what I did, there was this shops in Holland called Tandy. They were, you know, from America, but they sold these guides, and catalogs with integrated circuits. And I just bought these integrated circuits and then, you know, tried to find any. I was horrible at it, like. You know, I didn't understand anything of like electronics or whatever. But eventually, slowly, I started to connect all the integrated circuits, and I was able to make kind of autonomous systems. And in combination, like with mechanical systems, like really trying to create some kind of new life. And this was all very intuitive. And of course, later in the 90s, there came the microcontrollers that made things much, I mean, they're not easier, but it made it possible to do even more incredible things in sculpture. But it was always actually an idea, maybe the idea was that actually life is for like a great part mechanical. We are mechanical devices. And someone who found that out early on was Leonardo da Vinci. He stated, you know, that life is based on mechanical systems. So would there be any difference between a machine and an organic organism that moves? Even the most simple organisms have like small mechanisms that make them move around. So what's
Christian, here I have an interesting question for you, because from this mechanical understanding, how do you move to plants and to build plants?
Yeah, that's why I try to make a shortcut, because it's a long story. Because then, of course, like in the early 90s, robotics in art were really new. You had like Mark Pauline and Jim Whiting doing all this crazy stuff, you know, using military equipment, and they got, you know, hands, or they stole it or something, and they did these incredible things in the early 80s. So I was very influenced by them. So how do you get to plants? Well, it's the same observation. It actually came, I've always been working with plants. My grandfather, my parents were like devoted gardeners. I was actually always a very devoted gardener. Not that young, but early on I started to, you know, what's enter, because in English, enter here. To glue two pieces of like trees together, and you can, you know, I learned all this stuff in Portugal. My parents moved to Portugal and we came as me and my brother. They're very young, like in a nowhere place, and there was only nature and so on, you know. So people that told us how to grow things, and to take cuttings from one tree, and you can do like an almond tree, and you can put a fruit tree on top. And so this technologies of using plants to disseminate or to grow trees. So all these technologies I already learned as very young. And I was extremely fascinated by that. So that you could grow this stuff or create this kind of trees or get kind of specific tastes from trees. But in that process, and that was completely out of like any art thing, I saw these amazing things in nature. I saw plants doing things that were amazing. that they seem to know exactly the direction where they needed to grow to grab onto something, you know, if you look at vines and so on, but many other experiences. But I always found this, because I grew up there, it was just normal. It was, and it's so I had all this experience already, and I did a work like maybe 6 years ago. I really tried to make synergetic work, so that it really triggers all the senses. And I think it's interesting to see how far you can get with like triggering all the senses before you get to a kind of even more transcendental. First, use all the senses, and so I never touched smell. So I thought I think I always did a little bit of smell installations. I thought I want to do this like different. So I created this work, it's a bit in the video, that's called Nose Patrol. That's actually a computer-controlled perfume generator. So in real time, it produces perfumes. But for the perfumes, I thought it would be really important to use the real smell of the plant. So essential oils from the real plant, because perfumes are in fact synthetic. And I did a lot of research that synthetic smell is quite harmful for our, limbic and system, and for many other things. Because and we are bombarded with like synthetic smells. I thought it would be nice to make two cannons that would bombard you with kind of healthy smells.
So are you going to work with smells again?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, yes, but so that got me into the whole chemical world of plants, because that's how they communicate. For like, probably that's their language. What we think that it smells nice, but there's a purpose, because plants don't spill any energy in producing those essential oils. So it is something they need for something. And we all know, science knows it's a kind of chemical warfare to protecting from diseases, from pests, from insects, also from the heat. So there's a lot of. There's still a lot of. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, there's still a lot of things we don't know there.
Well,
I'm going to ask you a question.
Most we don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know anything.
And is it also because I want to switch to what Alice can add to this conversation? Is it also really a need for you to focus more on plants from an artistic point of view, but also from the view that we as humanity need to relate to plants?
Oh yeah, it's for me another question, or for Alice.
No, it's for you. That's a question.
Okay. I think that there is really the experimentation and the observation points that is probably half of science has been neglected enormously. Yeah. And I can only say this because I looked into things, I tried to get information, didn't get it scientific, and I just started to experiment myself. I will not get into the details because I think also we'll save them a little bit for the projects I will present later. But this has brought me to very interesting things that by experimentation and observation and simply writing it down and do it again and again, and I find that completely fascinating. And the whole chemical part, that's something I really would like to develop at the university, or to research on at the university. And
great. That raises quite some expectations there. I'm very curious where that's going to lead you. I now want to give the word to Alice, because I think there's a very interesting bridge here, because you say a lot of the synthetic olfactory elements in the air are environment. Point of view that you find also in a lot of the artworks that Alice is about zone to source, and what your interest from the zone to source perspective is in joining this research that, among others, Christian is going to set out in the Smart Hybrid Forms project.
Yeah, okay. Yes, just like a brief presentation about what I'm doing in the Amsterdam Park at Zone to Source. It's actually a project that was very much inspired by the park itself, which you see now on the picture at the Amsterdam Park in Amsterdam. Was originally a place for a horticultural exhibition, a World Expo on horticulture. And in 2013, I started this project and really got inspired to really rethink what a horticulture expo could be and what this new perspectives could be about how we relate to nature and how we can rethink relations between human nature and technology and through artistic imagination. So since then, over 6 years, I've started a project here that's very much thematically driven. And I'm inviting artists who, from many different kinds of perspectives, are exploring new relations, new experiences, new practices between humans and nature, and how we can start reconnecting and reflecting again on what our position is as humans in the multi-species world that we are living in. And so it's as a curatorial project, it's also very much a research project. And for me, it's always very much important to keep research and curatorial practice together. And we very much use the park as a kind of living lab. It's a municipality park where we're trying to do as much as we can, also doing workshops, have artists work there, trying slowly also to see if we can continue this more as a park for art and ecology. So this is the space that we're working from, just to show you a few, give you a few images of what it looks like. This is an orangery, a glass house that we're using in the summertime. It was a project with Sonja Baumel, 50% Human, which was a really interesting project that was reflecting on the fact that we as humans only consist of 50% human DNA. So we already are kind of an ecosystem ourselves, which completely changes our notions of what actually the human subject is. And thinking about autonomy and unity completely changes when we think about ourselves as a complex habitat for other creatures as well. And this was an installation that was trying to make us reconnect to these aliens that are part of our own bodies. We also do a lot of projects outdoors in the park. And this, for example, is a bus bench by Annemie van Splunter. It's a project that's been in the park for 5 years, which is a space where humans and bees can be together. So it's at the same time a hotel for bees, as well as a place where humans can hang out. This is a project which is recently brought into the park by Ronald van der Meijs, Ötsch Cloud Sequencer. It's a sound project that's completely functioning through natural phenomena like the water, the wind, and the sun. So when there's no sun, there's no sounds, but as soon as the sun comes out, the pumps are filling the water and sounds are gonna appear from these instruments. So it's a really project that's also about how we can get different attention and how we can not expect immediate consumption, but really experience ourselves through different kind of time zones from the time of natural elements. This was a project by Jos Volkers, a bioremedying missile that just left the Amsterdam Park, and it's placed very much for these. It's a seed bomb. It's the world's largest seed bomb, completely filled with seeds from Romania. And it's a project that reflects a lot on technology and nature, and it puts all these kind of blunt questions, whether we should actually go to space, should we stay on Earth, should we blow ourselves to pieces, or in times of ecological catastrophe, maybe explode a big seed bomb on Earth and do something about our home habitats. And then we use the park as much as we can, also for research. And these are some pictures of artists at work, but we do a lot of events, like the right picture, we went with a geologist and we made a board drill 10 meters down the earth because we wanted to know what the earth and the soil was like in the park. And then we have discussions around this where we're looking at this kind of historical narratives. This was a project by Jacqueline Berema. Left is the Onkruidenier. I'm working a lot with them. Also in the next years, we're working a lot on the park to start telling these cultural stories around plants and how you can think of migrations of both plants and humans together. In the next couple of years, we're making up a plan to continue that and make it also a more readable park where people actually can encounter it in this Floriade Park, how people and plants are, what the different cultural practices are around plants. This was a project by Cecil Mariton and Jonathan Rose, Cartographies of Human Sensations. This was also a kind of performance pieces that we are doing in the park where we work together with people, which are very much about how we can attune ourselves different, what kind of strategies of attunement can we have to nature. And this worked a lot with the data, both data from our bodies as data from the environment. And how can we kind of connect it and see our bodies as sensors in a way to sense our environment in different ways. This is a project Machine Wilderness that I've started in 2015 for several years together with Teun Karelsen. And it's a project that is kind of rethinking the relationship of designing technology in relationship to ecosystems. How can we think not of human-centered technology, but how can technology really first live within ecosystems and be supportive to ecosystems as a whole. And this is, I think, a good example also about the way I try to work in the Amstel Park. We very much try to make a space for experiment where artists can work, experiment with new ideas and also be present in the park and at the same time also interact with audiences, because we're in a city park. So we get people who come especially for our projects, but then also a lot of people who might never come to this kind of exhibitions, just drop by because they leisurely walking in the park. And so this was also a project where we had 5 artists working for 2 months in the park, working on new robotic projects that were relating to the habitants of the park, animals and plants in the park. Also testing experiment things outdoors. This is Ian Ingram, who's working one of his robotic experiments. Another project like this, Ivan Henrique's Symbiotic Machine. We did that very early on. It's a project actually that was developed at Zone to Stores and then that year won a prize at Ars Electronica. We did this together with Raoul Fraser. Ivan Henrique worked with Raoul Fraser, who is also the person behind the Hybrid Forms program. And Ivan and Raoul worked for a year together as an artist and a scientist, working on the Symbiotic Machine. And this was a project where we built a very big pond inside of the glass house. And for 2 months, we had Ivan with Raoul and with students and other scientists working with Raoul, experimenting on this project. And it was a robot that could detect algae that were set out in the water, swim to the sunlight, and through photosynthesis was again gaining energy to continue swimming. So for 2 months, we had a lot of workshops around it, both with children as with students and other people interested. And for 2 months it worked, and the very last day it actually exploded. So that was a very interesting ending.
Yeah, it's very interesting to know that Ivan Henriques has presented this very evening at VACT in Liverpool as part of another Kepler's Garden program that is also streamed live today.
Okay.
Yeah. Also looking a little bit at time, it's great to have you here to see all these projects. It's interesting to see that Christian's ideas around working with plants and the sense, the olfactory elements, the volatile elements they spread is very interesting, because we tend only to understand them as a nice flowery scent, but not all the other parts of the spectrum that are also there. I don't know whether you have had any earlier works that look at that same aspect of ecology, Alice. Did you?
Yes, we actually have done quite some projects that really deal with this different kind of sensory experiences. Also, a few years ago, we did Project Secret Signals, which was very much about that, not just smell, but also about hearing, about feeling. also how we can make sounds, for example, more tactile through vibrations, and how we actually use our bodies in a way, as in that sense, as sensors to experience differently. Because we very, of course, we smell, for example, very important in our social relationship and now moving through the world. But we have very little, we barely have a language for it, or very little conscious about it. So a lot of the projects we're doing actually deal on that level. And it's great to also use the park because we're also working outdoors. And I think in that sense, I use the word attunement, but I think it's very much about different kind of tuning strategies. How we tune in differently. And we also, I'm developing together with a colleague of mine a project for the next 4 years where we want to build a school for interspecies knowledges. From a desire to work much more profoundly for longer terms together with people in the park and really rethink what all this kind of new knowledge, all this new experience really mean for the way we build communities, what an interspecies community could be. What does it mean for our way of working and our way of living together, and really thinking through these notions and what kind of tactics, that's I guess we are trying to say, to really think about the tactical level, how we can exercise that together. So it's a kind of training in that sense as well. I always like to think about it, like we almost use art now. There's a lot of training ideas going on.
I have one last question for this session to the two of you. As this is a program that is titled Kepler's Garden, so it's about contemplating the idea of the garden, where humans control or tame nature. Can both of you give me an example of the opposite, where you think that nature is taming us, or other species are gardening us?
Well, I think there's always a very good example that I always like about grain. And we can say when people started domesticating and started living, not being nomadic, and getting themselves into farms and starting managing the grounds and soil around them. But I think more and more you also hear the argument that really grain has been domesticated humans rather than the other way around. One of the most successful species nowadays is grain, whereas humans are slaving away, and we think it finally sets us free, but we're only slaving away more on our farms and in our factories to get this grain to grow all over the world. So I think this is already a kind of different shift of thinking, and who is domesticating human, who is in charge, so who is master and servant.
Yeah, but this is actually, then we are talking about nature before this incredible collapse of biodiversity we have at the moment. So I think there's no, I think the real problem is that it's like easy. This is not my quote, but it's James Lovelock, who the Gaia theory scientist, that says, he has been planting trees his whole life long because he thought, at least I can plant trees. But he says, you cannot plant an ecosystem. And that's really where the problem, we cannot create ecosystems. And we know very little about those ecosystems and the complexity of it. And it's actually so complex in an ecosystem that's even probably hard for current science to put this in any kind of model. And so this is really, with this collapse we're seeing now, what are we going to do? I think there are some ways to help ecologies but we have not the slightest idea how they exactly work. It's just too complex. And I think scientists, artists, farmers, scholar people, non-scholar people should actually, through programs like I'm in now and many others, to see if we can figure out how to sustain those ecosystems. Because it's just a crazy idea that maybe, the United Nations calculate more than like 20 years, 60% of the world population will be living in cities. completely disconnected from biodiversity and from any ecosystem. So how are we going to manage that? And so we need a kind of complete new methodologies to do something. And I think we can still, you know, shift things. I don't think there's like dystopian world right ahead, but I think we really need to get into this. Yeah.
So it's interesting if you turn the logic around of weeds or domesticated farm animals actually being evolutionary very successful because of us. They must
but they don't need technology.
No, but
so we are using technology. Nature doesn't need technology. It just does everything on its own, and you don't need to have any worries. And there's many examples of
but
how
you can domesticate animals without technology. So, but if they domesticate us in order to be evolutionary successful, you can also say that the garden is gardening us, and that I think I want to round off here in order to give the floor to Esme, because I think it's interesting what you say about us being detached from understanding what ecology is as we are living with higher and higher numbers in urban areas. So there's a even bigger need for your kind of work to be given a stage in our cities in order to not lose that connection.
Yes, but there's actually a wrong line of thinking in this. What I thought before, that you can use like these areas in cities like zoos, parks, maybe gardens, to have this connection. Still have, especially like for young people and children, that there's still this connection by diversity. I think this is essential for people, but you cannot create an ecosystem.
Yeah,
you cannot get all the insects and the spiders and everything that does the trick.
Yeah.
So there's still
a lot more to be discussed, and I'm very much looking forward to starting this collaboration with you, with the University and Raoul Vreese, with V2. And with Zone to Source.
I think it will be interesting. Yeah.
Super. Hey, I want to thank
about these new ecosystems we're going to create with these new entities and hybrids is very much part of our program.
Yeah. Thank you much for now. I'm going to ask the people behind the scenes to switch to Esme, who's also going to lead us to another colleague. Yeah. So we are doing this program from Waag's Planet B location, where Esme Geerken is currently an artist in residence. And she's also working with Marloes Bistervels, who you see in the bottom screen, who is a scientist working at AMOF. I don't know where the abbreviation AMOF stands for, but they do fundamental research on materials. So what Marloes is very good at is creating microscopic but very unnatural crystals. Am I right? So very synthetic crystals. And we're going to connect to her electron microscope in a bit. But first, I'm going to give the word to Esme, who's going to lead this this whole session.
Start.
So our first common ancestor that came out of the sea 380 million years ago is thought to be the Tiktaalik. And maybe it's because we are descendants of fish that when we imagine ourselves an aquatic life, a life in the sea, we depict ourselves as mermaids. I like to question, however, if we can also imagine ourselves as human crustaceans or mollusk maids, perhaps. Creatures with exoskeletons and shells. And I wonder how they would look like. So during the lockdown, 3 businesses did very well. It were the supermarkets, the garden centers, and the DIY shops like Praxis. And perhaps this is because these shops reflect 3 human basic needs: food, some form of greenery, being surrounded by a bit of green, and the need for a shelter. Nowadays, most people don't grow their own food. At least I don't, and I also don't build my own house. But I was wondering if this maybe is making us slightly unhappy. What if the need for a shelter also comes with an urge to build one yourself? So if constructing a shelter is in some way still part of our DNA, I wondered how, if we reconnect to this DNA, how would these buildings look like? So could we, for instance, build like corals or build like the common ancestor of actually all animals, the mineralizing sea sponge? Maybe these creatures can re-inspire our building strategies. So humans appear not to be very comfortable with their nakedness, a feature that they share with shellfish and snails. If you think about the shelters humans create, you might think about 2 categories. The first one is garments or clothes. So the word garment comes from the French word garnir, which is derived from the Germanic garnish, and it means to cover. So clothes cover your nakedness and provide some kind of portable thermal regulation. And they're often made from organic materials. And if I talk about organic materials during this talk, I mean materials made from carbon molecules, so made by organisms. Materials like silk, wool, cotton, fibers, and plastics. The second category of shelters is, of course, the house or the building. The word house comes from the Old English word husan, which is probably related to the root of the word hide. And houses, they're mostly portable walled protections against weather influences. They indeed protect you from the gaze of other people. These days, buildings and houses are usually made from mineral components, such as cement, which in fact is made from limestone, and bricks made from clay, another mineral. So we knit, we weave, we sew, we scaffold, we cement, we lay bricks, we pour concrete, all just to cover ourselves and to hide. I became interested in what we can actually learn from the buildings of other creatures, such as shells and mollusks and vertebrates that create skeletons and shells and eggs and bones. And specifically, I was interested in the building techniques of foraminifera, because I've just spent 4 years doing my PhD about them. So I learned a lot about their building strategies. Foraminifera are unicellular marine organisms that secrete a calcite shell by precipitating it on top of an organic template. And these materials, they are very remarkable exactly because what they do is they combine the organic and the mineral. And this results in giving them these very intricate shapes that are only possible if you have material that is very strong, but also flexible, and it has optical properties and all these amazing features that I thought, oh, what if we could actually use such materials as our building materials? And I thought, what if we relearn how to calcify again and how to agglutinate our houses and become crustaceans or shell-bearing species again? So here in the Planet B lab, as you can see here, I'm experimenting with creating such hybrid materials inspired by the shells of foraminifera that you see here. And I'm trying to create sort of these hybrid materials. And out of these hybrid materials, they inspire me to see how an exoskeleton could look like. So I'm combining the organic, the clothing, with the mineral or housing. And in one of the experiments I recently did, I was making a hydrogel from gelatin. So that's an organic component actually coming from your bones, but it's still the organic tissue that sort of holds your bones together. And I had some discussions with a scientist, Lucas Helmbrecht from AMOF, and he suggested that what if I put the salts that I have, so I'm working with calcium chloride and sodium bicarbonate, what if I put them inside the jelly? So that's what I did here, and I let it react. And then I prepared some stubs. So I did many different experiments trying to mimic shell formation in different ways. And I cut out little pieces and put them on these scanning electron microscope stubs, took them to AMOF, just 500 meters away from here. And then we were going to look at what actually happened. And to our surprise, we saw these spheres, these microspheres. So the spheres are just 2 micrometers in diameter. And what was actually even more cool was that they're actually hollow from the inside as well. And if you think about it, that's very interesting, because normally if you would grow calcite just from a solution like seawater without any organic or any life interacting with it, you would get these cubical or rhombohedral, as they call it, shapes. So that was very magical to see. Let me just check, is Amel still off? Okay. These experiments actually made me think about what if we place our building materials in a biogeochemical perspective? How does that change our perception of building materials? So lately we talk a lot about circularity, but what if you look at circularity from a geological timescale? So if you look at limestone, which is the main ingredient of cement, it actually consists of foraminifera and coccolithophores. So coccolithophores are another type of calcifying organisms. And these organisms that make these microscopic shells, they originated 500 million years ago. And since then, they have been sinking down on the seafloor, being compacted and uplifted into rocks. And then we take these rocks and crush them and form cement out of it. So I thought, yeah, if you know that ore houses are actually made from the houses or shells of these microscopic creatures, what can we learn from how they make their shell? And can we maybe in some way shortcut this geological timescale that is involved in making limestone? So, you know, perhaps it could be a bit faster than taking 500 million years. So that's what I tried. And I'm trying to, how I'm trying to mimic it is by seeking what kind of organic materials I can combine with calcite, or how to grow calcite. And I'm doing this in the project called Build Like a Shell. In this project, I'm trying out various ways to mimic what they call the privileged space. So the privileged space is a secluded space that biomineralizing organisms form, organisms such as mollusks or foraminifera or other shells. They create a space where they form these kind of organic tissues or a template, and then they mineralize it. And that's what I wanted to try. And for this, I'm collaborating with many material scientists who actually already know a lot about this, and also designers and artists. So during my PhD, when I was looking at foraminifera, we were trying to find out how fast foraminifera actually grow their shell. So I went to Japan and did an experiment there, and then we figured out that they grow their shell at a speed of 0.5 micrometer per hour. So then if you do a little calculation, actually it takes a year to just simply precipitate a kitchen tile of 0.5 centimeter. So basically that is what I was trying here in this image. I had a bit of hemp paper, so that's these lines that you're seeing. And then I put it in an aquarium mimicking this privileged space. And then I tried to precipitate minerals on top of it. But actually it was very frustrating, of course, with how long it takes to precipitate calcite yourself, and how difficult it actually is to mimic something such very amazingly difficult and beautiful, such a shell formation in a simple lab such as the Planet B container, where I don't even have running water at the moment. But then in a way, dealing with this process of trying to grow shell material myself and seeing how slowly this actually is going did make me appreciate a lot more these bricks of cement, that if you realize that a brick like this, how many shells it contains and how much years it took to build these shells and to precipitate them all on the sea floor, that I started to appreciate just a single block of limestone, a brick of limestone, a lot more. So a lot of limestone was formed in the Cretaceous, a geological period 145 to 66 million years ago. And during this time, you have to imagine that it was very warm. So sea levels were much higher than today. And if sea levels are higher, then you can imagine that a lot of the land is actually flooded with these shallow, warm, carbonated seas. And these kind of seas provide the perfect habitat for biomineralizing organisms to form many, many shells. So this is a period when, for instance, the White Cliffs of Dover were formed. And if I think cement was originally, well, in some modern form, the Portland cement that is actually quite polluting was made in England using these limestones. And if you think about how that we just crush all these shells and then mix it with fly ash, a byproduct from coal combustion, and then create a material that, if you think about it, is just very hard and brittle. It needs iron bars to kind of support some kind of strength. And then we sort of pour it over the entire planet. So cement and plastics, these are the materials we most widely use these days to build our products and our houses. So you could say that they're actually not very elegant materials, as they pollute or they actually disrupt biogeochemical cycles. For instance, when producing cement, a lot of CO2 is produced, so disrupts the climate system. And plastics, of course, falls apart into these microplastics that pollute the oceans. And these are materials we kind of rationally use to design our surroundings. But then if you think about our bodies actually can make very elegant materials. Our bodies do know how to biomineralize. So our bones are really wonderful materials made out of collagen and a mineral called hydroxyapatite. So how can we move towards a more biologically intuitive way of building with minerals? For this, I'm collaborating with the self-organizing matter group at AMOF, and they found a way to create this really amazing shapes out of liquids. So Wim Noordijn is the group leader of this group, and they make these kinds of shapes. And what's very interesting is that they can control the shape, but also the composition of the material. And if you compare this to how we make cement, it's just really great that you can have this type of control on just the nanoscale, forming these very special shapes. Other scientists I'm working with are researching bone material, and I'm also very interested to work with scientists that are able to create mother of pearl. Partly, so there are people that developed a way to create mother of pearl using mineralizing bacteria and urea. So astronauts could actually do this themselves on the moon using their own pee. But for today, what you've just been looking at partly, I think I heard at some point there were maybe some problems. You've been looking at the nucleations of crystals in the lab just 500 meters away from here. So I'm happy to introduce to you Marloes. And she is a scientist at AMOF that is creating these shapes and has been growing live now on her free Friday night these shapes for you, which is actually, I don't know if you realize it, but it's very special to see these crystals live under a microscope. So I hope you enjoyed it. For the last, I would really like to thank Marloes and also all my collaborators in this project, so the Onkruidenier, the self-organizing matter group of AMOF, my scientific advisors, Aqua Minerals, and also, of course, Waag for hosting this great evening, Lucas, Micha, and Chris. Okay, thank you very much.
We're back after this intervention by artist and chemist Esme Geerken. And we're now going to talk with an amazing scientist, microbiologist, Professor Toby Kiers, who will present her work, and audio and bioartist, correct me if I'm wrong, Sasha Spatzal from Ljubljana, who, despite Corona limitations, has been working a lot in Amsterdam the last year, because she was supported by the 3-package deal possibility of the Amsterdam Fund for the Arts, which Toby, me at Waag, and Willem Veldhoven of Mediamatic share every year. So every year we are allowed to select a new artist, which is fantastic. And I think this selection of Sasha to work with us was also fantastic. It's interesting to see the relation between the works of the research of Toby Kiers and the work of Sasha Spatzal, also in the frame of this Kepler's garden here, where we talk about many different possible meanings of physical and metaphorical gardens, that of our planet, that of the science park where this all happens, the garden that we have with our houses, but also gardening as such, both as a research activity, maybe a very political activity, also an activity where we have a lot of relations with other species. And that is also a little bit where we're going to have a discussion about the way other species interact, that show similarities but also differences with how we humans act among ourselves, barter, deal, exchange, and so forth. So I first want to give the word to Toby, who is going to show us a few fantastic pictures about her work and tell very briefly about her amazing research in microorganisms, in fungi, etc. So please, Toby, the floor is yours. Please share your screen.
Great. Thanks so much, Lucas. A real honor to be here, to be able to speak about the things that we are studying. Most of what we're doing right now is work underground. And I think a lot of us don't really have a grasp of what the underground looks like or what's going on down there. And so I'm really excited to sort of share some of that with you. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay, looks like it's full screen now. Great. So what we do in my group is we study the evolution of cooperation. We're really interested in how organisms form partnerships in nature, and how these partnerships can sort of withstand the test of time. But actually what we're even more interested in is conflict, and basically trying to understand how conflict drives the breakdown of these partnerships. We work on the basis of natural selection. I'm trained as an evolutionary biologist, And of course, there's this idea that if you can gain a little bit more from a partnership, then you're going to tend to spread. You're going to have your genotype spread even further. And so on the one hand, we see all these beautiful cooperative partnerships in nature. You can even think of things like plants and pollinators, all kinds of different what we call symbioses. Yet underlying all those beautiful partnerships is this conflict of this idea that what if a partner took a little bit more than its quote unquote fair share? And so one of the partnerships that we're most interested in studying these kind of cooperative and conflictual ideas is in one of the most ubiquitous symbioses on Earth. And that's the symbiosis between arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi, it's a huge, big word, and plant roots. So basically, wherever you walk, you're walking on these beautiful, huge networks of fungi and roots. And the fungi, this is a picture that you see in front of your screen, are the very white, fine filaments, and the roots are the more yellow-colored ones. And in this symbiosis, the fungi actually colonize inside the root cells of these plants. And at that site, they exchange nutrients. And so the plant is feeding the fungi carbon, sugars, and lipids, and all the things that the fungi need to grow. And in exchange, the fungi is collecting resources out in the soil, like phosphorus and nitrogen, and trading those to the host. And what you see in this symbiosis is you've got a fungi that can connect multiple plants simultaneously, and you've got multiple plants above ground that can be colonized by all different types of these fungi. So I'm going to show a very short video that kind of shows how we think this symbiosis is working. And we call it the underground marketplace. So in this marketplace, you have the roots, and the roots are what give the sugars to the fungi. And you also have the fungi, which collect the nutrients, the phosphorus and the nitrogen for trading. So these are all the fungi that are in the soil making connections with the roots. This is happening as we're walking on the ground. And here you have a fungi that connects with a particular host. Now what we want to understand is how does it trade its resources? How does it decide where to give phosphorus? Who does it decide to partner with? And what we find is that the fungus and the plants are both really good at detecting good and bad partners. So here you have a trade with very little fungus, very little phosphorus on one side, and a successful trade on the other because the fungus is offering more in exchange. Now we see the opposite with the fungus. Let's say it's connected to two roots simultaneously. Where is it going to give its phosphorus? What we find when we do all kinds of experiments is that the fungus can somehow tell a good host from a bad host and gives more phosphorus to the plant that gives it more carbon in exchange. So what this creates is sort of a marketplace whereby the fungi are connecting multiple plants simultaneously, but only trading nutrients with the ones that are giving them the most carbon in exchange. And in return, we see that the plants are really supporting the fungi that are only giving them the most nutrients. So when we first started working with this system, it came as quite a shock for many people. One, because I think people tend to think of nature as one big harmonious system. And we sort of shocked the world by saying, well, it might not be quite as harmonious as you think, because what is trying to happen by both organisms is that they're basically trying to get the best trade deal they can. And many articles came out about the soils showing a market dynamic, the ruthless side of soils, as they called it. And that if we look very closely at the relationship between plants and fungi, that we see sort of a cutthroat marketplace rather than this big harmonious system. And I think the word ruthless is a bit overspun. Instead, I would use the word practical, right? These organisms, both the plants and the fungi, have been selected over millions of years of evolution to really evolve these strategies to optimize these trade processes. And so rather than it being ruthless, it's basically a practical solution. Why would you share resources with a plant, for instance, that is not giving very much in return? So through this work, and this has been going on now in our lab for actually about a decade, we've shown some really interesting things about how these underground trade networks work. And that we see that both the plants and the fungi, if we give them all sorts of tests about who they choose to trade with, that they can really discriminate between good and bad partners. And that the supply and demand of the resources actually influence how those resources are traded. The problem is that in many things, the most interesting parts of science are hidden. So it's been very difficult for us to actually view how these resources are traded. And I actually liken it to a poker game where there's very good players of poker at the table, and they all get dealt a certain hand. And the experiments that we've been doing now, we deal both the fungi and the plants a really interesting hand. But then what we do is we basically just shut off the light and then turn it on again, and one of the partners has won. But we never get to see how they do that. How do they trade? Because we've been unable to visualize the actual trade that's going on underground. So even though we've got the best poker players in the world, we really can't see how they're making it work. So one of the goals that we've had in our lab for about the last 3 or 4 years is to try to visualize trade. But this is such an important process. These are the nutrients that sort of drive all of the ecosystem processes that you see above ground happening below ground. But how can we see them? And so we developed this very cool technology where we could actually attach these quantum dots, as they're called, to nutrients. And quantum dots are these semi-conducting nanoparticles. And basically what they do is they fluoresce in very bright and pure, precise colors when they're hit with a UV light. So our approach was, what if we tag the nutrients with this nanoparticle? Can we watch how the different partners actually trade resources? So these are the kinds of experiments that we're doing right now. Here you can see on the C panel, you can see the actual quantum dot tagged phosphorus and it getting into the hyphae. And the kinds of questions that we're asking with these is to sort of see, well, how do non-cognitive organisms like fungi and plants, how do they deal with really unique economic systems? So for instance, one of the things we're really interested in is inequality, right? This is one of the major problems of our time. And we're quite interested to see, okay, well, if you have an organism that doesn't have a central nervous system, how does it deal with something like resource inequality? So we did an experiment where we compared different treatments where we either had resources that were very evenly spread across a fungal network, or we made one side very rich and the other side of the network very poor. And we wanted to see, how does the fungi respond to these kinds of conditions? And what we found was quite interesting. We found that when we increased this level of inequality, that it actually simulated resource sharing across the network, that the rich side of the network was sharing resources over into the poor side of the network. Now, of course, you could think, oh, this is just socialism at its best, right? The rich are sharing with the poor, and that's how nature works. Well, unfortunately, I think it's a little bit different than that. What we found was that it's not necessarily that the fungus was trying to help the poor side of the network, but rather, if the fungus was able to move the resources to an area where there were very few resources, the plant was actually willing to pay more for those resources. So there was a higher demand, and the plant was willing to pay more. So again, it was this incredibly sophisticated strategy that we saw evolving in a fungus, whereby it would first move resources from an area of rich abundance to poor, so that it could get a higher price for those nutrients. So again, why would the fungus be moving these resources? Basically to gain a better price for those resources. So what we see is that organisms, and this is kind of a new emerging field that we call social microbiology, and it's basically trying to understand how organisms that don't have a brain organize the way they move and share resources. Now, of course, when this first work came out, it again made quite a stir. There was an article in the Economist because it said, okay, so fungi, as it turns out, are canny traders of nutrients to plants, right? When the phosphates are scarce, their price goes up. And so for us, again, this is quite interesting to try to understand, well, what's really happening in these underground marketplaces. But it also opens up even larger questions about this idea of living algorithms. And that's this idea that fungi are somehow able to sense different conditions across their network, integrate that information, and then make trade decisions. So how that is done is really, really unknown. And that's the kind of thing that we're working on now. This is just a very small video of the kinds of things that we're seeing underground. These are the nutrients that are actually moving in these networks that we are walking on. These are where the trade deals are happening. And here's an even closer up vision. And one thing I want you to notice about this is quite interesting, is that you see these beautiful flows, but then they change directions, which is really dramatic, because it means that somehow the conditions are changing, which changes the physical, the biophysical, the chemical conditions within these pipes that make the nutrients flow a different direction. So what we're focused on now is trying to predict those types of flows and changes. To be able to do that, we need to actually understand the physical architecture of the network. So here's a video of what these kinds of networks look like in a 3D slice. So imagine you're growing a fungal network that's connected to multiple plants, and that you take very, very thin slices of that network. We need to kind of be able to quantify what that looks like, because these are the physical trade routes, right? So it's one thing we can guess and say, maybe it's moving it over there to get a better price. But until we understand the sort of the physicality of that trade route, we can't make the predictions we need to make. So we're building in our group right now an imaging robot that basically allows us to segment every single node of growth in these networks and then project it in a 3D way so that we can understand those physical trade routes and see how those resources are made, and then make predictions about what a fungus should do under a specific condition, and see, is that following our predictions from, let's say, classical economics. So that's my presentation for now. Thank you.
Amazing. Amazing also to see the density of the network that you take from a very small part of a petri dish.
Exactly.
And then understanding that in every pipe, flows are going both ways. And what I was able to see a time I was visiting the lab with you and Sasha, you even had a better close-up where you could see that in one pipe, flows were going up and down at the same time. That was, yeah.
Yeah, this is one thing that's really important that makes these fungi, these symbiotic fungi, even different from other kinds of fungi, is that because they are constantly trading with a host, they need to move carbon one direction and nutrients the other. And so even within this pipe system, they've evolved a way to make that happen. And we're trying to understand sort of the biophysics underlying how there can have this simultaneously bidirectional flow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, it's interesting to understand that we also have artists that have an interest in those same mechanisms and how we can understand them, what metaphors may be used to understand them more profoundly, more deeply. So in a way, well, for that I would give the word to Sasha, who has been working in Amsterdam, but you all also much earlier have been working with microorganisms, but also with insects, etc., understanding their agency within an ecology. So I'm also very curious about to hear more about your work, and then to see whether those metaphors of economic exchange, of marketplaces, how these can be discussed and what we can learn from Toby and your work. So please, Sasha, show us some more about what you've been doing the last year in Amsterdam, but also maybe earlier. I'm curious.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about a bit earlier also, and thank you for the invitation, and thank you for just having this opportunity to talk to Toby again, because it was a very exciting year and a lot learned. So I will just start sharing screen and show. Sorry. Okay.
Yep. That works. Yep.
No. It's going the wrong direction, I'm sorry. Okay, so as an introduction, I would like to say that in my work, I'm interested in a very particular subject. It's not an iconic organism or a specific landscape, but it's more like planetary metabolisms and its entangled feedback loops that span from micro to macro scale. So this is quite a, I think for an everyday person, difficult to grasp what I'm interested in. But luckily, through my artistic research, I found the medium which is very potent in metabolism, and this is soil microbiome, or soil where there is a lot of bacteria, archaea, and fungi. So fungi are not new in my artistic research, so since one of our works was actually a stage for collaboration between fungi and the human nervous system. It's called a MyConnect, an interspecies connector, which plugged the human body in a feedback loop with fungi and thus questioned human separation from the environment and blurring the body-environment division. So a person who was lying in this capsule was actually exchanging signals with the fungi. Another process that I tend to research continuously is symbiosis. So this was a really nice experience also to meet Toby, because we were able to discuss a lot of different phases of symbiosis, I would say, and see how in different contexts can be understood. But basically how I understand it is like a negotiation, this ongoing negotiation, which is very much context and time dependent. In one of my previous works, Symbiome, the interspecies negotiator, we sonified the process of symbiosis between red clover, Trifolium pratense, and soil bacteria Rhizobia. The idea was to make fluctuations of symbiotic relationship audible and reveal the influence of the environment onto symbiotic relationship via sonic modulations. So the visitors were really able to hear how this is not a steady relationship, but all the time changing and exchanging, basically. With my works, I want the audience to have as much of an embodied experience as possible, since I want to convey and offer a bit of situated knowledge of another species, agent, or process. This means that the audience is not in the situation where they just read or see, but usually smell, hear, feel things. And in the work Inspiration, the breathing station that you're looking at now, visitors are able to inhale a bit of happiness. A happiness bacteria, Bicobacterium vaccae, which is distributed by the installation. However, the puffs of air enriched with happiness bacteria are not always evenly enriched by the respiratory masks. Inspiration acknowledged that inhalation and exhalation are intimate processes that bind humans to their environment, but also asked what happens with the connection once it is technologically mediated. Who or what will dispense the dose if we will have breathing stations, and what does the dose contain, and who will survive because of this dose? So another thing that I'm interested in is interspecies relationships. And throughout my artistic practice, I consciously observe them and look at what kind of entanglement we have with them, with what kind of biopolitics and necropolitics comes in each relationship. And this politics defines quality of life for particular species and also their possibilities of survival. One of the artworks that deals with this is Transversal is a Loop, where I do a sound performance together in collaboration with crickets. And this is also a research of cricket-human relationship. And this work spans from sonic immersion into biological environment and then goes through a reality of crickets which are actually on in the process of extinction, as many insects are, and then to one of the most feasible possibilities of survival in planetary metabolisms that are at work at the moment, commodification. So I'm here in the research was looking for a way to find how would cricket survive in the system that we have now in the ecosystem and capitalistic system, and the only answer I could find was basically through commodification. But commodification as the mode for survival, unfortunately, at this moment is possible only from one species of crickets. And this is species Acheta domesticus, which is a standard feeder insect for pet and research industries. As mentioned before, planetary metabolisms are of great interest to me since they link the presumably unlinkable and reveal dependencies we are very much part of. In this work, Earthlink, the system of biological installations, aims to serve as an entrance point to the post-anthropocentric constellation of environmental relations and planetary metabolisms. Feedback looping entanglement connected with tubes circulating air saturated with organic and inorganic compounds entwine biomes with microorganisms of various origins and breeding station, a breath collector, and an ecosystem in constant negotiation affecting species from micro to macro scale. And now we have come to my latest interest, and this is storytelling, mythologies, and worlding. I came to this because, of course, as an artist, I work with a lot of materials and I look at them and I give them meaning. And more, of course, I was aware of how I'm constructing the meaning for the material making. What is in front of me is just a bit of what this becomes when I talk about it. So that's why I was very interested in this. So I believe that any description or metaphor of realities expresses a bit of truth. However, this is not a one-way process, since it also forms realities, brings them into being, it materializes them and co-creates them. Formation of metaphors is a two-way process where conditions for life of many beings are negotiated and at key moments also performed as abilities or disabilities, as support or negligence, as cooperation or as exploitation. The quick question in any of these stories or myths or scientific theories that we tell ourselves and others is what kind of world or realities or conditions are we creating with our stories, theories, interpretations? What kind of world are we evoking, building again and again? So as one of these examples of metaphors for fungi was Wood Wide Web. Is a metaphor for fungal networks that it's become very popular and widely spread in the past decade, I would say. However, there is something missing in this metaphor. Something is taken from fungi with this metaphor. It's a fungal agency. Fungi are not just entanglement of wires, as this Wood Wide Web suggests. It's not a system of inputs and outputs, but entanglement of a being whose individuality is very hard to even define because of these numerous nuclei that are flowing, these flows that Toby showed us. So fungi do make decisions, as Toby showed us, in which directions to grow and with who to share their nutrients that are not inert and inactive, but very active. So the World Wide Web metaphor takes away the agency from fungi, and this is very important to know when we're building myths, stories, and theories. We should be conscious that we might be taking away something from the organism we're describing, and with that taking a particular ethical stance. An ethical stand that will perpetuate a particular socioeconomical situation for both human and more than human beings, such as fungi, or it can start changing the world to be more inclusive, supportive, caring, and maybe wise, since truths are always complex and usually not so simple. Simple descriptions might actually be a sign of dangerous exclusion of multiple beings that might not be involved in processes of negotiating their conditions of life. So during my research, I came across this aphorism of George Box. The sentence is usually considered to be applicable to scientific models in general. So all models are wrong, but some are useful. And then I thought, what if we changed every once in a while this last adjective and thought of what about if all models are wrong, but some are caring, some are inclusive, some are speculative, empathic, harmful, or intuitive? what could that tell us for our research? So this was my last sentence that I want to put out there, to think about how when we do the research, what kind of models are we using and what are they saying? And in this year, I made the whole new series of works, which is in production. And now I would just like to show you a little teaser, a video of the series of works that are coming. So just bear with me and I will start sharing for a second and start sharing again. Okay, and here we go.
Micro-mythological machines were assembled to tap into the underground flow, while the data moved out of it, along with the numerous stories. No matter where the flow was sampled, there the stories were, flowing out of the mycelium network together with much needed nutrients. There were many whispers, but some stories seemed the same as they trickled out of Haiti in chunks and pieces. Almost as a repetitive mantra that loops and loops. However, they were never completely the same. There were always glitches of differences, as if they would be assembled again and again, like some sort of distant memory, and then murmured by the machine.
We can't return to it because the notepad was precisely the problem. Return to normal because that was precisely the problem. We can't return to normal. That's precisely the problem. We can't return to the normal. The problem. We can't. What we have was precisely the problem. It was return to normal. We can't because the normal was we can't return precisely the problem. It was precisely the problem that we have. We can't return to normal.
problem that we have at Richard's problem. We can't have this precisely the problem.
This is the end of my presentation.
Thank you. Another fantastic presentation. I loved it. Yeah, and there are so many things that relate to your both presentations. So I'm also glad that you came to work in the 3-package deal with Toby this year. Very unfortunate that we had to cope with COVID, but I hope this is not one of the last things we do in this residency of yours, and I hope your relation with Toby goes on. To give a reaction that maybe leads us to a little bit of a discussion here. I think it's interesting that you, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you also advocate for even looking at with more understanding of the complexity at those interactions. Also looking at this last quote that all models are wrong, but some can be used for specific purposes, and those purposes can also vary. The other thing I thought was also very interesting that you said is about the cricket work. In a way, if you, as a species, do not allow yourself to be commodified within an ecology, you tend to become meaningless and isolated and die out. At the same time, you're also looking at archaea, which are these very slow growing organisms that grow on almost nothing. Would you plea for a world with only that kind of organisms? Or do you plea for more complexity with the risk of some organisms being excluded from this very complex exchange? So it's also, I'm looking at this idea of agency and whether agency is something that you can, that also has the difficulty of being another reduction of the reality you're looking at. So that would be my question to both of you. Yeah, because in a way, if you look at this exchange being a marketplace, human society is more than just a marketplace. There's also people that give each other presents, that go past the market. And I would be interested to know from both of you whether these models create a bit better understanding for your type of research.
Who goes first?
Go ahead, Sleeth.
Well, of course, I would say that there is much more than to any organic life than just trading and exchange. Maybe the problem that we have, or the challenge that we have to see different kind of economies in different kind of ways, because we're also used only to used or practice a very particular economies, but there are several, I don't know, different economies that existed before or still exist among, for example, indigenous people towards their environment, or some other ways to dealing with them. And then through that, we could see different kind of also interpretations of the exchange that is happening in fungi or somewhere else. So it's like always we could use more. I like the sentence because it doesn't give only one truth. It says there is more truth. And that's, I think it's very important to have somehow in the framework of the research. And then once you get that settled, you can be open to adjust your view and see other realities. And that's what I feel is very important, because then the knowledge can just accumulate and you can look at it through that. But that's the problem of complexity. Well, the problem, or that's how complexity comes into the situation, and you have to think in a very different ways. And I think that's something that needs to be learned still a lot. So, but I still think.
Yeah, I think this actually hit on something really important with that last sentence. Because by putting a different word at the end of it, that's exactly how evolution works. Right? So it's all about trial and error, and not every model is good, and then all of these different traits that, I mean, it's just mind-boggling the way that evolution works, and all, this relentless testing of different phenotypes and genotypes, and to be able to be reminded of that also exists, for instance, in mythologies and stories. And I think that also came into play in the voiceovers in your videos, where it was talking about assembling and deassembling and assembling again. I think that's a view that we lose a lot as scientists. We like to focus on what's here right now and trying to explain the adaptive nature of that particular strategy or decision. But that's why I've enjoyed working with Sasha so much, is that her work sort of reminds me that it's so much bigger than that, because this is just one point in time, and stories have been told about it for centuries, and it's the same kind of work that is being done in our lab. It'll just be a story someday, and some of it will be true and some of it won't be true. But just the fact that it's always changing, constantly changing, and that's refreshing. It's also scary, right? As a scientist, where you want to nail things down, right? You don't want to always be reminded that it may not work like that. So I find it both really exciting and humbling, I guess I would say, to sort of have that bigger perspective.
Yeah, could you say something about the more complex economic exchange that you find there? Huh? Because what you showed us is that if your fungi finds a route that is not delivering enough, it goes to another route, and that may be of another individual plant, but it may also be of the same plant. So do you sometimes encounter on the one side more neoliberal kind of exchange, so more taking, more extractivism, and on the other hand, some more cooperation? Do you observe that?
We do observe that, and putting names on it, in some cases helps us describe it better. It also gets us into trouble, because then we try to pinpoint something that we see again in one point of time, and we don't know how long that strategy lasts. But we see all kinds of really sophisticated strategies. For example, we see instances where if you have a high nutrient resource patch, where the fungi will take it up, but then not trade it right away, right? It'll store it in these storage organs inside the hyphae, and wait until the plant is really, really low on nutrients, and then trade, and is willing again to pay more for those resources, right? I mean, if that's not neoliberal, I don't know what is. It's capitalism at its finest. But there's also cases where we see strains that seem to sort of trade willy-nilly, right? That don't show those same kind of sophisticated strategies. We do work, for example, where we'll take plant communities above ground and we'll shade one and let one grow in the sun, right? And then we try to figure out, okay, how does the fungi detect, where it's sending resources? And, on average, we find that it's going to send more resources to the plant growing in the sun because it's getting more carbon, but there's always outliers, right? Is that just noise, or has that fungi evolved some other kind of strategy that's that's a bit more socialistic? I think that we see a lot of range of strategies, and the more data that we gather, I think the better picture we'll be able to paint. But because this is all happening underground, getting those few data points can take years. So I think that's also something that needs to be said, is just, the sort of the technical difficulties in trying to understand how these organisms make decisions, right? You can poke them, you can prod them, you can see how they respond. but it's really difficult to actually understand what input is driving those strategies.
Yeah.
I would just like to add about technical difficulties. Like, I was shocked to learn that it takes 4 months to grow mycorrhiza in a way that then you can maybe image a video. So it's like, a lot of things can go wrong in these 4 months. So that was for me quite, it's a big technical difficulty to do this.
And I think that's what makes it amazing. I mean, you know, we have all of these examples from science of, you know, fungi solving mazes and things like that. And I think that the thing that we're trying to do slightly differently is there's a big difference between free living fungi and these symbiotic fungi. And I think a lot of people don't really understand that difference. But imagine you're an organism where to be able to grow and reproduce, you are required to trade. They cannot live without plant roots. And so it's quite interesting being an evolutionary biologist and trying to figure out, you know, how do you even build a model whereby to optimize your own growth, you have to optimize the way you interact with another organism. They can't live on their own, and yet they're the most, among the most, if not the most successful organisms on Earth, right? And it's something like 80 to 90% of all plant species have these fungi growing in their roots. And the relationship is 450 million years old, right? This is an ancient ubiquitous symbiosis. They're very dependent on a partner, and yet that works for them. So that also, I think, says something about cooperation and dependencies.
Yeah, Toby, your research is quite fundamental research into biophysics of these types of roots. And root networks. Could you say something about the application of that research, where it may go? Does it teach us about living algorithms? Can we learn from that, of biocomputing, etc.? Can you say something about that?
Yeah, I think it goes from a whole range of applied issues, right? I think sort of the most immediate and important applied issues have to do with agriculture. These fungi are found in the majority of the crops that we eat in the root systems. They represent a very sustainable way of getting nutrients for the plants. And one of the things that we're working with is trying to breed a more altruistic symbiont, right? I mean, can you imagine, you know, this is kind of what we didn't do with crop plants that allows them to grow in groups and be less competitive. You know, can you select for a fungi that spends more time collecting phosphorus than reproducing itself? Can you know, one that's giving instead of always strategizing? If we can really push the relationship with these fungi in agricultural systems, then, you know, we can sort of move away from a lot of the chemical fertilizers. So that's, I think, the most immediate. I think sort of climate change issue is really big. These networks store an incredible amount of carbon below ground, right? So, I mean, I think it's something like the air and the plants combined still have less carbon in them than the carbon stored underground. If these networks die, we basically release all of our carbon, and, you know, the planet, we have to talk more about Planet B, as you have been working on.
But then, if it's so interesting to also get those insights from Sasha's work about commodification of species, and at the same time, you do this research to research how the exchange between plant roots and mycorrhiza can become more altruistic.
Yeah.
Yet at the same time, the ethical question is also, how can we, as humans, as human society, become more altruistic and share that Planet B?
Yeah, I think it's all big questions. I mean, I'm really operating under the guise that these, you know, these fungi have been honed by natural selection to be as selfish as possible. And so, you know, as humans, can we tinker with that? But there's huge, you know, consequences to tinkering. But yeah, the key point is protecting these networks, I think. We recently started a conservation organization that's really focused just on protecting underground networks because they are so vital to the health of our ecosystems, and they're so unknown, and there's so many very cool spots of endemicism where, you know, it's kind of like coral reefs underground where we have no idea kind of species diversity and interactions that they have with all kinds of organisms. So I think, you know, when you think about applied, we really want to understand them. We want to keep them alive, and we want to know where they are. We want to map and protect them. And so that's a really big push in our group as well.
Yeah, it's very interesting. You should tell me later more about this protection initiative. You also mentioned coral reefs, which are interesting because they express so much more beauty, and therefore everybody thinks like. I
disagree.
No,
more beauty than networks? No way. I don't think anything's more beautiful than these networks.
For the general audience, if you talk to the general audience, you say, yeah, I'm the president of the Coral Reef Protection Initiative. They all say, yes, this beauty going away. But can you imagine saying the same about your fungi?
Yeah, well, that's what we're trying to work with Sasha. I think it's really, you know, wonderful to work with artists because, you know, looking at that last video, it makes people see these kinds of organisms in a different way, right? It's only because of how our science represents them that I think people think of them as non-charismatic, right, or not beautiful. I think that's why, you know, it's such an honor to work with Sasha because it gives a totally different vantage point on what's happening. In these networks. So yeah, could you speak on that, Sasha, a bit? Is like, do you think of them as ugly?
No, but since one of my first projects, I worked with them just because they seemed so beautiful to me. So it's just like to me they were always like the nervous system of the soil. So it's a different kind of nervous system, so it works there.
I didn't say they were ugly, huh?
Okay, you're not sure.
No, I agree. They are so beautiful. But it's interesting to hear you say that you need more artists like Sasha to embark on that same research you are doing, not only for creating more understanding of the beauty of those underground networks, but also for the research questions that are in there. So I want to conclude here with a little observation, and it is, if you talk about the economies or an economic view, a market view on the exchange between plants and fungal networks, I think that marketplace in a way should also include us, maybe not in the direct interaction, but in the thinking. We're part of that marketplace in order to make that exchange on a global scale in Planet B more altruistic. So yeah, that's maybe very personal view, but I want to thank you for your presentations, both your presentations and your explanation afterwards. And yeah, I hope to you stay in touch. And that we see you, Sasha, soon again in Amsterdam to learn more about the works of art you are developing as a result of the 3-package deal residency the last year here in Amsterdam and your work with Toby. So thank you. And yeah, we go back to wrapping up for this Kepler's Garden at Planet B. We hope to see you all again tomorrow. For another number of talks, and again, some work that Esme Geerken is going to show us from the Amolf Center. So thank you. For those of you that are around, there are some drinks, and hope to see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sasha and Toby. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
For Forest is an installation meant as a statement on climate change and deforestation. It was designed to make people think about humanity's impact on the environment. Imagine one day seeing trees could be a rare spectacle. We will join now the interactive 3D laser scan experience in the Deep Space 8K.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are very excited to welcome you all here today in the deep space at the Ars Electronica Center in Linz. My name is Gernot Paulus. I'm Professor for Geoinformation at Carinthia University of Applied Sciences in Villach, Austria. And on behalf of our interdisciplinary project team, I will guide you through this presentation today. We are here at the end of a long and also quite emotional journey full of coincidences, which almost started exactly 1 year ago with a project in Klagenfurt in Carinthia in the south of Austria with a real forest in the middle of a soccer stadium. This project for forests not only created worldwide attention, also not only in the art world, but also really provided very challenging opportunities for science in the field of geoinformation, surveying, forestry, and also the digital transformation of nature into a virtual space. We also invite you to join us today to explore this area of tension and transformation between art and science from different perspectives, from the artistic perspective, from the science and technology perspective. But last but not least, we also are very excited to explore with you together this project for forest for the very, very first time, a world premiere, so to speak, here today into the deep space. We are also very, very grateful and happy to welcome a visionary mediator of contemporary art, the creator and actually the brain behind this very unique For Forest project, who will share with you the artistic background and the visions behind this project For Forest. So please welcome Klaus Littmann.
Yeah, what can I say? I have to tell you a little bit about this project. The story is very long, and I try to do it in a short time. And I have to excuse also my bad English, but if I would speak with you in Swiss German, you wouldn't understand nothing. So I try my best. Where is this point? Yeah. I'm realizing since many years projects in public space, and this project is one in a long, long line, but it is also for me the biggest that I realized till today. It goes back for me that I saw 30 years ago in Vienna. A friend of mine showed me a drawing of Max Paintner, this Austrian artist and architect. And he showed me this drawing, and I was in that moment really completely, in a way shocked. Where I saw this idea, this image, and the title of the drawing was also for me very, very nice and beautiful, The Unending Attraction of Nature. And I was totally fascinated because I heard that he made this drawing 1970 and 71. So that means 50 years ago. And I saw it 30 years ago. And when I saw it, I had directly the idea that I want to try that this project will be real, that we really can see it in real. And I was fascinated because that somebody in 1970 has the idea that it could come in the future that we go, when we want to see nature, that we have to see them in specific places like here, like in a stadium. It took 30 years because to find a stadium is not very easy. Everywhere in France or in Switzerland or in Germany where there was a discussion that maybe they build a new stadium, and I did go there, but you have no chance, because when the soccer club plays successful, then you have no chance to get in, because there's so much money involved. There was no chance. I had another project in Basel where I'm living, and there was involved also a young colleague from me, a young artist from America. And one evening I was asking him what he did before, and then he told me he was in Klagenfurt, and he made there also very nice project in public space. And then he showed me a photo of this, and in one photo there I was asking, what is this here in the back? And then he told me, this is the stadium from Klagenfurt. First, I didn't know really, you have to excuse me, I didn't know where Klagenfurt is really. And when I saw the stadium, I said, "Boah, they have a stadium like this is incredible." And then he told me, yeah, but it's also a political story and a long, long, long story. And he told me also that this stadium is used by a soccer team, but they are not in the best shape. So when they have a game, maybe 400 or 500 people coming to see the game. And then I said, for this I'm looking now since 30 years. So what I did go directly by car to Klagenfurt to see this stadium. And then 6 years long, I did go many, many, many times to Klagenfurt. I spoke with all the different people in politics and whatever. And after 6 years, we could open this project last year on the 8th of September, so directly 1 year ago. If you want to realize something like this, you need money, of course, because it's a really very, very expensive project. So I had to organize the money, because the whole project is paid by private money. The biggest part of it I found in Switzerland. And then you need also to have the people where you can do it. So I found a very good landscape architect, Enzo Enea, in Zurich, and I showed him what I would like to do, and he said, yeah, it's a must, we have to do it. And then he organized what we needed, because first it was important for Max Peidner also that we have a forest where we have mixed trees, not only one type of trees, that it will be a mixed tree forest. The other thing was that it was important that you couldn't go into the forest, or you couldn't touch the forest. So the people, like here, watched it from these different levels. And that was also, for me, important, that when the people did come to the stadium, that they really walked around, that they did go up and down and saw it in different perspectives. We needed 300 trees, because the whole field is about 7,200 square meters. And these trees we found not in Austria, because what you need for that is, I don't know what the word in English is, it's called verschulte Bäume. It means these are trees, you have them in a package, and every 4 years you have to plant it in a next size, so that you have really trees in the size of about 40 meters. So these trees that we used, they are all between 30 and 40 years old. And there you have specific places in Europe, in Italy, in Germany, in Netherlands, where they bring them up. So we did bring them all to Klagenfurt. And there, in the first moment, I had my personal problem, because of course, I was thinking, yeah, is this really, can you do that? That you take trees so many kilometers to a place to show the people what could be in the future. But we decide yes, because this picture is of course, or this image is of course also a provocation. And sometimes you, yeah, I think it is very important that you realize or show the people this, because we all in our daily life, yeah, we're going around, and with the time we don't, yeah, see or realize what's around. And what we're doing here was something very simple. We took something from daily life, a forest, and we put it on a different place where you couldn't accept that this is there. And the reaction of the people was really amazing. I never saw so much people crying when they saw these trees in the stadium. It was also for me important that, or for me it was clear, but it was a big discussion, because everybody said, yeah, but why are you doing this? And then I said, yeah, it's important. I'm sure that this image will go around the world, and this was happened. And then there was something else coming, and that was for me also luck in one way, because with Friday for Futures, for the people, they had also a different view. I mean, for many people, the forest is just something symbolic. It's the place of happiness, but this is also a memorial for the whole climate change situation. But that this was happened in this moment. I mean, a drawing was 50 years old, or an image that was 50 years old, that we could realize it in this time last year. That was really, yeah, incredible. I'm really happy that we could realize it. And then something will happen, that these people did come from the Fachhochschule or University in Kärnten, and they told me, yeah, we want to go in the stadium, and we want to do this and this and this. I didn't understand anything, and I must tell you, till now I don't understand it. But yeah, I will be also surprised now what we will see, or what I will see. It's something for me, something, yeah, where I never was thinking that something with this image, you have another step in a time or in a future or in a completely new field. And yeah, I thank you for that. And now I will be really wondering what I will see.
Yeah, so these are just actually the starting point. I don't know, maybe some of you have already seen this project one year ago. These are actually different types of impressions. It was really spectacular. It was also open till 10 p.m. at night. It was from beginning of September till end of October. You also can see changing of the colors. So many people visited it from at different times. People came in to have a picnic, and this was really a very special and unique, also from a personal point of view. And as Klaus Littmann already said here, a lot of people were really touched by this worldwide very unique project. Also in the combination with this very nice architecture of the stadium and the different visions and views. This has been really very interesting. But this what you see here now are just pictures. Everybody of you can actually take it with a smartphone, with a camera, and what we were interested in was actually also the scientific perspective of this project. So for us, suddenly we had this forest in a stadium, and from a scientific perspective, actually this represented for us a worldwide unique experimental lab where we have controlled conditions, we know how many trees are there, which type of trees are there, and the questions we are interested in were on the one hand, how can we handle this large amount of data capturing from the real world and transfer it to a digital space. We are using different sensors. On the one hand, on the ground, terrestrial laser scanning. How can we combine those with data we get from aerial images of drones at very high resolution? A very interesting question is also how accurately can we represent green space and vegetation in a virtual space? And what we will also do together here, how realistic can such an art intervention be documented, which is over in the past, but maybe also to present it to future generations, and how we can experience such things together in a virtual environment. And the making of this project, or the data we will see at the end, we will just go through. So the first thing is actually the vertical view. Here we used drones, what you can see here. It's a fully certified professional multi-rotor system with a high resolution camera. What you can see on the left-hand side, the stadium and the mission plan. The drone is flying this path based on GPS automatically. And what we will get here is some technical parameters. In total, we have about 570 individual images. They have a very, very high overlap, an incredible resolution, about 6 millimeter per pixel. Flight altitude was about 70 meters. And based on this high overlap of these pictures, we can then create different type of data from the vertical view. One are so-called auto images. In these images, they are rectified, and we can also measure there, and you can see here also the different resolutions. And one product we will explore at the end today are so-called 3D point clouds. We have here the same point, for example, a leaf of a tree in different images, and from the different angles we can calculate the 3D position of such a point. And here you can see now the representation of this forest, not only in an image, but represented by about 800 million individual points, and the data size of about 20 gigabyte just of this data. And this is just a few we have from above. And then, of course, we cannot see everything from above. We also need to go into the horizontal view, and here we are using terrestrial laser scanning, and my colleague Philipp Zebedin from Leica Geosystems, he will now actually explain you this part here from the ground.
Thanks, Gernot. Okay, I had 3 tasks in this project. The first task was to capture the terrestrial points, so the laser scanning from terrestrial view, to get a lot of information from the ground. That you can have an overview what we did. We used 2 laser scanners, 2 teams, and it was really hard to get all the information done in a very small time period. As you can imagine, on the one hand side, the forest has to be ready. But on the other hand side, there should no people inside the stadium, that they are not also captured on the point cloud. So we get 4 days to collect the terrestrial data. And the first day we went around the stadium, outside the stadium. On the second day, we went inside the stadium, but inside the building of the stadium. And the last 2 days, we were inside the public area. So you see it here. We went up and down nearly every rank, every level of the stadium. And what was in the end a very big bonus, Klaus Littmann allowed us to enter near the forest. So as you can see here, we are very close to the forest, and so we get a lot of information also inside the stadium. We had nearly 600 setups. One setup is one standing of the scanner, and this was a lot of working. It was also the outside working, but also the working on the computer. It took several weekends to calculate, to process this data, and this is one of the first results. So you can see also outside we get a lot of information, but also, of course, inside of the stadium. The laser scanning point cloud has nearly 27 billion points. So the second task I had to fulfill is then to make a fusion between the data, the point cloud from the UAV, from the top view, and the point cloud from the terrestrial laser scanning. And I have to be honest, I've never done this before, so this was also very exciting for me. It took, I think, 2 weeks that I get the first impression of the compared point cloud. And now was one question was, is this correct? How can I prove if the 2 point clouds are correct? So with Gernot, we thought, what can we do to compare, to validate these point clouds? So we took 3 examples from the whole point clouds. One is the building, as you see on the left-hand side. So we took stairs built of concrete. Then in the middle, some clearing. This was directly in the middle of the forest. And of course, the forest, we need some trees. So we took one example of one tree to make some comparison. First, I took the different sensors and made the point clouds in different colors. So as you can see here, the red dots are points collected by the terrestrial laser scanning, and the green dots are from the UAV, from the drone. Okay, on the left-hand side is the stairs. Most of the points were collected by the terrestrial laser scanning because this concrete are under the roof of the stadium, so there was no chance to get some information from the photos taken from the UAV. In the middle, it is, I would say, half green, half red. And what was the main part and why we choose both sensors is because of the trees. You can see here up in the trees there are a lot of green points. The most green points, there's a really big part of the green points that they will come from the drone. That's what it is. We took it from above. And on the ground, there are no green points. So that's why we took the second sensor and we collect the data from the ground, from the terrestrial laser scanning. And with the fusion, we get an overview of the whole tree. So, but that is no answer of our question, is this correct or how accurate is this tree? So what was the next step? The next step is we made a difference picture. We said, okay, we will compare the both point clouds. How big is the difference from the drone point cloud to the terrestrial point cloud? And the biggest part is around 3 centimeters. That's much better than we expected. So this is in the middle, in the clearing, and that's of course because I told you before we have no overlap in the lower part. There we can make no difference, but in the upper part of the tree you can also say in this histogram the biggest part of the point difference is around 3 centimeters in 3D, not only in the height or in 3D. So this is really a great result. We never thought that we can get it so accuracy, and we're really happy about this fusion. So here are some specs about the fusion, about the the complete 3D point cloud. Yes, you can see here nearly 27.5 billion points used here for control and registration. We took 10 control points, and here the accuracy is 8 millimeters and 12 millimeters to a normal surveying. So this is really, really great. We never thought that we can get this. So now I'm at the end. I will hand over to Gernot, and I wish much fun to view now our point cloud.
Okay, so just the final step actually was done by our colleagues from the Ars Electronica Future Lab to take this point cloud, what we created, this integrated point cloud, and transfer it here into the deep space, into this virtual environment. This work was done by Roland Haring and Roland Eigner. And we are going now to dig into the deep space and the view of the stadium now. So you have to put on now your glasses, your 3D glasses. Okay, so what we have done here now is just to define some specific points. So we are just starting with a flyover on the roof from the different sides here, with a look at the bird's view into the stadium and into the forest from above. We are actually also now coming to the ground and entering the stadium through one of these entrances. So you can also see this information, this combination from terrestrial laser scanning or the infrastructure, the beams inside the stadium. And these are now actually some of the views the visitors actually just were able to make and experience. Walk around the grandstand from below, from above. Actually, there are 30,000 people in the stadium, so it's really, really, really huge. And so what you can see here also, again, as I said, this infrastructure and these perspectives of the stadium. Here are also some people actually were visiting, which were also captured. And now we are also here very, very close at the grass, actually, where normally football players are warming up. And this was here also the close-up view. And then again, we have here this view again from above. And here, this is actually also this clearing. This was actually not possible to access for the people visiting. And also what you can see here are the different layers of vegetation, the grass on the one hand, and the low bushes, the ground, and the tree stems. You can also see here in front some deadlock, which was also placed there to really provide the impression of a real forest. So only animals like deers were missing, but here, this is something which was, for example, not possible to explore during the project here, but now in a digital environment, we also have this chance to view and have this still impression available. So this was now actually this predefined path through this point cloud, and I would just ask Katrin now, because she is, I think, much more experienced in using such a console for a free flight, actually through
so
the stadium.
Thing is that not only I am gonna show you a free flight, but if anybody wants to try it out on their own, that would also be possible. So that's the idea. I'm gonna show the person who wants to try it how to use the Xbox controller. It's quite easy, so don't hesitate. Would be fun if somebody else wants to try it as well. Yeah, you, perfect. So it's quite intuitive, and that's also the positive for this technology. And while you can try that one out, are there any questions from the audience to either Herr Paulus, Herr Zebedin, or Herr Littmann? Mr. Littmann? Or does anybody just want to enjoy for now? Over there?
Where are the trees now?
Okay, who would like to answer that one? Herr Littmann, maybe?
Yeah, the trees now on different places. The original idea from my side was that the forest will be planted nearby the stadium in Klagenfurt, but in the end this was not possible. So some of them in Ober- or Niederösterreich and some in Klagenfurt, but they are not together anymore. So this forest is not existing in that way how you can see it now here.
But it's still existing in the virtual space. So as it was, so as we have measured and located and captured the data, so we still know exactly which tree at which location and which species is still there. So at least in the virtual world, it's still together.
So because we are right now at the clearing, I have actually a question also for you. Why did you put a clearing in if it was never your intention to have people walk around in the forest?
Yeah, that was from beginning on clear also from Max Peitner's side, because what we wanted is that the people, they go in the stadium, walking around, like I said before, but then also we wanted that the people, yeah, maybe sitting down and look at it, have a respect distance, and that they maybe start to think about what has this to do with me? What is my relation to the nature, to the forest, and all these questions that came up when you saw that. That was also something that the people told me, because when you're going in a forest, yeah, like once in a week or more, yeah, you have not this distance and not this image that provokes you to think about that what you see in a clearer way maybe.
Thank you. And would anybody else like to try the application out? So you flew us around quite well already, but maybe somebody else, because there are quite a lot of people in here, would like to try it? We hear somebody? Because otherwise you can continue if you want to. Yeah? Okay, so if there aren't any further questions, we can just enjoy the forest for a moment. Hang on 1 second.
For how long did you keep the forest?
2 months.
Okay, so for 2 months. Yeah.
What are you doing now with this material in the future?
What you see here now was actually really the very first achievement to bring this forest with a 3D point cloud here into this 8K virtual environment. One of the challenges we have still is that on the one hand we have the whole project with about 27 billion points, but we have here a bottleneck in this transition into the deep space just due to computational power, that, for example, a smooth rendering like you see it here now is possible. So this is something we are interested in the future also to bring in much more information we have already also into this 3D world. What you can see here now is vegetation, is a forest, but also in the future it might be possible to explore such a vegetation for a forester to do some measurements in this virtual space. So what we did also as reference measurements was that we not only located every single species at the exact location in the stadium, but we also measured, for example, the stem diameter. This is a measure foresters are interested for harvesting. And as we have this reference data, we can now see how accurately we can extract out of this combination of terrestrial laser scanning from the ground and drone images from the air an automatic process for supporting a forester to harvest. So we have 2 student research projects performed so far successfully. So it's a incredible data set we have available. Also to continue working on getting metrics out of, for example, an automatic calculation of the height of the canopy. And if we can prove that this will work here, we can then in the future also try to reproduce it and do an automatic change detection. So how is our environment changing, also in terms of climate change? Not only having here the morphological parameters, but also how is the tree changing over a whole vegetation period. So these are the questions we are interested and we are currently working on.
Okay, so I think we flew for some time now over the forest and also through the forest, of course. And I would like to thank you also, Mr. Paulus, thank you so much, Mr. Littmann, and also Mr. Sebedin, for us to be able to have this project here in Deep Space 8K. And of course, I would like to thank all of you for attending this year's festival, and I hope you enjoy your further stay here very much. And maybe also once again in the deep space. So thank you, and when you go out, would you please put your 3D glasses into the boxes? That would be great. Thank you.
Also, thank you very much from our side. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Matthew Gardner. I'm an artist and researcher at the Ars Electronica Future Lab, but I'm coming to you now from my studio in Geelong, where I've been working on a new project called OriboKit. OriboKit comes from several things, but mostly from my 16 years of robotic origami practice and research. OriboKit in particular came from the fact that I was working on these blossom designs for a project for a museum, and suddenly coronavirus hit and the whole project went on hold, but the design for this blossom was finished. So I'd spent a lot of time refining this mechanism, making it so that it was, one, was easy to produce, so I could make a lot of them, and two, so it is as recyclable as possible. So where possible, I've used recyclable materials. So from the PLA plastic, which is biodegradable, to mostly it's about the paper mechanism. So I've used a machine grade washi that's the white paper, and the craft paper is which is the brown paper, is also very, very, very recyclable. It's quite a raw paper with very long fibres, and it's quite good for paper recycling in general to use that. The next place came from is the fact that following coronavirus impact, I had time to learn how to do some PCB design. So I took my existing knowledge of electronics, I worked with my brother, who's somewhat of a budding expert in the field, and he's been taught by my father, who's a total definite expert in the field, and basically took these years of experience and wrapped them up into the first experiment, which was this board, the OriboKit version 1. And I did it with the idea that I could use it for my practice, but then after realizing how freeing and how open the possibilities for low volume, high quality circuit boards is, I realized there was quite some room for good design, good concepts, and good products. And I realized that this was a way to engage an audience which is otherwise currently inaccessible. So who can go to museums, who can go to physical workshops, can now participate in quite a cutting-edge piece of research, artistic research. They can make an artistic work for themselves, and at the same time develop some skills in folding robotic origami, assembling robotic origami, and then possibly leading into doing some programming of their own. So the board is set up so that it has an STM32 controller, it has a light-dependent resistor on here, it has a few buttons that allow you to set the levels on the light-dependent resistor, but it's also got a lot of independent I/O pins. So if you wanted to, you can get another type of sensor from another electronic supplier, we've got some ideas for some sensors that we'll add on, but at the moment you could basically use it like an Arduino, except what it's got built in is 3 mounting points for 3 small servos, and it's got drivers, they're properly got nice big capacitors there, so you know you can expect good high quality and reliable servo responses from those. It's also got USB-C, which allows you to have a high amount of current. At the moment it's fused at 1.5 amps, but that's plenty for 3 small servos. So the overall idea is to bring, the overall idea for OriboKit is to allow you to integrate and start to understand how origami, nature and technology begin to integrate. One of the nice sculptural aspects about this work is this flexible cable, which allows you to wrap and integrate your robotic blossoms and to graft them onto a tree branch of your choice. I think this is a really nice, as soon as I found this possibility, I became very satisfied. I found myself like I'd reached a kind of zenith for this particular, you know, small blossoms. You know, because there's so much that's beautiful about just any branch on any tree, that to kind of complement or to integrate with that branch in an effective way, if the work meets that challenge, then it's already reached some level of transcending from inanimate to animate. And this is an important distinction for a lot of robotics, I think, this kind of blurring between the boundaries of nature. So the best way to take part is to get online to oribokit.com, grab yourself a kit. When the kit arrives, we'll work with you to fit you into the next available workshop, and you can also access all of our online videos and instructions which take you through the process of building your own OriboKit. I look forward to seeing you there.
Today we increasingly encounter robots and AI systems in our lives. Think of manufacturing robots in industry, social robots in nursing homes, algorithms that doctors use to make decisions with voice assistants in our homes. But what does it actually take for us people to trust all these clever machines? How do we want them to communicate to us? Do we actually want to listen to the words of a robot, or do we prefer to stay in command ourselves? These are fundamental questions for our research at the LRT Robopsychology Lab, and these are also the questions that we want to tackle with our project Robots Talking to Me at the Ars Electronica Festival 2020. So what to expect? The first VR game is called Cobot Studio. Cobot, the term cobot comes from collaborative robot, and this VR game is all about the creation of mutual understanding in human-robot teams. The preparations are running at full speed. Here at the Robopsychology Lab, test users are currently meant to identify lost bugs in the game. What are we gonna do in Cobot Studio VR? We are using VR headsets to beam the player in the production halls of our fictitious company Rubber Duck Inc. It is a self-declared producer of the most excellent rubber ducks in the world, and I'm not gonna deny that we had some fun making this up. By using hand tracking or a controller, in there you can sort and pack and paint rubber ducks together with an industrial robot as your partner. Sometimes you're gonna control the robot, and sometimes you must try to read the robot's non-verbal signals in order to correctly guess what its intentions are and react accordingly to them. There's one part, for example, in the game where your aim is to guess as quickly as possible which target location the robot is moving to. And by the way, the mobile robot you're seeing here, its name is Chimera, will also be physically present in our Robots Talking to Me area at the festival, and I hope Chimera will be in a good enough mood to give our festival guests a nice and warm welcome. Serum 13 is about saving the creatures of an untouched island world by means of a serum, which you as a player first must produce in a virtual biotech laboratory. You're gonna have tricky puzzles to solve for this, some of them pretty stressful. But you'll have an AI assistant on hand to provide support in these puzzles. This AI assistant will talk to you and give you advice, for example, on how to decode X-rays. But one question remains, and this is the question that is central to this game: when to trust the AI, when to better decide for yourself to produce as much of the saving Serum 13 as possible. Our vote panels are going to be mobile display boards made of wood, very haptic, which invite you to vote on fundamental questions about the use of robotics and AI in our society. For example, should robots simulate emotions? Do we want them to pretend to have feelings, even though it's always just a simulation? Visitors can give a pro or a con vote via a web interface that you can use on your smartphone. And in the lower part of the vote panels, and this is the very cool part about this project, I think, a vote counter and a mood meter will display the voting results in real time, reflecting the festival people's approval or rejection of the electoral question that was asked to them. Come by, put on a VR headset, raise your democratic voice for a bright future of technology. We are looking forward to seeing you at Robots Talking to Me at the LIT Open Innovation Center here at the JKU campus. And now we are hopefully done. I mean, who has time for a video interview right now? We really could use some superpowers to get everything ready for this festival.
the Bartlett School of Architecture, University College London, showing their extensive program titled The London Garden of Heterotopias Towards Words and Technologies of Care, will now continue with a talk by Dr. Ruairik Lin, Director of the Interactive Architecture Lab, on notions of antidisciplinarity in design for performance and interaction and emerging new types of practice. The lecture will be followed by a performance by Alexander Whitley Dance Company. Digital Body uses motion capture technology to digitize sequences of choreography. Chaotic Body brings together 3 composers and digital artists to collaborate with the dance company on the creation of 3 short films and augmented reality projects, taking inspiration from chaos theory and the associated geometric patterns in nature.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are. My name is Ruairik Lin. I'm the director of the Interactive Architecture Lab, and thank you for joining me at this virtual Interactive Architecture Lab event. I'm presenting behind this virtual background, so bits of my body and limbs might disappear depending on the algorithm. But this is the building that we're typically based here at UCL, University College London. And we're the Bartlett School of Architecture, which is why we have this big B somewhere around my disappearing finger. So the purpose of this presentation is to just share a variety of work, which I hope will be inspiring and interesting, and show the work of a growing research lab based in London that considers itself to be trying to break the boundaries of architecture, to develop new kinds of practices between spaces of performance, interaction, design, spatial design, and technological design. So what we're trying to do is to foster a new type of academic program, a platform for radical interdisciplinarity or transdisciplinarity. And the people who are involved in this program come from a variety of backgrounds. We have people teaching on the program and working from the lab from backgrounds, of course, in architecture, but also in neuroscience, in acoustic engineering, mechanical engineering, a variety of different kind of performance backgrounds. We also have people from backgrounds in computer science, people working in the fields of new media. I myself, although I trained as an architect and in digital media, practice as a kinetic artist. I work a lot with robotics. So each member of staff has a very particular flavor of interest in transdisciplinary practice. And so it's become a big kind of soup or melting pot for helping another generation of, or a young generation of practitioners to develop their own unique and personal agendas. So today is all about sharing a variety of projects and not about me talking too much about the lab. So I'm going to jump straight in by showing you a couple of projects, and then a little bit later on, if you're interested, towards the end, I might talk a little bit more about how we do that, what the program, what the lab does, and what our master's program does. But let's just jump straight into some projects, and we might swing back to that later. So I thought I'd begin with the theme of performance, which of course is in the title of our master's program, but also very much at the heart of our thinking. And the central tenet that runs through the program is this idea of the creation of spaces for performance and the creation of performances within them being symbiotic activities. What that means for us is that we see performance and interaction as a holistic design practice that embodies both the space, the context, the situatedness of work, the bodies of people, the bodies of things that may have their own types of performative agency, and about the choreography and arrangement of all of those together. So it requires this total vision for design. And this first project I would like to show from Shuko Keito, I think, starts to express some of these notions. Keito was an architect by training, but also a dancer, an amateur dancer, and she wanted to bring her real passion for dance into architecture. So we had the simple question, could she be able to design her architecture through dance? Could her movements start to be a design method for articulating a type of architecture that she wants to build? And so she was looking at notation of movement and how that can be captured and expressed in simple geometric forms. And we developed a pipeline where her movements were captured. These lightweight aluminium tubes were fed through a pipe bending machine by this robotic arm. And slowly but surely this record, this spatialized set of notations of her movements would come out of this feedback loop between the dancer and the machine. And as her movements would start to increasingly lead to more and more elements within that space, the architecture would also start to have a part in this performance. It would start to shape her movements, it would open up certain routes, it would suggest certain types of movements, it would close down other types of movements. And so certain types of repetitive motion would start to appear, and certain features within this space would start to build up. And so eventually there is both this performance of the dancer, the performance of the machine, and this kind of spatial constraints, or you might say the performance of architecture itself. And this feedback loop was very, very interesting, and only possible through the combination of architectural tools, notational techniques, robotic control, body tracking, and so on. Another real interest in performance comes from how the virtual and the physical meet. There's this ongoing dialogue within the lab around how complicated, how much the virtual can pull us away from our bodies. So Unbalance is about trying to regain a sense of our body in virtual space by actually manipulating our sense of unbalance while being at the same time immersed in this virtual space. So Aline, the author of this project, has built this suit with these beads that are running around the body, shifting weight around, creating this very physical, haptic and auditory sense of movement. The platform she's on is of course unbalanced and is constantly causing her to become or remain completely connected to her own body and its sense in this space, although her visual sense of the space is this abstracted, particleized world of her own movements. And so it becomes this some physical but at the same time virtual dance between two, and it pushes towards a sense of virtuality that might still have at its heart embodiment and physical and haptic experience. And this is something that comes right through, I think, the work on the program, because there is this kind of critical position upon how a lot of tools and a lot of thinking around technology seems to disregard the body and its intimate role in our experience of space. And all experience for that matter. Our approach to this begins really in the first week that students join us in the lab. So it begins with puppetry workshops, for example, where we start to explore how certain exaggerations of movement can bring life into inanimate things. We actually bring this right through to this notion of puppetry, right through to the design of many of the interactive objects installations that we develop. But these are ideas that we start to invest in the very first week of the course. And for a course that's so dedicated to looking at new technological solutions, it's somewhat a bit of a surprise to students when they first arrived. Often their first week is without any sense of technology, but much more kind of conversations, provocations, and beginning with people becoming aware of their own bodies and how everything begins there and ends there. This is Alexander Whitley. He's a fantastic dance choreographer who's showing work this year at Ars Electronica. He's one of our primary tutors on the program, and a collaborator with many, I think, of the most interesting new media artists in the UK as well in developing digital performance shows. This is the work of a mime artist that we work with very often, again, getting our students to think about how the smallest gestures can infer and send messages. So again, before we even think about trying to deliver messages through any technologies, we're thinking about how a thumbs up or a smile might make people feel. The results of this, after a year, 15 months in fact, for the master's program, can be quite dramatic and can start to be, for example, dance performances, in this case in the development of a set of very unique and bespoke lighting systems that create a sense of the technology having a presence in the space as well as the dancer. This is the work of Lumina, a set of suspended lighting elements that use refraction to effectively almost bend light around space and to create an architecture out of light that's responsive to people's movements inside of it. And I'll show a little bit more of that later when it was exhibited at the Tate Britain. This, of course, focuses very much on the body in relation to performance. But there's also the idea of the architecture itself as a space, as a performer. And this, I think, articulates some of the approaches where we start to use theatre technologies, but bringing them out of the theatre or out of the black box and inhabiting space with them. This is also an example of a project which uses narrative filmmaking to be able to express an idea or an ambition for a design project. And Michael's project specifically is looking at the idea of the simple notion of a marble bull run and how it could be communicated through a whole variety of different media technologies across a building. So the work of our students crosses over very closely then with the work of the staff on the programme, and this is the New Movement Collective. One of their members is a primary tutor on the programme, and this is a project that they did with Marshmallow Laser Feast, a leading new media company in London. And it's just an idea, again, I think an expression of this crossover between performance and architecture. The tutors on the programme come from a variety of backgrounds, and you can find out more about it from the Interactive Architecture website. And I won't dwell too much on all the individual skills, but it's this ecosystem of different kinds of practitioners coming from such a wide variety of fields that allows us to be able to support a variety of research projects and students from a variety of different backgrounds. But behind the teachers on the programme there's also a network of industry that are part of shaping how we think about the design for performance. One of the key members of our advisory group is Stewfish, who are really taking these kind of new media technologies and thinking about these architecturally at a scale unlike anyone else. And I think it's a demonstrator of how architectural thinking, architectural training can actually realize these kinds of new media technologies at a unique scale in different kind of contexts than new media typically gets shown in. Another one of the key advisors is the Jason Breed Studio, who we work with very closely. We have students who've gone there, we have staff who on our teaching program who actually work there as well, and they do a very wide variety of urban interventions, particularly using light but also movement, but looking at how, in this case, how the everyday gestures of walking down a platform can be captured and played back to people and create a little bit of theatre in an otherwise fairly dreary experience of commuting. I wanted to move on to another theme which is critical, which is around the idea of designing through making, and how our program is very, very much focused on getting people to make, to think. So here's a little taster, first of all, of the types of making that go on the program. And I just wanted to focus in on one project from a few years ago that I think shows a variety of different elements. This is Charlie's face capturing tool using Face OSC, but translating that into the movement of this frame that manipulates through magnets this ferrofluid that lives within this frame, which is then attached to a wall and is able to be manipulated magnetically from behind the wall. From this, Charlie was able to fit this to a industrial robot arm that we have in the lab, which then allowed this simple little frame to start to move around. There's a little camera you can see hidden above it, which actually tracks people's faces. And we then bring this work out into the outside world. This is at the Connecticut Art Fair, and introduce this little bit of magic to the gallery, where otherwise lots of things are sort of sat static on the wall. It's looking at people's faces, actually mirroring their movements back at them with this very abstracted eyes, playing with these kind of very primitive senses of perception of life. And in some ways the tricks here are very Victorian, you know, playing with magnets, but then just giving it this digital twist, robotic twist. The ability to make is kind of at the center of the program, and a lot of what we do is spend time in the workshop making things and understanding materials. A lot of too often I think people think of new media as being around digital programming and working with digital media, but again, we have this real interest in the body and embodiment and the performance of materials as much as the performance of digital tools. And so understanding the kind of mechanical process to go on underneath it is just as important as learning digital skills, whatever they may be. This is just an example of a commercial project that the lab was involved in, working with marshmallow laser feast on a large-scale public art installation. And this just shows a variety of very tangible physical processes that were involved in building an installation. And of course, alongside this was coding and the development of a variety of digital components that would then animate that work. But this awareness and understanding of processes, whether it's anodizing aluminium or polishing or whatever the particular process might be, exposing students to that variety of material possibilities is something that we're very passionate about doing. But then taking those, combining those with the latest digital computational tools, such in this case we built a completely custom robotic arm that would live inside of this copper ring structure. This robotic arm moves around, it's got this light source on the end of it, it's able to project light through the text on the sculpture onto the surrounding surfaces of the church. And people can actually walk up to underneath it, and as they move their hands, it actually starts to move the light around and project different messages onto the walls. Our project Hex, I think, is a really nice example of a very low-tech, very material approach to designing for performance and interaction. I think we dealt with a really important issue around, Twitter and the world that we've been living in recently. The sort of sentiment, very angry, often sentiment that gets communicated, and about finding a somewhat, maybe perhaps more playful way to sort of respond to certain kinds of emotional content that might be in messages. So Hex uses puppetry as a sort of principal idea, but it also works with a lot of model making techniques, and our students were able to sort of create a very playful, deliberately naive kind of environments, and to be able to animate then these using off-the-shelf hobby robotics, servos and so on. So the students are designing the environment, they're designing the code, they're building the puppets, learning about choreography, they're building sets. They're also building the underlying systems that then allow it to connect to Twitter's API and so on to do the sentiment analysis, and for it to then be articulated in this performance, filmed and then sent to anybody who uses the system online. So there's a kind of huge array of very material practices going on here. There's traditions of performance that are being borrowed upon and learned from, and then there's a variety of new techniques that are state-of-the-art, all overlapping. But in the end, the idea, particularly in this project, is for all of that technology to hide away and for us to be left with these really playful little performances that express a whole variety of different kinds of emotional content. Hex is a great introduction actually to the next theme that I think is very strong, which is thinking around the notion of the theatre of machines, thinking about how we can actually think about machines as performative in our built environment. And this is not our work, but I think this is a couple of examples of how robotics are being considered to be not just things that work on factory lines, but things that live in our built environment, that have strange expressions, and will radically change the way that we move around the city, how goods and services are provided, and so on. So we're really interested in this idea that this autonomy of machines is coming, and with it a whole variety of new types of artificial life will soon cohabit our built environment, and we're very interested in the kinds of behavioural possibilities of this. This connects back to notions of puppetry as well. This is a variety of examples I'm going to show you now. Students' work that looks at, so in some cases, very simple types of movement, but the kind of qualities that can be found inside of them and celebrates them. So this project called Analog Future by Parker Hale is an example of using a digital control system, but then embracing the chaotic nature way these flipping ladders, Jacob's ladders, start to reflect light into the space, creating this almost waterfall effect. Parker's able to choreograph these movements, be able to create certain types of patterns, and he's been putting these kinds of surfaces into performance context as staging elements, but also as kinetic artworks that go into public spaces. It was recently shown at the Canary Wharf's Winter Lights Festival. Switching from the very analog now to the digital, I wanted to introduce Hugo, which is a project that embraces the latest developments in machine learning and modular robotics, and explores the potential to have a playful and collaborative interaction with these modular robotic machines. As a lab, we're also very lucky to get the opportunity to install in venues like the Centre Pompidou here. We're presenting Motive Colloquies, a project developed between myself and students, positioned in the Picasso Gallery. And this is effectively a sort of kinetic response to one of the paintings in the room, Devant sur la Mer, and this creature stood up in the middle of the room and effectively was a sort of reanimation of the sort of language of that particular painting. The work is responsive to people's presence. It can sense people approaching it from any of the three sides of the plinth, and it just drew people in and gave people another way of framing and looking at the work surrounding it. It's also an opportunity for us to explore using Delta robotics for the first time, and this was to carry on for a couple of years in the work that I was doing. This structure effectively is doing mirroring behavior, so it's actually specifically responsive in a way that is supposed to create a sense of empathy or sort of a mutual behavior between people in the room and the machine, but the sense of proximity that it could get was something that we really wanted to play with. So unlike industrial robots, we're able to get much more close and create these playful interactions. And from this installation, we were given the opportunity, an invitation to install a larger piece of work within the Tate Modern Gallery in 2012. So this is the tanks when they were getting renovated. The tanks had been effectively the fuel cellars for the turbine hall. When the Tate Modern had previously been a power station. So these fantastic big spaces had been left dormant for a couple of decades. So I was given the opportunity to develop a proposal for that, and this idea came together about creating a light that would guide people through this darkened space, this illuminating this dormant chamber that had been hidden, cloaked in darkness for decades. And this idea developed into what would be a 23-meter motorized rail and suspended off it a 5-meter tall Delta robot. So this is, at the time, I believe, was the largest Delta robot ever built, and we added the extra challenge of giving it the ability to move throughout that gallery space. You can see a thin black line that runs from kind of bottom left through to the top right. That's the rail system, and you can see the robot suspended from it. This is a LiDAR scan by ScanLab Projects that reveals the machine and the public surrounding it, some getting much closer to interact with it and others staying further back and watching it. And as somebody gets closer, the sensors around it enter into this kind of gestural dialogue. The development of the system, this is a Delta robot here. You can see on the left the Delta robot. This is a prototype Delta robot. This is I think a third size version of the Delta robot. And on the right hand side you can see the full size armatures holding up this illuminated tetrahedron just off the ground. So you can see the illuminated tetrahedron here, built from electroluminescent sheet, which creates this incredible flat white light that's quite ghostly and unlike any kind of other kind of conventional lighting that would be more familiar to an audience. So between these two characters, between the scale of the robotics and the kind of ghostliness of this light source, where it would create something that had a bit of the uncanny in it. This is a film from the BBC. They were capturing the install, and you can see the 7-meter high ceiling. This is me just describing to the camera the install of the work, which was over a course of a day and a half, which was an incredibly challenging project just because of that. We had a series of Kinect cameras that were mounted up at ceiling height and would travel with the robot and effectively pick up people's movements below and respond to them. And once the lights were off, all that the public would really see would be just this floating tetrahedron of light. It's actually only really with some long exposure photography that we start to see the faint glimmers of the carbon fiber rods that were suspending this element. And if you stand beneath it motionless, it sort of hovers above you, also motionless, or moving slowly and geometrically, almost mocking your inanimateness. But once you start to move playfully, it responds with reciprocal organic movements. In fact, it's mirroring again, and this has been a kind of motif of a series of projects developed with Delta robots, looking at the kinds of complexity of behavior that can emerge actually from simply capturing and presenting back the public's movements to them in an abstract form. So this is a sort of playful, responsive behavior, but it could also, under certain conditions, be triggered to run away. It could also loop around people in a sort of playful chasing behavior, encouraging people maybe to move. And I just wanted to show, I think, rather than a film of the project actually showing some of the responses from the public, this was a series of interviews that were done by the BBC, which I think are really revealing.
It reminded me of being in one of those scary films.
It reminded me of one of those dreams you have, you know, when aliens sort of invade the Earth, and it seemed something like that. The triangular light came on and it appeared to be following people.
It kind of creeped me out how it knew how people were standing and where to go.
You could see the reactions of all the other people. They weren't quite sure what was going on.
You expect something a bit scary, but then, I don't know, its movements are kind of organic, and I don't know, it seems very friendly.
So I really love those bits of feedback from the public, because they capture a whole set of different emotions, and there is this emotional dramatic arc that goes over visiting this space as you enter into this very dark, unnerving space with these deep tonal surround sounds, and then as you enter that dark space and you start to picture out in the distance this light moving and these people moving around it, there's a certain sense of fear, and as you get closer and closer you start to realize that people are actually playing and it's reacting to them. and then you might actually directly play and interact with it, and suddenly there's this emotional switch from it being intimidating to being something quite friendly. This interest in robotics and how they inhabit the built environment, combined with an interest of some of our researchers and students into how we might be able to measure plant behavior and plants' responses to their environment as well. And from that, the Hortomachina B project was dreamt up. It's a 3-meter tall spherical robot that was shortlisted for one of the Starts Prize and presented at Ars Electronica in 2018. This film just gives you a little bit of a sense of the machine itself, situated in one of the parks close to the Bartlett in central London. The machine itself effectively is an autonomous vehicle driven by the plants that live on it. These plants have small electrodes embedded in them, and the plants' responses to their natural environment are measured and start to have control over the behavior of the machine. It moves very slowly and gently and thoughtfully. And safely, slowly rolling around London in search of the perfect environment for its plants. So this sort of cybernetic organism, part machine, part plant, is an idea for a whole new generation of autonomous vehicles in the city. And that was something a little bit different, a series of experiments in geometry and forms of actuation. This is the work of Dr. Vasily Abramovich, work in the lab for her PhD, looking at a variety of softer forms of actuation of metamaterial kinetic systems. And from that we had the development of the Edge of Chaos project, a collaboration with scientists from the Netherlands, looking to embody notions of how chaos creates life, or how life exists on the edge of chaos. This is Vasilia presenting the installation that has been shown at the Kick Festival, at Le Gatlerique in Paris, and at the Sydney Kid Festival in Amsterdam. This is a large-scale tree representing the tree of life, and then surrounding it is this chaotic environment of individually responsive elements. And this was exhibited over a total of 4 months of exhibitions in Europe in 2018. So going public is very much at the heart of the program, and this happens in a number of different ways, not just in physical installation work, although it does very often, but also in exploring virtual forms of interaction with the public. The Palimpsest project is an example of where we were looking to work with communities to respond to major changes in London.
And I'm the Chief Executive of Sheffield Theatres. I'm really excited about HS2.
What's really not fair is that the people whose homes they're buying, they won't be able to afford to live in the same area. They're going to have to leave.
If I had to leave my home, I just, I can take this with me. I just couldn't. I have to go into residential care. And that's frightening.
about older people who lives around this area, children who's growing up, lose their childhood within this construction area.
For us, being able to travel and see our clients if we need to is an important element of HS2.
So one of the biggest events we've had in recent years is an exhibition at the Tate Britain for the centenary of the Bauhaus, the Bauhaus being certainly one of the historic institutions that we've taken a lot of inspiration from. And this is just showing a variety of projects from our students being presented throughout the Tate Britain. We also ran workshops inviting the public to come and learn how to build their own machines. We had kinetic installations. We had some of the projects you've already seen. We had over 3,000 visitors in a single night to see this work. And so I think it just demonstrates the excitement and interest that there is in these emerging fields. And also, I think our commitment to exposing this work to the widest possible audiences far outside of academia. I think another part of what we're doing outside of gallery environments and outside of academia is looking at how we can actually start to work in spaces that people work. So this is a project we did a few years ago called Balls. It was a collaboration with Alma Architects and was the development of an idea for effectively a kinetic pixel array that would be hung into the headquarters of the UK's largest civil engineering company. This was a project where we had one day to install. So again, we're using theatre technologies effectively between trusses and off-the-shelf DMX controllable winch systems and lighting systems. Our contribution, apart from the kind of architectural project of it, was actually developing some custom software, particularly developed with Felix Fair, who also teaches on and works in our lab. Felix developed a piece of software and processing that we were able to then share with the people who live and work effectively, or work so much that they feel like they live, I should say, in this building. So it allows them to reprogram this installation, allows them to be able to program their own behaviors with it. So this is just a film that shows a bit of the install, and then we'll show the final results at the end. But I just wanted to emphasize this idea about building software that then enables the people who live within a building to take control of the system. And this was an ambition that we felt very strongly about. We use a lot of open source tools in education and research. We feel like we should also bring those ideas into kind of corporate environments and actually encourage a longer term conversation around how we develop technologies for the built environment. Do we build them in a sort of top-down fashion where we decide as engineers and architects this is how a building should be used, this is how a building should perform, how the technology should perform? Or should we effectively leave it as a black box, or should we allow people to have access to those systems? Should we create a platform through which people could actually potentially modify, improve, and ultimately make more personal to them these kinds of systems? So once this system was actually installed over a weekend, people would come into the building and they would suddenly encounter this canopy of moving lights that would rise up and down over the floors, effectively passing them as they're working at their desks. And any one of them could actually write some code and take control of that system. And the ambition of that was then to actually have people take it over and start to develop new types of tools for it. So at this point, this installation, which is still in progress, effectively is just these balls hung, which was, in some cases quite challenging to actually get this to actually behave how we wanted to. But effectively, once this whole array was built, you can see the desks where people would sit on a day-to-day basis and where these things would rise and fall. Once that system was fully developed, anyone in that building would be able to take it over and start to be able to use it to express something. So, for example, an engineer showing some kind of statistical analysis might start to be able to develop some kind of scatter graph that would be over the lobby, or somebody might want to play some music and have some kind of background kinetic show to it, or somebody might want to be able to describe the arch of a bridge, and they'd be able to actually draw it effectively with these balls. So this is the pixel array come to life. So on the very first day, it has this very polite, playful movement of light that's responding, in this case, to noise on the ground floor. But actually, we were much more interested in what would happen when people took it over, and there's a lot of documentation on our website about the different applications that people developed for that, which we were was really interesting for us, and I think also just about interesting for them to be able to take over something within their own building. So I wanted to move on to perhaps one last theme, which is around the body again, and around speculating on future bodies. Again, it comes through a very embodied physical set of processes and looking at material performance, material behavior. I mean, it involves the development, again, of custom-made tools. In this case, this mobile wearable pump system that would allow a series of soft air muscles to be able to be actuated. This was the Google Tango, which was a platform that did 3D scanning spaces in real time, and we used that to control these air muscles. So effectively, this blindfolded student, as they're walking around the studio, could feel what they were coming towards, because these air muscles would inflate. So effectively, you could imagine applications for any situation where you have limited visibility, where you could actually use these air muscles on the body as a new form of sight, effectively. But part of what they were doing, they were developing a sort of speculative expression then of that system. This is a little film exploring, in this case, future bodies beyond the kind of mobile phone and digital interfaces we have today. What kind of future fluidic interfaces might we have that we use to communicate with each other and to be able to communicate our sense of space? So this is using, again, silicon soft actuators, in this case being, and fluids, colored fluids, to be able to express this sort of notion of a sort of future fluidic technology that would become a direct interface with the physical body. So speculative film, in this case, sits alongside physical working prototypes, and it's about the combination of both physical working prototypes and potential speculation that we really, I think we always aspire to. The next film is a trailer for a trailer exploring, again, a haptic technology, this case, looking at particularly relationships around and notions of consent and touch over telepresence.
Oh my god! You finally got Neo Touch? How is it?
You should really make a move on Kate.
No, I don't know.
Maybe he's just experimenting, because he's new to the whole thing.
No, I don't think he's that kind of guy. Honestly.
Not that bad, is it?
It's not that bad. It's not bad.
Go on.
If you want to check out that whole film, look for Christina Worth, who's the author of that project. You can find it on our lab website. Another project, again, also exploring haptic interfaces on the body. So here again is another project exploring haptic relationships, in this case between a dance performer wearing a variety of sensing and air muscle systems and an audience member then sat and actually manipulated as well and puppeteered then by that system. Angelina in this case came from a dance circus background, also trained as an architect. It's just another example of trying to use a variety of different robotics technologies and notions around architectural thinking. I think underlying a deep interest in performance and questions around, again, around consent and around control that we're preoccupied by. I'm just going to finish up by sharing you a little bit about where we are. And if this interests any of you, to come and I'd invite you to come and say hello to us in East London at Here East facility, which is part of the Olympic Park in Stratford. We're right next to Hackney Wick, here on the right. And it's just a fly-through of our facilities there by ScanLab projects, again, architects who've I'm just going to finish by inviting you all to come and visit us in East London if any of this work interests you. We're based at Here East. This is a facility in the Olympic Park. To the right in this image you'll see Hackney Wick, one of the kind of capitals of digital arts culture in Europe. And inside of this fantastic facility that we have here, I just wanted to share with you a bit of the facilities that we're based inside of. So this is our workshop facilities. And this fly-through will bring you through from the front of our building, which is where I began, to bringing you through to the studios, through to the workshop facilities. So this is actually 2 scans. One scan before we moved in, about 4 years ago, and now a second scan now that the building is fully populated. So when we began, it was actually this empty warehouse. And now we've built large-scale robotics facilities, fabrication workshop, variety of lab spaces for doing work with light, environmental simulation, 3D sound, and a variety of teaching facilities, an auditorium, which you can see here in yellow, and black box facilities as well for us to be able to put on performances. So I welcome you to come and visit us sometime, or get in contact if you'd like to hear more about this. Also give a chance for the students to say a little thing or two. So here's a few of our students who've recently graduated talking about their experience.
My name is Michael. My background is landscape architect, so I came into this course to explore, concepts of performance in public space and in public art.
My name is Kyuyan, and my background lies in stage design. I want to join the program because I want to design for performance in a new perspective. The interaction really speaks to my mind.
My background is in design engineering. I joined the course to get more skills in the interactive design aspect.
The reason I decided to come here is to merge architecture, design, dance, performance, acrobatics, and circus. So it was a great opportunity for me to express my interest. My project is an interactive performance that its aim is to connect the audience members with the dancer through haptic technologies. The audience members are able to feel in real time what the dancer is feeling and receive the stimuli and all the sensations that the dancer is producing through wearable technologies.
We're making a game out of reconfigurable robots. We call it Hugo.
So you can interact with robot by changing the environment, and they're gonna respond to your change and play game with you.
Our project is Sounds and Sweet Airs. It's questioning about human and environment relationship, how we remember our past environment in this environment that we are living in.
My project is called Lumina. It's a light installation that aims to generate some sense of presence by exploring some body movement, and the user is able to modify the color, the shape, and the intensity of the light. What I loved about these masters the most, it was the wide range of fields that we were able to explore.
I really enjoyed meeting people from different backgrounds and collaborating with them and actually working on projects and learning how each discipline has different things to offer.
What I really appreciated from my tutors, it was to give me this ability to do something that it was me and add some meaning to me.
The introduction to coding was very, very intense, but very interesting to see how the code that we were developing visually works. That was probably the most challenging, but most fulfilling thing during the whole course.
I had to learn so many new things, and I had to put everything together and push myself into my boundaries and to the limits of what I want to achieve and what I want to do.
My advice for the new students would be to not be scared of not being capable of doing something.
Get in the workshop, get building as soon as possible, and make a lot of mistakes because that's the things you learn the most from.
The main thing is that you need to really like what you are doing, and you're gonna overcome all the problems.
Take a challenge and don't sit in your comfort zone because you get a lot more done when you're challenging yourself.
And with that, I'd like to thank you very much for your attention, and thank you very much to Ars Electronica for the opportunity to be able to share the work of the lab, both the work of our students and members of staff. It's been a very challenging year for all of us. It's a great pleasure to be still part of Ars Electronica, even though remotely. We've enjoyed immensely being part of the exhibitions also at the campus, and we look forward to being back there again soon. But till then, wish you all the best. Thank you again, Ars Electronica, and thanks again for your attention.
Role of Media Art. This is the third talk session hosted by NTT Intercommunication Center ICC and Japan Media Arts Festival at Tokyo Garden. Media art is considered as one of the genres of art using media technology. The media technology is developing rapidly, and therefore the society is developing rapidly as well. What is the role of media art in society then? How art can catalyze between technology and society? In this session, Japanese artists who use the latest technologies such as AI, biotechnology, or Bitcoin discuss the role of art in society. Speakers are Nao Tokui, Chiho Fukuhara, Natsumi Wada, and Etsuko Ichihara.
Hello. ライゾマティクスの斉藤です。今回東京ガーデンのディレクターを文化庁メディア芸術祭海外事業の一環として東京ガーデンのディレクターをやらせていただいてます。それで今日は東京ガーデントーク2ということでまたICC の畑中さんをお迎えして今日はゲストの方後で畑中さんにご紹介いただきますがネットワークの中の見えないミュージアムという試みをもう ICC がだいぶ91年その後で話出ると思うんですけど95年もやられてて今このコロナの状況の中今年のアルスは実際にリンツで展示をすることなくこういうふうにネットワークの中でやるんですがそういう試みがやられてたという事実と exhibition, but it will be conducted, and there should be things to learn from this current situation, and so we would like to follow the context of the world with COVID, and in line with the media art.
Hello, this is Hatanaka. So we have 3 sessions under the Tokyo Garden Talk this time, and this Tokyo Garden Talk tonight is number 2. We are revisiting Museum Inside Network. And as Mr. Saito just mentioned, the company NTT used to be existent and present at that time, and NTT was a telephone company in Japan, and in 1991 they had been having a commemorative ceremony, and because of that established the NTT ICC and also had this exhibition called the Museum Inside Network. With this exhibition, the users of the telephones are accessing many channels, and we have been collecting more than 100 people, the celebrities and the artists, and we have collected the sound data from musicians as well, and the people visiting the exhibition can enjoy these sounds collected from various people. That has been an exhibition that has been conducted in 1991. So the concept of the museum that is not visible was also livable at that time as well. And in 1995, we had the second version of the Museum Inside Network, and that has been in the title, The Museum Inside the Network on the Web. So the concept was a museum that is not visible, which is existent only in the telephonic line. And NTT was the communication company, therefore utilizing the internet and the network, the companies and the curators wanted to utilize the channels for the art expression. And currently, we are suffering COVID-19, and under this situation, many cultural infrastructures are closed temporarily, especially at the museums. People are limiting the audiences, and first to start from the general public is asked to stay at home. Therefore, these museums are starting with virtual museums these days.
でそうした中でですね、この91年の電話網の中の見えないミュージアムという企画がですね、再発見というか、再評価というか、そういったことがなされる機会があったということなんですね。でそれで改めてこういった外出が制限される美術館に行けない、そういったようなことの中で、それは美術館に限らないんですけど、いろんな人たちが自宅からネットワークを使っていろんな形でアクセスすると、それは美術館に限らない、例えば無観客ライブとかですね、そういうのもあったと思うんですけども、いろんな形でそのネットワークを使った体験ですね、美術館賞あるいは音楽鑑賞というライブを体験するとか、そういったことが試みられている中で、改めてこの91年、ほぼ30年前の企画の可能性といいますかね、この企画の中にどのような可能性があったのかっていうのを改めて考える機会が与えられたんじゃないかなと思っております。それで今日はですね、91年に直接関わっている方はいらっしゃらないですよねと思いますけども、その第2弾の95年のですね、オン・ザ・ウェブ、ネットワークの中のミュージアムに関わられていた方とか、あとはその同時代にそのネットワークのネットワークを使った
And there are several people who are on the
そういったものを実践されていた方々とをゲストにお迎えして、その91年、95年の見えないミュージアムというものの中にどういった可能性があって、今後それがどのように生かされるんだろうかっていう話を考えていきたいと思っております。でちょっとじゃあ簡単にですね、お名前だけご紹介させていただきます。その後自己紹介も含めてですね、プレゼンテーションをしていただくんですけども、私に近い側からですね、アーティストの八谷和彦さん、それとアーティストの江藤浩一郎さん、アーティストの江藤浩一郎さん、それとキュレーターの鹿田由紀子さん、
それと多摩美術大学教授の久保田明さんという4名の方をお迎えしてお話を伺っていきたいと思います。じゃあ早速ですね、早速ですねというすみません、僕がちょっと見せなきゃいけなかったですね。喋ってるのに喋り続けてしまいました。さっきの91年というのはこれさっきお見せしてました。お見せし続けてましたけど、これは95年ですね。95年のオンザウェブ。これはインターネットが商用化されてからの企画になります。これは一つ大きな違いというのは、91年というのはそのインターネット以前だったということですね。それは大きいと思います。95年はインターネット元年なんて言われるようにインターネット後のですね、本当にその元年に行われたそのインターネットの今後をその考えるような企画だったとこちらも思っています。個別のその作品については八谷さん、江戸さんにご紹介いただくとして、ちょっとですねそうでした。一つですね、じゃあ91年の電話網の中のミュージアムってどんなだったのかっていうですね、ことをちょっとお話ししますね。これはですね、先ほどお話ししたようにですね、100人程度のいろんなそのアーティストや批評家、あるいは思想家とかですね、そういった人たちを国内外の100人近い方々を迎えての企画だったんですけども、それはその電話を介してですね、電話ものというぐらいですから、電話を介して聞くというミュージアムだったんです。で、ちょっとですね、私がそれについて書いたテキストが少しあるんですけども、当時このようなパンフレットも作られていて、この100年事業ですねというのがあって、この会場のないイベントですと書いてありますけども、こういうような見えないミュージアムのコンセプトっていうのがここに書かれています。でそれでこれはですね、当時あったその有料課金サービスですね、その電話のプッシュ回線で課金しながらそのコンテンツを聞いてもらうようなサービスがあったんですけども、それを利用していろんなチャンネルにアクセスして聞くことができるっていうものです。ちょっと具体的なですね、どうだったかみたいなのが八谷さんのプレゼンの他にですね、当時こちらの企画の委員をされていたですね、伊藤俊治さんのインタビューなんかをしていただいたので、それを後ほどお聞かせいただけると思います。で、この企画ですね、伊藤さんをはじめ浅田明さん、彦坂豊さんという方がコミッティの委員として企画されておりました。で、やっぱりこの企画ですね、電話であるっていうことが一つ大きなポイントであったということなんですけども、その中でいろんな方々がですね、これはちょっとこういうCD がですね、実はその当時のノベルティとして非売品なんですけど、そういう形で実は作られていて、その中にですね、その電話で聴けるもののコンテンツのいくつかが再録されていました。で、ちょっとですね、これなかなか原理的に難しい音源でもあるんですけど、一個アーティストの方の許可を得て、一曲ですね、ちょっとだけ触りを聞かせしたいと思います。
Japanese economy. In Japan.
あなたのこのサービスは僕はあなたの NTT104 番担当の遠藤と申します。あなたの僕は NTT あなたの NTT92 万5000円お電話ありがとう。
パウロは大呼びかけます。
毎度ありがとうございます。
これ
定められた時は
決まっていない演出家のですね、アーティスト演出家の雨谷典光さんの作品でジャパニーズソングっていうんですけど、これはお聞きの通りですね、NTT の CM ですとか、あとはその104の音声案内ですね、番号案内のサービスとかですね、そういったさまざまな電話に関わる音声をコラージュした 4分ほどの作品ですね。こういうような電話にちなんだ作品なんかもあるんですけども、こういうちょっとなんて言ったんですかね、当時こういったサンプリングともちょっとサンプリング以前みたいな感じの音源でもあるんですけども、こういったような作品がですね、作品とあといろんな思想家アーティストのその音声、それと小説家とか漫画家とかですね、あるいはアーティストのドローイングとかその原画がファックスで送られてくるとか、そういうようなモードなんですね。ファックスチャンネルとか書いてあると思うんですけど、あとはそのインタラクティブチャンネルというのがあって、それはプッシュ回線を使ってプッシュ音を使ってこうインタラクティブな音楽を演奏したりだとか、物語を進めたりとか、そういう今でいうところのインタラクティブアートメディアアートのその先駆けみたいなこともここで行われていたっていうわけです。そういうような意味も含めてかなりこうメディアアートと言われもうメディアアートの言葉が言われ始めたようなその始まりと言われるような作品ということなんです。で、こういったその試みをですね踏まえて、ちょっとその95年第2弾の95年に進んで、それ以降やっぱりネットワークを使った作品を制作されている八谷さん、あとは近さんもそういった企画を続けられてますし、久保田さんもですね、その当時からそのネットワークの中のネットワークの中の素材で映画を作ったりするような作家さんと関わられたりとか、いろんなことがその当時のお話があると思いますので、ちょっと簡単な自己紹介も含めてですね、皆さん当時のことを少しお話しいただければなと思います。じゃあ早速八谷さんからお願いできますでしょうか。
はい。じゃあ、はい、八谷和彦と申します。メディアアーティストをやっていますが、ですね、今東京芸術大学というところの先端芸術表現科というところで、教員をやっておりまして、実はその先ほどの電話網の中の見えないミュージアムのコミッティ、企画者の一人である伊藤俊治さん、伊藤俊治先生と同僚なんですね。ですんで、ここに来るにあたってやっぱりちょっとお話をお伺いしておきたいなと思いまして、インタビューしてきました。3日前に、2日前に、はい。でちょっとそれを皆さんにお聞かせしてから自分の話をしたいと思います。ちょっと。
1989年の末ぐらいから僕ら ICC を作るっていうことでですね、3人コミッティが選ばれて、いろんな基本構想、基本計画のための準備進めてきたんですけれど、その間に僕は基本的に企画を立案して、当時アルスエレクトロニカとかイマジナとかシーグラフとか、いろんな場所に出かけて、まだ明確にはメディアアートとは言わなかったけど、そういう新しいアートの動向をリサーチしながら、ICC の設立が多分もう数年先だっていうことが分かってたから、僕は別にハードはいらないと思ってたんですよね、基本的には。で、もうコンテンツだけを、その頃インターネットなんてまだなかったし、あったのかもしれないけど、なんかものすごいプリミティブな要素だったから、僕としてはハードのないミュージアムっていうものを電話回線を使ってどういうふうに可能なのかっていうことの可能性と、冒険をこのイベントで確かめたかった。
というような形で、ちょっと長くなるんで、あと2つだけ、はい。
しかも声ってやっぱり生なものじゃないですか。それ調理されたものじゃないってことが恐ろしいけど、生なものが持つ迫力ってやっぱあると思うんですよね。それはなんかインターネットとちょっと異質なメディアの生成機能だと思うし、逆に言うとその90年代以降半ばぐらいにそのインターネットで均質化されていくメディアっていったもの、メディアのグローバリズムが起こる前にちょっと突出したネットワーク的な現象だっていうふうにも考えることができるのかな。そこら辺はうまく分析できないけど。
というようなお話をしていただきました。ちょっと最後にこれだけ短く。
まあでもさ、このコロナ禍の時代に、やはり30年前ですけれど、非常に可能性としてはその生なメディアと調理されたメディアの問題だけじゃなくて、その均質性とか多様性とかグローバリズムの新しいステップとかレベルとか、そういったことも含めて、なんか今あまりにもこのコロナ状況下では非常に閉塞感が溢れてるんだけど、こういうこともできますよっていうような冒険とか実験の一つのモデルとしては非常に有効性を持っているような気がしますけどね。
というようなお話をお伺いしてきました。で、僕はこの時91年の時には、25歳でまだ何もやってなくて、普通にアートファンとしてこの電話網の中の見えないミュージアムは観客として観客といっても自宅から参加するわけなんですけど、で先ほどの雨やのり水さんのジャパニーズソングを聞いて、もともと彼のファンだったこともあって、その翌年から SMTV という活動を始めます。でこれはテレビの海賊放送をするというそういうユニットだったんですけど、せっかくなんでSMTV のオープニングは皆さんにお願いしようと思って依頼をしました。その時のものちょっとお聞かせください。聞かれて分かる通り、実際にジャパニーズソングの再編集バージョンに、ちょっと自分で映像をつけるみたいな、そんな感じのことをやっていました。で、SMTV は実はインタビュー番組だったんですけど、そういう活動を得て、自分の作品も作るようになって。でいくつか作ってるんですけど、ちょっと今日簡単にご紹介すると、この後多分お話の中になっていく中心になっていくネットワークの中のその95年のICC の展覧会の中ではメガ日記っていうのをやったんですけど、それを発展させたような作品を96年に作っています。でそれは1996年に「見ることは信じること」というタイトルで展覧会、広島市現代美術館の展覧会に出したものなんですが、こういうふうに肉眼で見ると電光掲示板が電光掲示板というか星のような瞬きしか見えないんですけど、ビューアーがあって、その手に持ったビューアーで電光掲示板を見ると文字が見える。でその文字は実は多くの人たちの日記であるという作品を作っています。でこれは97年のアルスエレクトロニカに行って出して賞をいただきました。はい。これは星の王子様がモチーフになっていて、その星の王子様の中の話に出てくるそのエピソード、羊のお話があるんですけど、それをベースにしたデザインでビューアーを作ったりしています。でその中のコンテンツとして作ったのがメガ日記で、実はこれはそのネットワークの中のミュージアムの中の企画の一個としてやったものでした、実は。でこれは1995年から数年間やってるんですけど、メガ日記というプロジェクトで、一番近いのは多分今のツイッターですね。100人の人がどんどん日記を書いていってランダムに並んでいくんですけど、でタイムラインが一つのツイッターみたいなもんなんですけど、一番ツイッターと違うのは100日間経つと消失してしまうっていうところですね。つまり最初は知らない100人なんですけど、だんだん読んでいくと親近感が湧いていくというか、友達のような気持ちになっていくんですけど、それがある日突然失われてしまうというプロジェクトで、やっぱり日常の喪失みたいなものをやってみたかったんですけど、それは95年にやったっていうのは一つ理由もありまして、この年は日本で非常に大きな地震があったんですね。阪神・淡路大震災というのがありまして、やっぱりその時に6000人以上の方が亡くなってるんですけど、やっぱりそういう 6000人とか数千人の方が亡くなるとちょっと逆に言うと被害の規模がよくわからないっていうのがあってじゃあ100人の100日間の日常生活みたいなものを知覚することによってそれがある程度わかるんじゃないかと思って始めたプロジェクトでした。でそれは実は ICC と一緒にメガ日記というプロジェクトでやらせていただいたりもしてました。で今はもう実は日記は全部消去されて読めないんですけどその時のどんなウェブページだったのかとかは ICC のサイトの中に残っています。でこれは手作りで電光掲示板を作っていたんでもうアシスタント2人と一緒に数日間ずっとハンダ付けをしてアトリエで作っていたんですけどこういうふうな形で作品作っていたんで96年97年98年は3年連続でアルスエレクトロニカのプリのインタラクティブアート部門が当時あったんでそこで3年連続で受賞していったりとかしてました。でちょっとこれは映像あれのちょっとテレビ局のものなんでちょっと飛ばしましたけど出さない方がいいですよねテレビ局の素材は。で最後98年最後アルスエレクトロニカに行った時はポストペットというメールソフトでエントリーしました。この時はネット部門の準グランプリゴールデンにはもらえなかったんですけど準グランプリみたいなのはいただいて着ぐるみと一緒に授賞式に出ましたのでひょっとしたらアルスエレクトロニカアルスエレクトロニカの人はひょっとしたら見た人とか知った記憶にある人がいるかもしれない。こういうキャラクターと一緒に出ました。ちなみに物も持ってきていてそうEメールがまだあんまり普及する前でギークの人しか使ってなかったんでもっとやっぱり普通にメールを普及させたいと思ってこういうパッケージを作ってこれはフィギュアがついているパッケージも作ってこれは1999年に出したポストベッド2001っていうバージョンなんですけどこういうものを作ったりとかしていましたが元を正せばよく考えると単なるアートファンだった自分がこういうアーティストになったのは多分91年の電話網の中の見えないミュージアムがやっぱりきっかけかなと思ったんでこれちょっとやっぱり伊藤先生にお話聞いとかないとと思ってインタビューをしたという次第です。ポストベッドは後で話すかもしれないですけどとりあえずこんなところで。ありがと
うございました。じゃあ続きまして
So now we're calling for Mr. Eto to speak and we're changing the display for Mr. Eto.
切り替わるまで喋らない方がいいですね。はい、アーティストの小一郎と申します。
I'm an artist and I would like to explain about myself.
自己紹介とかをする時間ないと思うのでスキップしまして。ですね、私が活動を開始したのはウェブとともに歩んできた人生という感じがするんですね。91年というのがウェブの誕生した日として言われています。でこれが同時に私が大学に入学した日なんですね。大学1年生だったんです。でここにSFC の慶應義塾大学湘南藤沢キャンパスのホームページがありますがこれ1994年のホームページなんですね。これ実は私が作ったんです。で当時大学がウェブページを持つということ自体が珍しく、大学がウェブページを持つということも実は珍しく、多分10本の指には入っていたぐらいの感じでこのページを作っています。実を言うと、この個人のホームページがそれよりも前に作ってたわけですね。なので多分これ最初の100人には僕入ってんじゃないかなと思っています。で実はテーブルレイアウトを日本で最初に作ったのが私なんです。という小ネタはいいですが、でこれが95年にインターコミュニケーション95オンザウェブのディレクターをしてました。これ鹿田さんも確か一緒でしたよね。間違えましたね。アートビートコレクションの時ですね。はい、で僕はその91年に大学に入学しているので、実はこの時まだ大学院の1年生だったんですね。なので学生だったんですけども、実は呼ばれてインターコミュニケーションでこういうイベントやるのでディレクターやってくれと言われてやりました。で、藤原正樹先生ですね。 4人いたわけですけども、ディレクターが。で、その中の一人として活動しました。で、その理由は、やはりそのウェブというものを使った活動をしている人がほぼいなかった。ほとんどいなかった。で、かつウェブの技術を分かっていて、かつアートのことを分かっている人というのがほとんどいなかった。で、僕ぐらいしかいない。というのが多分大きい。ということで、ウェブディレクターとして関わったわけですが、まあ、ディレクターというふうに言われると、こう何でも屋さんという感じもしてですね、当然サーバーのメンテナンスだったりとか、こう HTML が書いてあるとかも全部していて、この HTML も私が書いているんですね。で、この中でさまざまなその作品が出てくるんですけども、その中のいくつかは、私がテクニカルディレクターとして作品作りそのものもしています。で、その中で特にこの自分の作品を説明しますと、これは今何が起こっているかというと、ウェブブラウザーのこれ画面なんですね。で、ウェブブラウザーの中にちっちゃいウェブブラウザーの画面が出ている。で、これ何を見せているかというと、他の人があるウェブサーバーにアクセスしていますよね。で、そのアクセスしている様子を見るというウェブページになっています。で、ウェブサーバーのことを分かる人に言うのであれば、アクセスログの視覚化というふうに言えば分かるかなと思うんですね。いろんな人がこうアクセスしてきて、ある人は今トップページを見ている、ある人はある作品のページを見ているみたいなことが分かるわけですけども、それをビジュアルで分かりやすく見せて、かつウェブページ上でリアルタイムに可視化するといったことをしています。で、その後ですね、センソリウムというプロジェクトで、ウェブホッパーという作品を公開します。で、もう一つ、岩井俊夫さんと坂本龍一さん、この2人によるプロジェクト MPIXIPM というプロジェクトでリモートピアノというイベントを行います。で、これが実を言うと、両方ともアルスエレクトロニカ賞のゴールデン2課賞を受賞します。で、片方はドットネット部門のゴールデン2課賞で、もう片方がインタラクティブアート部門のゴールデン2課賞です。で、この両方に私が関わっていたので、この97年はアルスエレクトロニカフェスティバルで両方のプロジェクトをこう行ったり来たりしつつ、両方のプロジェクトを進めるといったことをしていました。で、この中でちょっとウェブホッパーについて説明しますと、これは今先ほどリアルパノプティカをお見せしましたが、ある意味それの続編なんですね。つまりアクセスログの視覚化というのを使ってさまざまな人がウェブをアクセスするときにその情報というのがインターネットの仕組みによってルーターにすべて通過するんですね。そのルーターにどんな情報が流れたかといったことをダンプさせるプログラムがありまして TCP ダンプっていうんですけども、そのプログラムを使うとどんなパケットをそこが流れているのかを見ることができると。それをうまく使ってこの部屋にいるユーザーが今どこのウェブサーバーを見ているかというのをリアルタイムで可視化するといったことをしながらこのウェブホッパーになります。で、この作品を含んだセンソリウムというチームのプロジェクトがゴールデン2課賞を受賞した関係でこの一つの部屋を割り当てていただきまして、実を言うとこの真ん中にあるこのウェブホッパーの作品は常設展示物としてその後何年かここにずっと展示されていました。なのでずっとここに周りにこうウェブ端末が並んでいて、当時なのでウェブにアクセスできることそのものが珍しい時代なんですね。ということもあってここでいろんな人がこうウェブを見てるわけですけども、実はその人がどこのウェブページを見てるかがこう世界地上でずっと見えるようになるという作品になっていました。で、2017年じゃないか。
No, it was 1997. The Cyber Arts has been selecting my piece as the front page. I have this book. I was together with you in 1997 at the Ars Festival. We should have brought the brochure with us.
で、2001年はこのインターネット物理モデルというものを作っているのですが、これはちょっとスキップします。で、その翌年にアウトビットコレクション展という展覧会を ICC でやっています。これはプログラミングをテーマとした展覧会でソフトウェアアートと呼ばれるものを一堂に集めた展覧会になっています。 これちょっと動画 ICC のところから持ってきたんですが、
ソフトウェアの持つ可能性を理解し、
ソフトウェアで、いろんなその作品ってありますけども、その中でも特に、ベーシックなところに近いもの、つまりソフトウェアを作って作品を作るというよりかは、ソフトウェアを使って作品を作ることができるようにする環境づくりみたいなものを集めたりしました。なのでビジュアルプログラミング環境、例えば MAXMSP というのが有名なんですけども、そういったものを集めてここで展示したりとか、またこの時はその画像処理である演奏できるとか、そういったものが非常に珍しい時代で、そういったものを集めたりとか、そういったネットならでは、ソフトウェアならではの作品を集めた展覧会になっていました。これが2002年に行った展示でした。その後、私が作った作品で、このモジュローブという作品を作りました。で実を言うと先ほど2002年にそのアートビットコレクション展をやったんですけども、その時にいろいろこうディレクターをしながら考えて、その時の発展としてこのモジュローブを考えたんですね。なのでビットでできた作品というふうな感じなんですけども、これ全部すべてインターネットのユーザーがこう作ったモデルなんですね。でこのお見せしている通り、こうマッチ棒のようなものをこう組み合わせてあるモデルを作るんですけども、これを簡単に作れるソフトウェアを作って公開したところ、さまざまな人がこうさまざまなモデルを作って投稿してくれて、その投稿したものがウェブブラウザ上で見れて、でこのようにさまざまなものを続けて見ることができるというようなその環境を作るということを2005年に行っていました。という感じで、これまでソフトウェアを使って作った作品がこんな感じでした。以上です。
はい、ありがとうございました。確かに江戸さんは確かにネットワークというかインターネットオリエンテッドなアーティストですよね。もう本当に黎明期からずっとネットアーティストというにふさわしいという感じなんですけど、だと思うんですけど、でさっき2002年のアートビットコレクションですね。あれは鹿田さんもね企画関わられてて、鹿田さんそれこそネットアートとかソフトウェアアートとかある意味でオーソリティと言っていいかなと思いますので、続いて鹿田さんのお話を伺いたいと思います。
はい、鹿田と申します。よろしくお願いいたします。私はキュレーターとして1991年にキヤノンという会社があってアートラボという文化支援のプロジェクトを立ち上げました。それは大体10年ぐらい続いたんですけど、ちょうど ICC が立ち上がったのが1991年、同じ年なんですよね。規模がかなり違っていて、キヤノンのアートラボはそんなに大きな規模ではなかったんですけれども、そういう意味ででも立ち上げて91年から展覧会を始めたりしておりまして、その中で一番最初にインターネットの作品を出したのが95年ですね。三上聖子さんというアーティストのモレキュラークリニック 1.0 というのを出しました。その後に江戸さんの方でもね、いろいろとお世話になりまして、後で時間があれば紹介したいと思うんですけど、98年にサウンドクリーチャーズという作品を出していただき、これはインターネットに接続しているインスタレーション作品で、そして後でサウンドクリーチャーズオンザウェブということで、ウェブのみのバージョンをね、作ったりしております。私の方はキュレーターとして、特にメディアアートのキュレーションとして、キヤノンアートラボを中心に1990年代、そして2000年代初頭は森美術館の方の開館準備室から入って2年間いたんですけれども、そしてその後に ICC に入りまして、畑中さんね、お世話になりましたが、2004年から5年半ぐらい、2010年ぐらいまでおりました。同時並行として90年代からインディペンデントなメディアアートキュレーションもやっておりまして、現在もやっております。自分としては割と実験的なものをやりたいと思っていたので、既存のものにないもの、既存にないものを行いたいということで、あと現在だったらやはりメディアアート&ビヨンドと言ってるんですけど、超えていきたいと思ってまして、特に2011年3月11日の 東日本大震災以降に、日本の近代化がどのようにこれまで進展してきたかを考える中で、かなり多領域的なリサーチを行って、その中で情報のフローというのをベースにして、データのフロー、そして人の移動ですとか、水ですとか、さまざまなものの、あと気象ですよね、ウェザーとかそういったものを含めて、情報のフローとして考えていくようなことを中心にしたキュレーションを行っております。で、80年代はやはりインディペンデントメディアというのがありまして、ジーンですとか、海賊テレビとか、自由ラジオとかありました。そして住宅の不法占拠、いわゆるスクワッティングもありました。で、クラブカルチャーもあったんですよね。そういう時代があって、私としてはそういった方にかなり興味を持って、その中でメディアアートも新しい領域を超えて、既存の領域には満足できない人たちが避難するように逃げ込む場所として、新しい領域として考えていたんですね。今だったらこの COVID-19 も一つの大変な状況の中で新しいものが出てくる可能性があるので、それにも少し比べることができるかもしれません。インターネットを使った後で私が一番初めに出会ったのは1993年のノボティックリサーチというドイツのグループで SMDK というサウンドモザイクでサウンドによってインタラクティブに動くことによってバージョンのサウンドとぶつかっていったりして音を鳴らしていく作品がありまして、これがインターネットを使って音を集めてたんです、世界中から。でもまだあまり普及していなかったので、郵便で送ってもらったね、音源とかもあったんですよね、カセットとかね、そういうものの過渡期だったんですけど、それが最初です。そしてネットアートは1994年ぐらいからオランダとか、例えばジョディとか有名ですけども、そしてイギリスとかあと東欧のアーティストが多いんですよね。東欧だったら電話回線とモデムと PC があればなんとか世界中に発信できる。それまではほとんどコピー機さえ使えなかったような状況があって、機器がないんですよね。その中でインターネットを使ったアートがかなり出てきたのは東欧だったと、あとロシアだったんですよね。でもHTML の介入的なものが多かったり、やっぱり社会政治的な批判的なものが多かったので、アートラボではキャノンのエンジニアも一緒にコラボレーションを行うので、三上さんと一緒に彼女のやりたいものっていうのは、いわゆるコンピューターウイルスに近いことをやっていきたかったんですね。1994年に MIT プレスからアーティフィシャルライフという雑誌が出ていて、そこにジーン・スパフォードの論文があって、コンピューターウイルス as an Artificial Life というタイトルだったんですね。それで三上さんもコンピューターウイルスこそがアーティフィシャルライフであるということで、そういったものをベースにした作品を作りたいということで、インターネットでこのモレキュラークリニックなんですけども、このあらゆる物体はモレキュール、いわゆるモレキュラーの連鎖を変えることで人工的に作り出すことができるというようなことを彼女は考えていて、これ実際にダウンロードできるんですね。入ると雲がいて、雲をズームアップして細胞まで行って、その細胞を自分で選んで、それをダウンロードして、そしてキャノンが開発した、PC の中で 3D で実際に3D グラフィックを実現できるソフトウェアがあるんですけど、それをダウンロードして、そのソフトウェアの名前はレンダーウェアというキャノンヨーロッパで開発したものなんですけども、それをダウンロードして、その中で培養することができて、さまざまな環境パラメータを変えたりすることで、細胞が変わっていき、変容していき、それをまたサーバーに戻すことによって、不特定多数の人たちによって雲の形状が変わっていくという、そういった作品でした。なのでそれまであったいわゆるHTML ベースのネットアートとは全く違う形のアート作品になりました。でこれは1995年の10月20日から2001年まで公開されたんですけれども、ちょうど ICC のオンザウェブがあって、これは多分95年の10月11月ですよね。なのでほぼ同時にあったので、DDS モルという作品を三上さんがそちらの ICC の方に出してくださって、このサイトからリンクをされていて、この感染した細胞のワクチンプログラムをね、 この ICC のオンダーウェブに置いてもらったということで連携をした記憶があります。そして江戸さんの作品とかもあるんですけど、すいません、あとね時間がないと思うので言ってください。もしあれだったら、ここにあるのがその後にインターネット系でいうと。そうですね。タイレルハンガリーというものから始まった資生堂という化粧品会社が行ったネットギャラリーがありまして、1997年の末から準備を始めて、1998年の夏から2003年まででアーティストにコミッションをして7作品作った中の5作品を担当しまして、その中でジョディですとか、これジョディですよね。そしてエキソニモの初めてのアート作品、そしてセルビアの現代美術アーティストのミリツァ・トミッチさんのいわゆる多文化社会とかアイデンティティの問題を問うような作品であったり、そして5年の間にかなりインターネットの技術状況が変わったんですよね。98年ぐらいには結構フラッシュが出てきたりリアルプレイヤーが出てきたので、それを使った作品になっていて、で2000年ぐらいになると常時接続環境になってきたので、それを利用したような作品を作ってもらったりしました。ということで資生堂もやったんですけども、あと江戸さんのプロジェクトが98年にあって、ちょうど同じ年なんですよね、この資生堂シグネット始めたのと。ということでやって、江戸さんのはここにあるんですけど、サウンドクリーチャーズ、これはインスタレーションですね。でやはりこれ当時資生堂もキヤノンもプロジェクトがなくなったらもうウェブサイトもなくなってしまって本当に保存されていないと問題があって、でまだ当時はインターネットのサイトとかプロジェクトを保存するというようなそういった価値観がなかったというか、だから本当に昨年一昨年資生堂シグネットとアートラボのプロジェクトを掘り起こして再現ムービーも作ってもらったので、そういった意味でこれ私のサイトにしかないんですよね。キヤノンアートラボのサイトもないし、シグネットサイトもないので、私の方のサイトに入れて、一番下に再現ムービーもねありますので、ぜひご覧いただきたいと思います。これ井戸さんの作品ですよね。これロボットの作品ですね。音を交換していくと、これも感染していったりするようなすごく興味深い作品で、後でオンラインのみの作品になりました。ということをやって、であとは最後にいくつかインターネットを使ったプロジェクトをあといくつか見ていただいて、2000年ですね。2000年にオランダと日本のコラボレーションとしてプロトコリジョンというのを、プロトコルとコリジョンを合体させた言葉なんですけど、いわゆる各作品があるんですけど、その作品同士がまたコラボレーションしたり衝突したり関係するようなそういったものを作ったことがあります。これはキュレーターは阿部和直さん、キヤノンアートラボのもう一人のキュレーターと私で、アートラボとは別な形のフレームで個人として参加しました。すみません、ちょっとあとね、最後に見てほしいのは KOP ですね。KOP はキングダムパイラシーというんですけれども、シューリーチェンというメディアアーティストとアルミン・メドシというオーストリア出身の批評家ですねの3人でキュレーションをしたんですけど、こちらですね、キングダムパイラシー2001年から2005年までのプロジェクトで、これはいろんな場所を変えて新しくプロジェクト、オンラインプロジェクト、そしてインスタレーションなどを展開していったんですけれども、いわゆるデジタルコモンズの問題ですね。情報をどのように皆さんで共有できるかという問題を扱っているので、なかなか大変ですね。大変でした。いろいろあって、このタイトルがね、キングダムパイラシーというタイトルだったんで、台湾のエーサーデジタルアートセンターのホストだったんですけど、結局名前変えろと言われて変えなかったんで、お金が全然支払わずに流動のサーバーで追い出されちゃって、アルスのサーバーに入れていただいて、アルスのサーバーに2002年ぐらい入れていただいて、2002年のアイスエレクトロニカのアンプラッドっていうテーマの時に実際にインスタレーションとかイベントで私たちみんなで行って展示したり、私もうろうろしてました。アーティスト的にしてました、その時は。そして今はそれからファクトセンターリバプールのサーバーに行って、現在ミュージのサーバーに行っているということで流動しておりますので、こういったことが今もインターネットであるということをちょっとお伝えしておきたいと思います。そんな感じで、はい。
Hello, this is Akihiro Kubota. よろしくお願いします。僕はですね、今多摩美術大学で仕事をしているんですけれども、当時はですね、91年というと その頃は
I
東京大
was
学の人工
studying
物
at
工学
the
研究
Tokyo
センターというところ
University,
で
the Artifact
研
Center
究
for
していました。なの
Ergonomics.
で、今日の4人でいうとこの時代
And
の
when
話をす
we're
ると多
getting
分研
together
究者というのが近いかなと。
within the
という
four
の
of
も
us, I think
ちょ
I
う
am
ど
near
学位を工
researcher.
学で学位を取
And
ったのが
as
昭和の最
a,
後の年
I was
で91年っていうと多分
awarded
平
a
成
degree
3
at
年になるのかな。だから、平
60.
成元年から東京大学でまた教え始めて、
And I started
92
teaching at
年にこの
1991
新し
Tokyo
いセンターがで
University,
きる
and
とい
then
う
when
と
the
ころで移
new
った。
ICC center has
で
been
この
created,
研
I
究センター
have
何
been
をするかという
relocated
と
myself.
名前は
And
リサーチ・イ
the
ントゥ・ア
center
ーティフ
was
ァクト
called
セン
the
ター・フォー・エンジ
Research
ニアリング
Center
な
for
んかちょっと
Artifacts
聞き慣れないんですけれ
Engineering.
どもテーマは
And the
設
theme was
計デザインだったんですね。当時設
And at
計
that
というも
time,
のをテ
the
ーマに
concept
横断
was
型の
designing
特に
and
デジタルメディアと当時やっぱり AI の第二次ブ
divisions.
ー
We
ムだったの
were
でそうした
thinking
も
about
のをどうやって
AI
人
and
間の
try
設
to
計知的活動の一つであ
engage
る設計
into
に
in
活かせるかとい
design
うこと
for
をやろう
knowledgeable design.
ということ
And
で
so I
始めたん
started
で
my
すけれども
research at
計
that
画の
time
時
like
と計画
that. But
実
then
際
the
の時
biggest
一番大き
change
く変わ
from
った
the
のはやっぱり
planning
ネットワークが生
and
まれたという
the
ことなんですね。
actual
で
custom was that
1992年という
network
と
was
先ほどエイ
created.
トさんの話にもあったように
And
大
as
学が
Mr.
こうネッ
Hachiya
トワークを
mentioned,
引い
when we
て
go to
何か
university
やるぞと
and the
つまり
internet
こ
comes
こにあるよ
by,
うにウ
we
ェブ
try
サ
to
ーバーを
start
持って
thinking that
で
I
す
would
ねそこ
like
で
to
サ
do
ーバーの
something
上で
utilizing
デ
the
ータを
internet,
使ってある
utilizing
い
the
は
data
こ
or
の
the
イ
server
ンター
or
ネッ
the
トを使って
internet,
特に
especially the
ウェ
web.
ブを
What
使って
can we
何ができ
do?
るか
And so
という
that
ことを
became
テーマ
my
に
theme as well.
そこで
And
実
as
際の
my
研究としては
real
ですね
research,
そうしたウェブ環境でどういう
utilizing the
新しい
environment
デ
of
ザ
the
イン環境
internet,
設計環境
what
が
kind
で
of
きる
an
か
designing
で当
environment
時一
can
緒に
we
やっていたのが
create?
桐山
And I
隆
was
さん
working with
ですね
Takashi Kiriyama at
今
that
は
time. And
芸大のメディア映像に
he is now
桐
working
山
at
さ
the
んと
media
僕が本当に新人教員みたいな形でですね
media at
いろ
the
んな面白いことやりましょうという形で立ち上げたのがこの非同期コラボレーション環境プロジェクトというもので、これ右側にあるようにですね、時間と空間においてセンタライズされてい
it has been centralized, but then by the distribution now it is decentralized and at the
フェイストゥフェイスのものがどういうふうに
synchronization and
可能性が広が
asynchronization.
っていくかと。まさに
People
今
are not
COVID-19 で
at all centralized at all
議論されているようなことが
anymore.
やっぱり当時いろん
So
な人が
just
考
like
え
the
始めたのが
COVID-19 today,
91
we
年
are
のことだ
becoming
ったかなという気がしています。これ
decentralized
もう一つ面白かったのはですね、今でも印象に残っているのが、これも桐
this
山さん
one
とあと当時
was
大学院生
working
の安
with
藤さん
Kiriyama-san and the postgraduate
設計プロセス
Ando-san.
というものが定量的に記録される
So
初めての時
this
代
was
だ
the very first
これは
year in 1995 utilizing the
VRML という
VRML, utilizing the 3D on the web, and to try to develop the version 2.0 spec with the Sony engineering technicians. And worldwide, the researchers on the internet utilizing the online tried to discuss the spec of the VRML 2.0 spec. What was interesting for Kiriyama-san and myself was that we were able to share the documents by the internet and the email, and we have been exchanging 15,000 emails to create such documents. And then created and made an analysis like cultural analysis, and we've been creating and
そんなようなことをやるというような
vocabularies.
非常にネットワークというものがいろんな
So the internet for various people, people were very interested in what is happening
でそん
inside.
な時に
And
人
at
工
the
物学研
Artifact
究センタ
Center
ーで
for
僕は
Ergonomics,
非常に
I had a
い
good
い経験ができ
experience
たのはP3 の
working
芹
with
沢さん
the
の紹介で
P3
ですね
Serizawa-san,
デイビッド・ブレアという
and I
インデ
was
ィペンデン
introduced
トのアーティ
to
ストが
Mr.
紹介
David
されて
Blair
結局彼
from
はその後
Serizawa-san,
研究所にいい意
and
味で
David
居
has
候
been
してですね
staying
一緒に
with
作品
the
を作ったんですけれど
Artifact
も
Center
そ
for
のデイビッド・ブレア
Ergonomics.
という人は
And
91
Mr.
年に
Blair
ワックスと
has
いう
been creating a
映画
movie
を
in 1991,
なんていうかな
a
こう
movie
制
called
作して非
Waag,
常に
which
話題
was
になりま
very
した。例え
topical.
ばですね
On the left-hand side, you can see that this is a strange video film by a very specific talent. Utilizing the network, it really makes you feel that you are diving in and experiencing something new. So Nishikata mentioned about independent media. It's a pirate media radio, and it's a free media, and it's a very free material. every private person can utilize any materials on the internet and create a film, which is called and utilize the non-linear edit, and has been creating a very found sound footage. So he has been creating the films just like the Japanese song created by Norimitsu Amemiya, but his version was for the films. In 1993, this one was topical. So the very first time in internet, he has been playing his film, The Waag. So this was the very first pioneering of the streaming, and as the first line says, the culture is now wading into a new discovery and new actions. So it's something like in YouTube, but at that time, it was not imaginable to create such films. So various expectations aroused in various people. And in 1993, Mosaic has been created. So Web was created and Mosaic was created, as Ms. Shikata mentioned. And young and old, I think everybody became happy. As mentioned, by having this Mosaic created, the researcher changed their agenda. So that was a turning point. And when Mr. David Blair came with us to study with us, and when we talked various technologies, he was trying to create a film, wax on, and show it on the internet website. So that is ongoing too. And on the right-hand side, it says on the top line, it's a web film on the web since 1993. And the film could be recombined according to the creators. So a non-linear film was created at that time. And in the base, there was the collaboration system called Mu. So David has been working with various researchers in various universities, and Tom Mayer was a person at Brown University, a very interesting researcher. And David and this person has created the RML environment Mu and created Wax. So David created the film and tried to put it on the web, and he has been mentioning to use the VRM as the foundation. And analytics on the VRM design was also in synchronization. So interdisciplinary space was created by ourselves. And at that time, we created a prototype. We call this a film called Jews in Space. Florence and David has been creating this film. Florence came over to the Ergonomics Research Center every day. David and Florence were very stoic. And in 1995, it was announced at the museum on the internet website. And this film is ongoing on the internet web, so I sometimes contact David. And now the Jews in Space has changed the title to The Lost Tribe. And I think it is now the season 2 ongoing. Everybody can access to see this. So it's not only in Japan, but then in the world, Guggenheim has been conducting virtual exhibition at Sheffield, London. There was an event called Live. And at IAMOS, Mr. Sakamoto has been having an exhibition, 1995 exhibition, and Soho Guggenheim was also in related. And serious game and interaction was a theme at the museums at that time. So what was happening at that time is something that I would like to discuss with the participants today. So thinking about technology, when people are discussing to create a piece online, where is the possibility of the art? I think it is about the non-possibility of the technology, not the possibility. Usually, when technologies are created anew and opens up a new possibility to create a new art, that's the usual way of understanding, but then in hindsight, that was not so. So it was rather it was rather the other way around. So when technologies cannot do anything, that opened up a new possibility. So the real life is ongoing on daily lives. So we're taking video and films right now, and this is continuing on site. But when it is cut off, severed, like such as when happening in the network, what is the inconsistencies that is going to be happening? So going through the internet, we dare to think about non-linear, non-connectiveness. And this is truly what COVID-19 is doing for our daily lives. So let me make my last comment. So Ms. Shikata made a curation for eye tracking for the multi-informatics that was held for the first time in Takayama, and I have been visiting the exhibition with David. It was an underground exhibition. And Shulichen was also here, exhibition too. And this person created the web for the first time at that time. And he said he wanted to create something and created a homeless page. Homeless.html page. And everybody calls this home, and this person says home is not virtually a home. So this is the unpossibility of the technology, and that is one issue that we can discuss. So various things went on. In Shulichen, the ICC Biennale, he has been exhibited in 1998 from Taiwan, and that was homeless homepage and created an art. This person has been roaming around the world holding his laptop, and this piece is shown around the world, and this person is like a nomad, traveling all around the world. And that is the convenience or the advantage of the network. So, when we are talking real time, if this is everything that is going online, and it is connecting, that is no good. So if we sever this connection, then we come to find a new possibility or some discussions, and that is something I feel strongly. So I would like to go into the discussion from now on. I think we're going to be having 20 minutes discussion with the 4 participants. And would like to hear a lot from you.
短くなってる思うのはですね、ちょっとその91年っていうのも、95年に比べると、例えばその、人の話に口に上がる率から言うと、ちょっとこう控えめ、95年の方がね、ちょっと控えめになってしまうと。で、お話聞いてると、95年でも全然エポックですよ。だけど、91年って何だったかというと、やっぱりその過渡期
happened in 1995 is that there was a year, 1991 in fact is the remembered as an epoch year. 1995 is also an epoch year, but in 1991 there was a major shift from the old conventional traditional style of communication from the telephone line, and the telephone line began to be a platform for something unprecedented. And as Mr. Ito said, the live voice, the raw voice, and the balance to it,
こえているものすごく生っぽいみ
was
たい
the
な
virtual
とか、あとは
voice,
鹿田さんもちょっとおっしゃられてたのが、そのメ
some
ディアアート
virtual
のその
voice was
先んじるものっ
created,
て
it sounded very
ス
raw,
クワッティングだとか、
and
それこそ
so there was
テンポラリー
interest
オートノマスゾーンですよね。
in
ま
the
さにその
balance, and also
そういったそのテンポラリーな居場所をいろい
and
ろ
also
こう
there was a
求めて
nomad
作品しているんだけど、
art,
そういうものがこう本質としてある。
so
でそれってすごく
that
フィ
was
ジカルなも
associated
のだ
with
し、
the
で
what is
95年のやつ企
temporary.
画では
And
面白い
what's
のは、
interesting
当時
in
みんな
those
そのイン
days
ターネ
was
ットに
that
そんなに
not
アク
so
セス
many
できないん
people
で、
could
実は家からアクセスし
access
てないん
to
です
the
よね。
internet,
みんなそ
and
の
they did not
アクセ
have
スポイントに行く
internet
っていう
access from
こ
home.
とが起こって
They had to go to
そうなん
a
ですよ。
place where there was the
そうなんで
internet
すよ。でそれが
access.
なんかそれも
And
つまりはそ
so
の
that
画期
was
的な部分である。そういうふうに思わせるものであると思うんですね。
situation.
だからなんかそのちょ
And
っとこう過
so
渡期みたいなところにどんなそのこう実験的なことっていう
so
のを
how
そこに盛り
I
込め
think
る
the
かという
point
と
is
ポイン
that
トだ
how
と思っておりまして、ちょ
experimental
っと
can
そ
you
の辺
be
も含めて
in the timing where
フリーディスカッションしたい
there's
と思うんですけ
a
ど、
major
な
shift
んか
happening
どうですかね、その過
that
渡期の
would
メ
be
ディ
looked
ア、過
back
渡期
as
とし
an
てのメ
epoch
ディア、
year
それが何
in
かこ
the
う制度として
future,
新しい
and
ものを生んでいく
that would also
みたいな
create
ことです
some
ね。
new
どうでしょうか。
interest and a trend. What do you think?
伊藤先
So
生の
by
話とか聞
listening
いて、その
to
生の
Mr.
っていう
Ito,
の
so
は調理され
so
てないって
he
言い
said the
方され
raw
てたんで
voice
す
is
け
an
ど、つまり
uncooked
ウェ
voice,
ブメディアと
meaning
か
that
が
the
も
web
うなん
media,
ていうか、例えば、
for
例えば
instance, the
SNS とか大きな
SNS
プラットフォームの上に乗ってしまって
so
調理され尽く
is
してるっていう
becoming
のが多分伊藤先生とか思ってらっしゃったんだと、でその発言になったんだと
cooker
思うん
in
で
a
すけ
sense
ど、
of something
で
that
今
would
畑
be
中さん
raw.
の話を聞いて思っ
And
たのは、やっぱり
so
91
in
年の
1991,
電話を使ったっていうのは、
this
電話がもうすでに
art
枯れたメ
used
ディ
the
ア、
telephone,
電話
but
とファックスがもう
telephone and
十
the
分に成熟
facsimile
して、
were kind
で
of
ただその上で、
obsolete
まあ、ダイヤル Q2 のシ
media.
ステムを使
But
ってあ
then
れは動いて、
the art
要するに
utilized the
有
dial
料だったん
Q2,
ですけど、
which is
は
a
い、
paid
それによって動い
service.
ドライブされてたっていう
And
ところと、95年の
So that was the museum inside the
ウェブ上の
telephone
ミュージア
network
ム
in
は実は結構違ってい
1991. And
て、
when it
これ
comes
か
to
ら
this
立ち上
art
がる、
in
まだ本
1995,
当によちよち歩きの3
it
歳ぐらいの
involved
メ
a
ディア
new
でみんなが分
media
かってな
that
い
was
も
only
のを見るっていう、だから似たように同じようにネットワーク上にあると見えつつ、実は結構性質が違
work
う
in 1991 and
だなっていうのを今い
1995
ろんな
have
人の話を聞きな
much
がら
different
感じ
in
て
the
い
nature
ましたね。
多分その
of the
性質の違いってやっぱり一つやっぱり
the
電話ってア
artwork.
ナロ
And
グ
I
メディアだっ
think
たことだと思うんで
the
すね。割と簡
telephone
単に言う
used
と
to
ね。
be
やっぱりそれはデジタルメディアで95
analog
年が
media, whereas the
ある種そこからつまらなくなった
digital
の
media
は
was
全部
created.
メディアが
And
一元化されて
and
しまった。
digital media
逆に言うと映像
then
も音も全部デ
unified
ジタル
all
を
the
共有
media
するというこ
forms
とは
for
実
the
はそこで失われた
individuals,
ものは
for the
もう一つ
sounds. And before that, there were
だからそれが
several
電話っていうものがやっぱりある種の最後の
media
アナログメディアの
forms,
ような
and
わかんない
it
けどねコミュニ
seemed
ケーションとしてあったとする
suppose that
と
the telephone
その
was the
今
last
言っている
analog
生の
media in
感じ
history.
だとかっていうものに
It
よっ
could
て
be
やっぱり
considered
技
as
術
a
が
raw
何を失
media,
ってしまったの
and
失われてたのかっていう
what
のはすごく大き
was lost following the development of the technology is
大事に
something
なってくる。
important
で
to
今
consider.
結局こうした
And
ディスプレイ越し
so
に
for
ミーティングを
instance,
すると失われているも
we
の
are
っていう
having
のがやっぱ
meeting
り91の電話
through
から
the
ウェブ
web
に関してもあったよう
media,
な気がする。
and there is a sense of loss
先ほど
there.
フルバー
There
ジョ
must
ン
be
でアメ
something
さんのジ
lost
ャパニーズソ
when
ングを
we
聞
have
いたらこれ
meetings
絶対
between
今載せられないみたいなものでしたもんね。
the media.
結局ウェ
And
ブが
also
マスメディア
we
に結構近づ
have
いてきてしまっ
become
て
so
簡単にバン
close
され
to
てし
mass
まうものにな
media.
ったん
And
だけ
at
ど、91年当
1991,
時は別にそ
So with the dial kit, that was to be listened to privately, and therefore payment was made, charging was made, and also my program of pirate radio was something not legal. And in those days, the telephone did not belong to individuals. A telephone would represent a whole family unit, and it did not belong to single individuals. So there's a new world evolved from that with the digital media. And in 1991, there was we created the kind of a paid phone structure so that there will be participation from people who do not have their own phone or facsimile. And so the telephone media, something more public was carried on into the artwork in 1995. And so the public-private demarcation affected the design of the project. After the digital media was developed, and this is something that we'd like to also carry on with the discussion in the future. And so this online art museum is now becoming more popular, and so there's kind of exhibition. There are exhibitions available that is almost in a kind of a parallel world to the real physical world, and so this will be provided through the online, so this doesn't bring about so much physical change. So that's what I wanted to raise as a question. Having said that, then since digital became available, what changed? And so the network became a venue for creation, not simply to convey ideas or information. So in 1991, the art was not created on the line, but then with the digital, you can begin to create online. And so I wonder, the basic question would be that what is the venue for creation? So basically, the telephone as a media and its functions hasn't changed, but what became available after digital is that the creation became possible, and then how this will be presented in the or curated in the art museum is a big and important question. And so I only have a pessimistic view of what will be available online, because you need device and computer screens or smartphone screens to look at these artwork. And so basically the world is contained in the small screens, and so that makes me pessimistic. And at the time of art collection, yes, we did a lot of creation, but then all that much creation is within your hand in that tiny screen of the smartphone. And I felt that what's the meaning of trying to pursue the online art? And so even if we go into online lifestyle, I think there should be some wish for creation.
So what I think is the age is changing, so the concept of museum itself is no longer viable. Of course, there's the possibility in the future for a museum, but then it is not the iconic. So we can work on a model rather than what we can see today. And through the internet, people can send out communications through their own devices and take on communication. And utilizing Zoom, people are collaborating these days, hit by COVID-19, and people are working on theatrical actions too through Zoom too. So the model of museum, I am uninterested with that museum model anymore. So somebody else rather than myself can work on museum model, but then it's also going to be a combination of online, offline from here on. So I think we should have a mixture.
もう翻弄されてるんですけど、
So
僕も今お話が出たみたいに、オンラインでやっぱ物を作るっていうのが当たり前になっている時代に生まれて、でそうなるとやっぱりオンラインで発表するっていうのがシームレスすぎて全く面白くないんですよね。だからそのさっきお話が出たその電話網の中のミュージアムとかはオフラインで作ったのをオンラインに持ってって、
everything created physically has been put on the telephone line, and then people were excited. However, now we're creating everything on the web and sharing everything on the web. So maybe the feedback should be brought into the real physical world. So that is what I have noticed listening to you. As Ms. Shikata mentioned, and if I am to continue along with the verse, the software art, as Mr. Eto mentioned, I think we have to consider more where we're going to be presenting our software art. So, as mentioned by Saito-san, where should we display the software? Where should people observe the software? And I don't think we have an answer today. Yes, so that is what we are doing at my production. But then after FA, nothing has changed. I think maybe the scale could have been bigger these days, but we need some new way to work on. And I think including the Ars member who is observing us, listening to us, I think we should also think about a new way. So, coming back to 1991, not many of us have been experiencing that 1991 exhibition, but then we have to come back to that sensation that we have at 1991. And hereafter, I think museum exhibition is ever more becoming online. So we should create a cross point of the online, offline. Mr. Hachiya is mentioning that we should share the brochure sometime so that everybody can go through the museum inside network. And I think this summarizes today and tonight. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening with us.
影日康明です。僕は今東京大学で働いていて、情報学館っていうところなんですけど、メディアアートの作品を作るという同時に、バックグラウンドは工学で、オーグメンティッドリアリティだとか、ヒューマンコンピューターインタラクションと言われるような領域の研究をしつつ、そういった技術を使った作品を展開しているっていうような、そういうことをやってます。で昔はなんかこう研究は研究で作品は作品でこう分けながらやってたんですけど、最近割と、作品作りの中で論文を書くとか、ある種その下地になる研究をするとかっていうのがあるので、そこ結構混ざってるんですよね。ここはエンジニアとしての仕事で、ここはアーティストとしての仕事でっていうことを、最初は分けがちで。コラボレーションとしてもそういうエンジニアとして参加しますとかアーティストとして参加しますみたいなある種バックグラウンドを持った人たちがコラボレーションするみたいなことが多かったし、今もあるとは思うんですけど、僕自身は2000年代割とそういうやり方だったんですけど、だんだんそこから作品を作る過程の中で研究が生まれるってことだったりとか、おっしゃるように研究してたら作品になるってことがあるので、そこをぐるぐる回ってるうちにどっちが表でどっちがか分かんなくなるようなそんな感覚。いろんな領域の人とかなり近い距離で活動できるっていうのがあって、僕で言うとマテリアルサイエンティストがもう本当ラボの中にいるとか、さっきの美術家アーティストがラボの中にいるとか、そういった人たちがもう一緒になってやれるっていうような、なんかそういう話ができるっていうことで言うと、日本の、ラボの中に限らず東京とか日本のその環境というのは面白いなと思って、僕らと考えが合う人っていうのは、日本人らしいっていう話もあるんですけど、意外と外国にいたりしていて、そういう意味で言うとかなりフォーカスするポイントは近い人たちとその場でどんどん出会えていくっていうこと、そういったメリットというか意義っていうのを感じつつ、毎年のように参加しているっていう感じですね。彼らが毎年何かしらのテーマを持ってやってるっていうことがあって、そういった一つの軸があることによってなんか作品を一個相対化することができて、それによって他のアーティストの活動とある種 並べるとかある種のマップをそこで得ることができて、そういったところで自分たちの共通項だったりとか違いを見るっていう意味で毎年そういうふうに参加すると少しずつ自分たちの立ち位置が見えてくるような気がしていると。ピュアにものを作ってたところに対してそれに対して作品というフレームをある種与えてもらって、その時はでそうするとそこに対してどんどんいわゆる技術っていう目ではない人たちがその作品に関わりをその場で作っていって、それこそリレーションだったりインタラクションがその場で生まれる様をもうこの目で見ることができた。だからこの技術として作ってたものが最終的にどういうふうになるのかまでをこう通して見ることができた。でそうすると次じゃあこうしてみようっていうサイクルがどんどん生まれてくるってことでいうと、インタラクションとかリレーションを作るってこと自体が目的で、なのでそこまでいかにこう通していくかっていうことはかなり仕組みとしてやり方としてかなり自覚的にやってきたと思います。で今も多分そういう作るで終わらずにラボからフィールドだったりショーケースに対してどういうふうにこう出していくか、あるいはそこから還元していくか、そこの即応性をどんだけ上げていくかっていうことがすごくチャレンジだなと思っていて、何か気がついて、5年後に何か新しいものができますってことももちろん重要なんだけど、それに対してどんどん社会は変化していくし僕らの環境も変化していく中でどれだけある種ブリコラージュのように技術をその場で組み替えていくことができるかっていう意味で言うと、研究のやり方自体もアップデートされていく、なんかそんな必要があると思っていて、そこの大きな意味での関係性、社会とラボあるいは外と、ある種実験環境とのつながりっていうのはすごく重要だと思います。可能であれば外とつながった状態で制作をしたいと思っていて、なんかこう大学の中にこう完全に閉じてしまうというよりかは、これ街の中に出てきて作ることと見せること、ある種は伝えることっていうのがある種連動した状態でこう作れると、インプットとアウトプットがこう刺激し合いながら新しいものが生まれていくだろうっていう期待があるので、そういう意味で言うと大学の中にこうラボっていうのを持ちつつ、もう一つ別の場所としてこう横浜に今ラボ、スタジオっていう環境を持たせてもらっていて、実験だったり制作っていうものともう少しデジタルに近いディスプレイだったりとかカメラだったりとか、そういったものがある種同じ空間にこう存在していくようなそういう場所にしたいっていうのがあって、それはなんかこうやっぱり道具とか環境っていうのは思考をかなり規定するところがあるので、どんなツールを選べるかっていうことがアイデアの幅を決めちゃうってことでいうと、もう材料もいわゆるデータデジタルの世界も、それ以外のものもある種10日に選択肢としてそこで選べるようなそんな場所を作ってみたいっていうのが一つの思いとしてある。その本当にミニマムですけど、それを一つ実験的にやってるっていうのが、この空間としても考えてたことですね。インスピレーションはかなりもうここからっていうものでもないんですけど、すごくサイエンティフィックな実験とか現象みたいなところからもうインスピレーションはもちろん受けます。すごくプリミティブな現象っていうのが、もちろん研究としてされているものもあれば、本当に YouTube 上でいろんなサイエンスの実験としてされているようなものもあって、そういうある種ごちゃごちゃと手を動かすことによって出てくるインスピレーションっていうのはたくさんあるっていうことと、あとはやっぱりその彫刻だったりとかそういう作品を見るのはすごく好きで、それは一見デジタルと関わるフィールドではないんだけれど、そういったところからうまくそこからパンパンパンとパズルがつながって次の作品につながっていくとか、そういうことはありますね。僕らはやっぱり触らないとコミュニケーションだったりとか、ある種生きていけない生き物なので、その触るっていうことはある種すごく贅沢な究極の体験になってくるだろうということでいうと、そのより素材だったり触れるとかっていうことを引き出すようなそういった作品だったりプロダクト空間っていうものはすごく意味を持ってくるだろうと思っていて、京都の伝統工芸の職人さんたちと一緒に環境に応じてその振る舞いを変化させていくような、生地だったりとか、布のようなもの、糸のようなものっていうのを開発しています。でそれはある種僕らがこの世界の変化を知覚するための新しい皮膚のようなものにもなるかもしれないし、この空間をもっと動的に変えていくための素材になるかもしれない、そんなこの新しいこの距離感だったりとか世界との 知覚の仕方っていうものをある種それこそインターフェースになるようなそんな新しい素材開発を今したいなと思っていて、それは最終的に今プロダクトになるのかそれこそ空間になるのかいろんな可能性を探ってるんですけど、こんな時代だからこそこのものに対する接し方っていうものをもう一度アップデートしていくようなそんなインターフェースになるようなものを作りたいなと思ってやってます。すごくメディア環境も含めてメディア環境だけじゃなくてこう社会環境自体が大きくガラッて変わって前提が変わっていくっていうことでいうと、いわゆるメディアとそのものというかいわゆるメディアのコンディションを問うというメディアアートの役割が今すごく重要になっていると。でメディアのいわゆるそれこそコンディション自体が大きく変わってしまった中で僕らは何を良しとしてどこに向かっていくんだろうっていうことに対して、一つの道だけじゃなくていろんなオルタナティブを同時にこう展開していく必要があると思っていて、そういう意味で言うと今、ほとんど全部がオルタナティブになってしまっているけれど、そこに対してある種の強度を持った問いをこう立てていくっていう意味でのメディアアートの役割というのはすごく大きいと思っていて、このどんどん変わっていくメディアのコンディションっていうものに対してかなり敏感に反応していって、そこに対してこうかもしれないと、こうあったらどうだろうっていうような議論を作っていくための作品っていうのは、より意味を持ってくるんじゃないかなと思いますね。
For the third time, the time-based and interactive media art departments of the University of Art and Design Linz will present 13 new projects on cooperative aesthetics in the Deep Space 8K. The interaction between all visitors, the communication and collaboration are essential for the works. The concept of cooperative aesthetics entails a strong social component in addition to aesthetics qualities to let people interact with each other. We will now see a selection of those projects which have been presented in the Deep Space 8K throughout the festival.
Hello, my name is Gerhard Fonk. I'm the head of the study program Time-Based and Interactive Media Arts here at the Art University in Linz. Since many years, my students and I developed programs for this deep space under the topic cooperative aesthetics, which means we develop programs where the users in this space can have a common aesthetic experience and they have to work together, and the cooperation is one very essential part in this series of works. First, I want to introduce a work by Maria Mandea. Maria Mandea was an Erasmus student. She lives in Romania and she cannot come to this festival. And she developed the work Divided. In Divided, the space is divided in two colors, and on each color a group of participants can stand, and you will see the color begins to float and make waves, and the task for the users is always to stay on the right color. So it's like it's a competition between these two groups, but it is also a cooperation within one group, and for the spectators, a really amazing aesthetic experience.
Hello, I'm Elena Richtsfeld. The aim of my project was to create a simple and colorful running game for children. So when you enter the space, a flower will be given to you. And when you walk, you will create the path of this flower. There will be a few different flowers with different colors and shapes. And like in real nature, the more flowers you plant, the more insects like bees, butterflies, and ladybirds will appear and fly around the area.
Hi, my name is Leva Anthony, and my project deals with plastic pollution in our oceans. It generally shows a fragile frozen surface, and people are invited to step on it, and the moment they get closer, the surface opens up and cracks, and underneath it, an image is revealed. But yeah, that's for you to find out.
This work is developed by Susanna Becker. She recorded many micro movements of her body, and the audience and the users in the space can play with these movements. They can develop, if they work together, many very interesting choreographies with her movements, and it's a really interesting, fantastic work.
Und der Kind sollte ja auch absprechen, das ist ja durchaus erlaubt in der kooperativen Ästhetik.
My name is Laurens Voiker, and my work is called Monster Tinder. And in it you can use the variety of quirky eyes, mouths, noses, and so on to create the monster lovers of your dreams. And then you can use the love test to see if they are a perfect fit for each other.
My name is Lisa Patchada, and my project is called RGB Spaceflight. It started as an idea to create a space filled with star-like particles that people could interact with. And it ended up pretty colorful.
Hi, my name is Adrian Herinch, and my project focuses on human interactions. I was attempting to describe the relationships between people by organic processes, because we all react to each other just like everything in nature does. And when the users are entering the space and they get close to each other, a video starts playing. And this program is designed for 8 people, 8 users. And they are invited to go and find new connections, to see new videos, and to explore new interactions between them.
Hello, my name is Holonder Heiss. I'm the university assistant at the time-based interactive media art at the Art University Linz. The next work will be a work of Thomas Guggenberger. He generates complex shapes out of Bezier curves, and the visitor has to try to rebuild these shapes by moving the vertex points of the curves.
Hello, my name is Harim Joan Lee, and my project called Hidden Figure. In my project, some of us appears as an eye, and the others appears as dancers. But it is hard to see ourselves as a whole. But if we are together, we can see more. Enjoy.
Hi, my name is Felix Winkler, and this is The Swarm. It's a project about movement and how to move in a group. And it's in a kind of playful way with others to interact with them and steal fish and get a big swarm. Yeah, that's it. Enjoy my project.
The next work is from Max Urani, The Village of Forbidden Dreams. Max gives the visitors the opportunity to build a village of their dreams where everything is nice and everybody is happy. And you can enjoy the environment and see what happens on the end.
Rasterization is a central principle in the digital world. In my work, Moiré, the users have the possibility to build line grids and to change the line width, the grid width, and the angle of the grid. And pairs can overlay their grids, and so many fantastic Moiré patterns appear.
So, jetzt können ein Paar dazu und dann eine zweite. viertes Form, der fünfte ist das immer sehr viel. Das hoffen Sie gar nicht bitte. Kannst du mal fortsprechen? Jetzt also Namenstext ist gefolgt von einem ersten Umgang und dann
My project Infected is a simulation game where all the users must try to stay healthy in an infectious world.
Okay, ändert sich. Es gibt an Supermarkt Infizierte und an Supermarkt.
Das ist der Supercluster und wir sind noch so. In dem Fall geht es jetzt wirklich zusammenstellen. Aber es ist jetzt wieder eine Infektion dazu gekommen. Warte, ich muss mal hin, aber an und für sich. Ähnliches ist aussieht. Oh je, muss ich
Good morning, future self. This will be your video memory for today, August 8th, Saturday. But also, ooh, can you tell I just woke up? But also this video is for the Ars Electronica Starts 2020 prize. We couldn't have the exhibition in person because the Ronas, so we're having an online exhibition instead. Okay, let's start with that video from earlier this year. It's a trailer for the Prosthetic Memory Project. We used it in the application. One sec, I'm looking for it. Okay, ready to reminisce to February 2020. How do you remember? What does it feel like, or taste like, or smell like? What do you see inside your head? What do you hear? Because I can't do any of that. Hi. My name is M. Eifler, and this video is documenting my piece Prosthetic Memory in its world debut. Prosthetic Memory has 3 components: handmade paper journals, including drawings and writings, video documentation edited into daily or weekly videos that capture the events and experiences and thoughts and feelings that are all churning up in my life. And lastly, a custom machine learning algorithm, which acts as a cohesive bridge between the physical and virtual objects that make up my prosthetic memory. Recall interrupted. Okay, bring up the components menu. Let's narrow in on journals and come back to the present.
You want to go in the freezer? Could be arranged. It could be arranged. I guess that's another way. That's like a poor man's way to do taxidermy. We'll just put you in there, and every time we get some ice cream, it's like, hi, cutie.
In the gallery, a copy of one of the paper notebooks is set up on a table where audience members can turn the pages. The AI uses a camera above the book to recognize which page has been turned to and plays the associated memories on the desk nearby. Because of my traumatic brain injury, I can remember very little. My long-term memory, which should hold the memories of my childhood, my wedding, my graduation from grad school, only manages to hold on to things like my phone number and how to ride a bicycle. It's an important part of the zombie murdering process. Come on, doggo.
Just having doggos?
No, it's yelling at zombies and saying, "Why did you change weapons? Why are you shooting me?" Yeah. Recognized exercise. Speed change to 553.43%. Change speed setting for exercise. Doggy, 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 dog. Hey, sweetos. What are you doing? Oh. Okay, recommend a new memory based on current activity. Recognized walking. Reminisce to December 2019. July 2019. August 2018. Commencing reminiscence to August 2018. So on very rocky territory, it definitely limits my mobility. It makes it hard to like put my toe on something and grip as I push up because it pulls on the brace. But it does mean that I don't like kick anything or like scuff my toe on the rock. I do actually get like my heel up, which is the most important part of walking for me, I guess, is heel strike. And it's a lot easier now with the brace. That's not smoke, that's chocolate powder. Let's come back to the present from this object. I don't know what to do here. Read me one of the journal entries. Something close by and about memory loss. Here's one from 2 days in the future, August 10th. The insatiable hunger of whiteness. Before my grandparents came to America, they weren't white. They were Irish and British and soaked to the bone in their own specific hatreds and prejudices. But today, in America, I am white. Or I am of European descent with white privilege, the descendant of island people colonized by their neighbors and their neighbors' neighbors before that. But that too is just a story. The one story I know from one grandparent of 4. I have no idea where the rest of my blood comes from, which itself is a kind of memory loss. Like holding on to the spinning world with one arm while the rest of my foundation is flung away. I don't know what else you're supposed to use when you ran out of EXO.
Didn't I already kill this woman?
So much for usable audio.
What's that?
I said so much for using that audio.
Oh, sorry. sorry.
Didn't I already kill this woman?
So who is the character design?
Oh, it's like the same zombie again?
Yeah, there's like a... No, not a zombie, a person. A boss. Like it was a boss battle. And I killed her. And here she is again? What? Maybe she is a zombie, I don't know. I think they just reused the same character model.
What? Recall interrupted.
The Garden in Barcelona, organized by Hangar, Ramon Llull Institute and the New Art Foundation, visited many artists in the last weeks to talk with them about their works and the times that we live in, how they perceive it and what this changes for them personally and in their artistic practice. Now we're taking you on a journey through the beautiful city of Barcelona to meet some of their protagonists.
Hello, I'm Alma. I'm a visual artist, I'm a teacher, I'm a hacker. I create a landscape, abstract landscape with code in real time. And in real time I perform with music, and then music and visuals and code. This is my classic pencil. Mm-hmm. But now it's interesting because now I'm using another palette and another kind of movement. I think that this is like a bird, no? Like wings.
And how would you describe yourself as an artist?
For me, the artist work was a very important process to know and to understand that, okay, I'm an artist. I work with generative systems using the code, programming language. Then it's like I program in my own own tools. I use machines. And it's like I work with the machines, with the computer together. It's like we have a band, like a rock band. I follow the music. The music is so important in my work. It's like a dancing with the music, but using little lines, little dots that moving around in real time. I'm more like a digital painter that use the movement.
I would like to ask you, in your work, what role science and technology and art play?
The science part and the artistic part is very, very similar. I try to be not a slave about the technology. I think that this is so important. For example, why I have this old nano control tool? Because it works. And for me, it works. Then it's my tool. Maybe I can have new technology for this. But no, because then we converted like slaves.
Can you show us a little more?
Yeah.
So we can film.
It's super, super important to it's like the volume in the music. No, the musician, it's very important to control the volume. Here it's super important to control the intensity of the color.
How the Barcelona and Catalonia community around this area, art, science, technology, is to you?
In some part, I think that Barcelona, like city, for me was very, very important. And yeah, I had lucky to stay in one scene, but I remember this scene like a small locals, small festivals, and now we don't have this. And we have to go outside Barcelona to work. When you go out the city, you can start to be an artist, for me. Now the city is not a very good place to be an artist and to work like an artist. It's a very good place to work and to go and to show your work, but not to live, because it's a city that is so expensive. It's true.
For these interviews, we need to reflect on a couple of concepts. For this Ars Electronica Barcelona garden.
Perfect.
And one of these concepts is uncertainty.
I know that for so many people are super hard to have this kind of uncertainty, because change all your, it's like you don't have a solid point. But for me, I can deal with this perfectly. I don't care to work about art, and maybe tomorrow I'm going to be a gardener because I'm very with the plants, and it's okay.
And then the other word that we need to reflect on is ecology.
For example, with all these kind of things of to take a plane to fly to a festival that is in the north of Europe only for one day. For me, this is not ecology. We have to think the way that we move. And it's interesting because so many artists now start to think about this, and so many festivals and institutions. And with now in this present of this pandemic moment, it's super cool for this, because now the ecology and all the nature are strong. But yeah, it's a question that I'm in focus in this, the way that I can.
Let's switch off the computer when...
Yeah, switch off the computer. For example, is a very good ecology moment, and mental ecology, because if not, our minds are all the time connected, and it's so stressful. And now it's switch off.
Muy bien, Alma. Ya lo tenemos. Today we have traveled to San Pedro de Ribas to visit Josep Manuel Berenguer, artist and technologist in a way.
The most part of the time, what I am doing is to design experiences. And this is the thing what I think I do. But of course, I can say, or I could say that I am an artist.
Can you tell us about your creative process? How do you work?
The most part of my technological works are scientific works, or scientific, based on science. You know, one of scientists that have influenced me very much, in fact, is Francisco Varela. In one of his books, I think that in English it hasn't exactly the same title than in Spanish, but in English it's the embodied mind. So the mind inside, embedded in the body. No? He described an experience. He described an example of a thing that hadn't cognitive abilities, but that had a behavior, an interesting behavior, a deterministic behavior. This deterministic behavior was shown in a device that he called Vittorio. Vittorio, that comes from bit, and is not the name in Italian. Vittorio is not that. It's Vittorio with B. Vittorio is it's an automaton. It's a cellular automaton that is absolutely deterministic. If you have two cells in a determinate state, the cell which is inside becomes in another state. That depends on a rule that you give to your system. And well, the fact is that this constructs a very interesting images, not only images, sequences of ones and zeros. This is the interesting thing in the beginning. That well, we have the possibility to see that in images. So here you have what Vittorio is. We have well, this is the representation of Vittorio. So this is each line is an state of Vittorio, and you see that these lines are becoming different in the future of each line, in fact. So time is going in this sense. So now we are here. You see, this is the thing is changing here, and well, you see that perhaps there is a tendency to make this line bigger, but in a moment this can change. This is only a representation of data, if you want. But well, someone in Luxembourg asked me to make a piece. I can put this in a screen to see the forms that are generated automatically. We have arrived at a point that we have having some some behaviors, some different behaviors. Different behaviors from the past, because you see that the past is erased by the present, in fact. Well, this also can sound. So this has become a kind of score.
Yes.
What is happening here? Well, here it's happening that I am using this process, this behavior, in fact, to filter a noise, a white noise.
What role play technology, science, and art in your work?
For me, technology is a way to do things. I use technology to, for instance, and it's very important for me, to explicitly tell the computer or tell the reality to have a behavior. I am in my past. I was a composer. Well, I can say that I am a composer. Technology is that it's a tool. For me, science is a way to try to give poetry to my works. It's a way to go beyond the art. But I think you must in life you must go beyond your art. And well, this is the reason. This is the relations between science, art, and technology for me.
And two last things for this Ars Electronica Barcelona garden. The two themes are ecology and uncertainty. First of all, let's pick the topic of uncertainty.
The thing that we must accept is that the uncertainty is with us. It has been always with us. Uncertainty is in any sound you listen. There is not true that sounds of music are predictable. That is not true at all. Sounds in music are unpredictable in a big part. Noise is everywhere. Noise is in every instrument, a musical instrument of the past you can aboard. The point is to understand that the unpredictability, uncertainty is a thing that is with us, and we must accept that. Ecology is a way to try to understand the relations between species and between things that happen at the same time in the world. It's a discipline of complexity. One of the disciplines of complexity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to you too. You're welcome.
So to start with, can you tell us a bit about yourself? Who are you? What do you do?
That's a question. That's a real, who am I? If I knew that, that's almost like a Hamlet question. I am an artist, and what does it mean? That I am in a very privileged place that doesn't have a predetermined objective. Most places in this planet, in life, have predetermined objectives. I am in a very risky place in which there is not a predetermined thing to do. So I am very free in that sense. I can use all the means that I want to express what I want. Usually I try to open a window, to give a new possibility for seeing that I can share with everybody. This is what I am trying. And in order to capture this energetic world, that it's fluid and that it's all the time changing, I have been using from the very beginning all the technologies that we have now.
How does the scientific world integrate within your artistic practice?
Well, it happened almost naturally because as a child I lived with my grandfather, who was an architect and an inventor, and he put me in contact with mathematics, with geometry, with numbers, with the whole idea that underneath it all there is an order of some kind, and also making all the questions. In my case, also language, poetry, literature, and all the other aspects, drawing, painting, had a big importance. And somehow I naturally blended all of this in my brain. It's like the two hemispheres of the brain, you know, like one that understands reality in a more linear way, and the other that understands reality as a whole in a more holistic way. I somehow integrated them very early on.
What is your relationship with the light, and how do you play with human perception with this light?
Yes, light is at the origin of everything. Light is the voice of matter. Light is what really tells us something about the world. And from the point of view of being an artist, a visual artist, the first thing that I see is the light. In painting or in sculpture, in architecture, we move around, but we live in this light. And in the case of the work that universe that it's right now behind me, I've explored the limits of what we can see today with our telescopes.
And so for this specific piece, universe, how did you work all these images that we see that are layered in this sphere? Where do these images come from? Did you take them? Did you use archive images? How did you work with image and light to build this?
Yeah, in order to get all the images for the piece universe, I first used my camera and all the lenses that we had to look at the reality in the island of La Palma, at all the, you know, mostly at the earth, at the sky, at the water, the light. In other words, the alchemical, a little bit an alchemical vision, very, very primeval vision of the island, of nature there. And then afterwards, I prolonged this vision with the telescopes, with the images from the telescopes. And since they didn't have all the images from the telescopes, I had to ask NASA. So finally, a lot of the images also come from NASA, and the interesting thing is that the sounds all come from NASA, because navigating in internet, all, you know, by chance, all of a sudden I discovered a file that said the sound of Venus. How is it possible? There is no atmosphere, so how can there be a sound? And then I listened to it, and then I started finding all the sounds of all the planets, the sound of the voice of the moon, the voice of the sun, the big lion of the sun, you know, and then I found a statement by NASA that with the capsules, when they're near a planet or the sun, they tape the electromagnetic vibrations, and they do the translation of this into sound.
I think that we can take this time moving and this perception of what has already happened to talk about one of the things that we have to bring out in the conversation, which is uncertainty.
Exactly. Well, that is one of the main issues about the quantic vision, the quantic fields, is uncertainty, and I think that it requires us to be flexible in a way that we have not been before, and it requires us to dare to not know. I mean, there are many things that we don't know, and we have to live with mystery. We are working and living in an enormous living universe that it's all alive. All of it is alive, and all of it is dialoguing, and it's dancing, really. It's an energy dance of some sort, and we are part of this dance. We have to be aware of how small we are, but on the other hand, we have to be aware that we are also very large, because we are part of the dance, and anything we do has an effect on the dance. It's not like we see the world, we are in a bus, and we see through the window, and no. We are creating reality. We are all artists of ourselves, of our lives. We create our jewel, we create ourselves, and we all are making this reality, this dance, and what we call reality. We are all part of making it. And in that sense, we have to be very flexible, because we have to accept that we don't have the control. Ecology is not a set of rules that happens outside. Ecology is knowing, I am the earth. I am the earth. The earth is me, it's inside it, in all my veins, in all everything. I am also a tree, a flower, an animal, a bird, everything. It's all, and so if I have to take care of myself and take care of everything as me. And it's very important what we do, how we take care of ourselves, and also that our minds are clear and clean, because they put out words. The words are very powerful. Words are like commands, you know. Each word, if I tell you it's all going to be okay, it's not the same if I say the opposite. And all of these things condition the reality. And I think we have an incredible, very passionate moment in front of us, and we should not fall into fear, but be confident and reject the bad parts of the technology, the parts that are hurting the planet and hurting ourselves, but then use all the creativity and, you know, the fact that we can be connected all over the planet in less than 1 second, you know, all of that. We are totally enclosed in our confinement, and yet we have never been more connected with the planet than now.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Muchas gracias. Está súper. Introduce yourself, who you are, and what you do.
My name is Mario Santamaria. I'm a visual artist, and much of my work is about the concept of the observer as a phenomenon. And I'm interested in matching visions, interfaces, technologies that build our recreations or representation of the world.
What are your inspirations?
Maybe art practice for me is like a reaction or response to something. And from this point of view, maybe we have too much inspirations and not time. In 2016, I decided to travel to my own website, and in the same way than data packets. I like this idea to move my body in the same way that mathematic process or internet protocols communications. Now try to escape to this idea of subjectivity and try to incorporate something from outside and try to see what is the effect. I like these games where not everything is open, is access, is 24/7, working every day. No, try to generate other spaces, temporalities.
So your website works for you because every time that somebody sends you an email, we get a response that I am sleeping. So you sleep while your website is working in a way?
Yeah, I want to sleep more, But I like this idea to the sleep is like the limit of the capitalism, no? Because we don't consume, buy nothing during we are sleeping, and it's like I don't know. I think people hate me for this out of office, but it's like I experiment with my own relations. No, I try to. What happened if I say to people I'm sleeping when they want to work and they want a very fast response, and I don't know.
Okay. And can you tell us what are you working on at the moment?
I have like 3 different lines. One is about the image, the condition of the digital image. Other is more about time, temporalities. This idea of 23/7 for me is like a concept, and I try to put things inside. And other is in relation with this travel to my website is about geography, telecommunications, infrastructures, and now I want to continue with this idea to move in different way, move as email, move as other, I don't know, options.
What do you think about the relationship, or can you reflect a bit about the relationship between science, arts, and technology? I work about this idea of the observer, the phenomenon of the observer, and I think it's very important in science, no? Because it's a problematic. Where is the position to see the world and create knowledge? And in some way, I critique in some positions from this knowledge from science, but at the same time it's very attractive the metaphors that create from mathematics or science. What are your feelings, your impressions, your thoughts about ecology?
In my work is not very evidence the ecology or the relation with the natural sources. I have a project, for example, it's like touristic perversion, and we rent a bus and we go to visit different places like a touristic travel. But we visit the internet infrastructure. No? We want to visit this very strong materiality that are in the city and is part of our telecommunications relation with the world. And for me, this idea of teletechnologies have relation with how we stay in the earth, no? How we create our cities, our relations. Now with the COVID situation, it's like this image of the world, transparent, flat, now becomes blur. Something happened, no? But at the same time, in the same moment, it's like the world lost resolution, but at the same moment, the synchronization is more strong, and different powers start to recreate this resolution, no? The visibility again in other ways, because something that we don't see, we can see, is changing everything, and our world is based on this visibility. And yeah, now the situation is very weird.
Yourselves and what you do.
Okay.
So we are Playmode Studio. It's Santi Villanova and me, Eloy Maduey. And we define ourselves as an audiovisual research studio. That means that we like to play with audiovisual stuff. We've been almost 15, 20 years playing with this. Playmode is 10 years old maybe. And we've been ranging from projection mapping to lately more immersive spaces, light and sound, interaction, generative stuff, and that's it. We like the research or scientific approach to understand what's going on, why this is happening, what are the historical references of what we are doing, and how can we manipulate it, how can we link it with other things, and all this compendium of things. At the end is something similar to playing with a puzzle, which is the work that we are doing.
We've been experimenting with lots of technologies, like from video projectors to light to robotics to lots of stuff. But the only constant along the time has been this will for creating a unified language between sound and image.
I would like to know your views about the relationship between art and science and technology.
I would say, of course, we are. I would say that's a really personal and something that comes on the background of each one of us. So it's not something that has appeared, but both of us we love mathematics, physics, science in general. Meaning the ability of humankind to develop new things or explain certain phenomena. As we want to create phenomena, we like to understand how humans usually understand and decrypt certain natural phenomena. And we always have the confusion related to this that we have. I don't like the idea of saying what's the relation between art and science, meaning that they are really separate things. When it's like, yeah, of course, it's really different to be researching on COVID vaccines or creating audiovisual experiences. But it's something that we like to bring one to the other and the other to the one, so that we can get scientific concepts and try to play with them and like manipulate them and trying to get, even it's like a game, it's like saying, okay, we can relate this with this concept and we get at these other science-related things that comes from this field of perception, for example, and then we open a new field of science that will feed us with ideas and with things that we can join in our project development or whatever. And it's super creative at the end. So
I feel like this idea of these separated disciplines, art and science, I think it's kind of arbitrary somehow. Or maybe because my vision comes more from like music, and music and mathematics are super related. I think at the end, and maybe our perception of these disciplines being just one or being the same thing, I think it's related to code, like code in some way acts, well, because it acts somehow as a glue. So through code you can bring physics or mathematics into something else. You can use the equations for bouncing balls or for gravitational thing and transform it into moving image or transform it into moving sound. So and is it through code that we've been able to transduce or to transform something which is theoretical and mathematical into something that is artistic or that is dynamic or that is creative.
It's a moment also of
for opportunity.
for new opportunities. So as we know that what we were used to do, it's not possible anymore. It's a moment that you turn your head around and look for other things to survive with, and then opportunities might appear on this situation, which is interesting, and it's somehow it gives you a kind of an energy to say that it has to be something that I can not change my way of doing to focus into another direction, which at the end might be better than the past one, and that's also something interesting about uncertainty.
We have the feeling that of course there's a community, of course there's lots of talent on the people that is operating on this region, but because we don't have the support of that kind of specialized institutions, at the end many of the people from our generation that is working on the digital art field are a hybrid between designers and artists, meaning that we are exposed to commissions. So if we want to make a living out of creativity, we need to be at the service of some private initiative, be it advertisement, be it, I don't know, like specific cultural commissions, but it is very difficult to make a living out of your own language or your own paranoia, because there's not this sedimented or institutional support.
And I would say that maybe that's the reason why we grow up all that stuff, making network of ourselves, because we created Telenoica because we want to share knowledge. There was no school, so when I started computer science I went to make graphics, and it was like graphics for making submarines but not for creating art. And then that was the will of creating Telenoica, to say, okay, I like this and I want to learn and being able to find people that like this thing. So we generate ourselves the scene from the ground up, from scratch, because that was our interest, and as there were no references around, like saying, of course there were some universities like in Roc Parés, Narcís Parés, Institut de l'Audiovisual, but they were like tiny institutional things. We created that thing, and that pushed us to working in a community-based, let's say, organization level, the transference of technology, of knowledge, open source, open hardware. So all that thing came naturally because we want to make this grow. And we were like many years doing stuff, and we find many people that want to share this community and make things happen. So it's kind of a relation between not having a status, or like our country doesn't have it's not supporting this thing, so we created our own support.
Yeah, alternative organization.
With the free parties systems in between.
One of the assignments that we have for this interview is to reflect on the concept of ecology.
Regarding this question, but one of the things that is on the shelf right now that we want to explore, we've been trying to understand if it would be something nice to work with. It's working with the light of the sun. And I think at the end the relation is that avoiding using many technology or artificial light, and trying to work with natural light as a medium. So it's nice because it could be sold as ecological, but at the end we will be using 3D printers with plastic, circuit boards, and a lot of stuff that it could be compatible, but if you think in ecology radically, it's like we should go to land art.
Well, there's a huge contradiction in the medium that we need to address. No? At the end, we're working with technology. We're Googling every day hundreds of times. The servers on the North Pole are heating.
We're using devices that work with the batteries of lithium,
so there's
coltan and everything, and that's our matter that we work with. So trying to understand that you can work with technology and be ecological is kind of super contradictory.
I think one of the good things that the COVID pandemic brought us is that we started working telematically. We have needed to explore how to, through the internet, direct a team of local technicians to set up our work, and us being there just telematically on the screen, no, of a computer. And it looks like that is going to work, and that is showing us that maybe it wasn't needed for us to go to all that places with the plane and making that ecological waste, because with the medium that we have today, no, with the internet, we can be there without our body to be present on that space.
We live in the richest society of all time, but a break of 2 or 3 months cannot be managed without serious problems. This has to do with the organization of wealth in capitalistic economics and with the transformation of the global economic system in the period of the so-called globalization. This has led to a huge wealth gap that has increased in many countries in recent years. In 2008, we learned just how unstable the financial system has become. The coronavirus shock shows how vulnerable our entire economic system has become on a global scale.
The coronavirus shock shows how vulnerable our society is. Seen from the outside and from a historical distance, we live in the richest society of all time. The sum of our resources is tremendous, and we have previously undreamed of technical and organizational possibilities. The world is connected through dense logistical networks, and we actually live in a globalized world. But wealth in our world is primarily of private nature. It serves individual wealthy people and companies, but it is hardly useful in the event of a pandemic. In this way, society is not rich, but pure and vulnerable. In most countries, the required infrastructure is more or less in place, but there is no stock of supplies available for a pandemic, neither physical nor financial, that the general public could fall back on it in an emergency. It is legitimate to ask why in this rich world a break of 2 or 3 months cannot be managed without major problems. It is not possible, let's say, to work and therefore earn 20% less in a year, and thereby to survive and manage the necessary physical distance well with restrictions. Consideration of this kind will certainly be made about the coronavirus pandemic in a few decades or centuries. And this is how society can be judged from the outside. Within our usual framework for making judgment, this seems strange to many, because it contradicts the prevailing mentality and the effective processes under capitalism. Taking an overall view of wealth appears as a criticism of capitalism, at least of important characteristics of the economic systems, because the organization of wealth is here both a purely economic question and the expression of a form of economic activity based on private property. In this system, money is a means for private purposes, but hardly a resource for social goals. The situation is made even more difficult by today by the huge wealth gap that has increased in many countries in recent years. The next figure shows the pyramid of wealth and people on a global level. Figures of this kind are subject to great uncertainty because there are no reliable wealth statistics. The illustration serves only to give a qualitative impression. At the top are the famous 1%, shown here as the richest 0.8% of all people. These people have a net wealth of over $1 million each. In 2018, according to this chart, 42 million people were in this segment. These small groups owns a total of $142 trillion, which is almost 54% of the world's total wealth. The next group is made of 436 million people with a net worth of between $100,000 and $1 million. This amounts to 8.7% of all people, and they have almost 40% of all assets. At the base of this pyramid, nearly 64% of people have almost no net wealth. Their total wealth added together amounts to less than 2% of global wealth. In terms of wealth, therefore, there is no middle class at all. In many countries it does not exist, although the majority of the population usually believes that they belong to the middle class. Such an imbalance is the result of decades of a development of income as wealth. The following chart gives an insight into how economic inequality came about. It shows the income situation from 1918 onwards. The horizontal axis divides the global population from 2 to 999 into 10 income groups, starting at 10 with the purest 10%. The axis is then stretched out 3 times. The top 1% is divided into 10 groups. The richest of these groups is also divided into 10 groups. And the very top group is again divided into 10 groups of equal population size. The chart shows that the poorest half of the world's population has seen its income grow significantly thanks to the high growth in Asia, particularly in China and India, showing the rise of the emerging nations. However, because of high and rising inequality in many countries, the richest 1% saw their income grow twice as much as the bottom 50% since 1980. By 72% as opposed to 12%. The global middle class, which contains all of the purest 19% of income groups in the United States and the Europe states, has been squeezed. A pandemic exacerbates this inequality, not in terms of disease, because the virus does not care about status, but in terms of the possibilities people have to protect themselves against infection and organize care and medical assistance if needed. A pandemic affects the poor in a particular way. This applies to the poor in every country and to the poor countries in particular. The abundance of money and excess of wealth do not provide the majority of people with what they need for a good life, but the minority which calculated advantages. Business and household are constantly living on the edge, and most of them can no longer cope with loss of income for a few weeks. This applies to the poor in rich nations and in particular to poor people in the third world, which are accustomed to a life of constant stress. The pandemic is hitting the poorest the hardest. For an Indian day laborer, a lockdown equals the threat of starvation. The World Bank fears that the coronavirus crisis could lead to an additional 100 million people falling into extreme poverty, which means having to live on just $1.90 a day. They will join the 746 million people already living on such meagre resources. These people are found in particular in Ethiopia, India, Nigeria, Congo and Bangladesh. We therefore have a cause and effect chain of poor and rich as follows. The carriers of the first wave were managers, politicians, businessmen and women and tourists, simply put the rich of the world. And the main victims of the pandemic will be the poor. The growing wealth gap over the last decades is also an expression of transformation of social politics and the economic system itself. Politicians in many countries have lower taxes for the rich and corporation and have little done to stop the booming system of tax havens that allows the rich and corporation to avoid paying taxes. At the same time, the economic system itself has transformed. In the wake of globalization, which was propagated from the 1990s onwards after the collapse of the state socialism, subsystems of the economy have become increasingly rational and efficient. In comparison, cost awareness has increased significantly over the last decades. Any kind of waste, such as of working time, has been reduced, and the wave of privatization and deregulation, including in labor markets, has contributed to this. Many people have had to experience more stringent performances requirements and greater stress at works. Stalls and breaks have been increasingly abolished, and standards for the provisions of services has been tightened in most sectors. The global value chains of many products are also an expression of a rationalization of production. The end product bundles together a network of upstream suppliers under the guiding principle of the lowest possible costs. The rationalization of the economy can also be described as economization. It is primarily a matter of fulfilling given parameters, which to a large extent follow the specification of the rich investors. As a result, large parts of the economy are constantly operating at the limit without reserves and buffers, dwelling away time and exaggeratedly paying attention to health and work is considered inefficient and must be stopped. Personal reserves that are not used continuously are a waste. Financially, there are no buffers. Every cent must be used optimally according to the guidelines given by investors. This applies to many areas. Every last scrap of land must be economically exploited, as we can see if we look at how landscape have changed in recent history. Above all, however, social relationships are primarily thought as of market relationships, and consequently they must be established as market relationships. In this way, the whole world, both nature and the social aspect of life, becomes a huge base of calculation and costing permitted by money. Such a global system apparently becomes increasingly rational and efficient, as many indicators show. What is forgotten, however, is that simultaneously becomes more and more vulnerable and more unstable. In 2008, we learned how unstable the financial system has become. The coronavirus shock shows how vulnerable our entire economic system has become on a global scale. Additionally, individual groups are particularly at risk during a pandemic. One example, which also happens in the world's wealthiest nations, comes from those people whose working and living conditions are such that they are unable to comply with hygiene standards at all, such as workers in meat factories or harvest workers, which are often housed in wretched quarters. Other occupational at-risk groups are healthcare workers, not only doctors and nurses, but also low-paid nursing home workers. Most of them are women. Weltweit, 70% of all healthcare workers are women, if all professions in the field are taken into account. During the coronavirus crisis, the public discovered which people are essential to the maintenance of our health structure and the functioning community. Suddenly there was a talk of systematically important people and professions. This expression was previously reserved for banks. Systematically important or systematically relevant banks have to comply with certain regulation, such as higher capital requirements, and enjoy privileges. Since the events of 2008, a country's central bank and Ministry of Finance will take all measures possible to prevent the bankruptcy of a systemically relevant bank. In March and April of this year, people working in systemically important professions were publicly applauded, and many understood that their health depends on the services provided by these people. But this applause seems to have forgotten again. It is not expected that the population groups in question will receive pay rises, for example. In a major economic crisis, the opposite can also happen. The debates about restriction in public sphere also demonstrate the vulnerability of the economy. There are suggestions that a choice must be made between the economy and life. Should we allow more deaths to happen so that companies can once again operate as normal, or must health concerns be given priority, with the consequent worsening of the economic crisis? Economists have even made calculations of this. The next video asks what policies have made this transformation of the economy possible and what thinking underpins this.
In today's third edition of the Night Keynotes, the focus will be on an extraordinary female pioneer and artist, Lynn Hirschman-Leeson. Lynn once said, quote, "Imagine a world in which there's a blurring between the soul and the chip, a world in which artificially implanted DNA is genetically bred to create an enlightened and self-replicating intelligent machine, which perhaps uses a human body as a vehicle for mobility." End quote. I'm excited to hear more about her artistic practices, focusing on the themes of transmutation, identity construction, and the evolution of the cyborg. Welcome, Lynn.
So I'm going to talk about the projects I've done for about the last 50 years, starting with these breathing machines and self-portraits that talked. And these were in the mid-60s, and they had sensors and would talk to people. And I tried to show them, but I was kicked out of museums and galleries, which led me to having to open up a hotel room or buy a room in a hotel in order to show these projects. And in this one, the Dante Hotel, people would come in, sign in, get a key at the desk, and then visit and trespass these alien spaces. This was way before the term of site-specific happened. And these existed 24 hours a day and lasted almost a year until somebody reported this project to the police, and the police came and took everything they could to central headquarters. And while I was in the room, I started to think about what it would be like to live in that room and to create a situation with somebody who was both real and fictional and blur the line between them. What is it that makes us real? It's the artifacts that we carry through time. And Roberta Brightmore saw a psychiatrist. She had a checkbook. She had driver's license. And she had all of the accumulated artifacts of her time. In that sense, she was much more real than I was. Because if you go back in time and look at me as compared to her, you'll see that I didn't get a credit card. I couldn't. I had bad credit. She had no credit. This is Roberta's ad in the newspaper, and she would put these ads out to try to find a roommate because she was having a hard time living. And a lot of people answered these ads, and she would go out to meet them. And there are a lot of lonely people in the world that are putting these ads out just to meet other people. But the idea of Roberta was to really use all of the media of her time, whether it was newspapers or recordings, to create a profile of an archetype that could have lived during those years. Roberta, because she was doing this, put herself in great risk. And unlike people like Cindy Sherman or Eleanor Anton or many others that would just dress up like another person and take a photograph, Roberta was actually out in the world interacting. She was asked to join a prostitution ring in San Diego. She had many unstable people that she would meet, although she never met with anybody more than 3 times because she didn't want to form any attachments. Eventually, she multiplied, and this is Roberta with 3 multiples of herself, and there was a look-alike contest at one point. Because in a sense, we're all Robertas, that we all carry with us different types of trauma, different types of problems that we're trying to solve through our life. And I think the next slide is going to be her out actually meeting people. And she had various adventures, as they say, not only with the psychiatric treatment, but with meeting people all over the world. This is her meeting somebody at Union Square in San Francisco. If you look closely next to her, you'll see a paper bag. Inside that bag is a tape recorder. So she record these sessions, but she never met with anybody more than 3 times because she wanted to not form any attachments to anybody. And many of the men that she met became entranced with her and wanted to continue the relationship beyond just a short interview as to whether or not they were appropriate to serve as her roommate. Finally, after almost 10 years, I needed to find a way to end the project, and I decided to do an exorcism. And this is Roberta being exorcised in Lucretia Borgia's crypt, one of the multiples, actually. And what happened was that she took the image of Roberta as an effigy and set fire to it, and then lie in state for 24 hours with the ashes and fog and smoke that came from burning the image of who she was. And that because she wanted to end her victimization, which was embedded in who she was, and to revive herself like the phoenix as somebody who was not particularly victimized. This is the Museum of Modern Art when she had a show 3 years ago. And you see here, there was a dancer who improved being Roberta, and she went to the museum just like she did at the ZKM, this dancer who became entranced with her and performed as her during the exhibition that took place about 40-some years after Roberta stopped being. This is Cyber Roberta, and also another project I did called Tilly, the Telerobotic Dolls. As you see, these dolls have icons or eyes that are cameras, and you can press on the left or right, and she'll turn her head either way and capture what she sees and put it on the internet, which is like a nanny cam. But in those days, there were no nanny cams, and it was a way of creating a global community of people that she was going to meet. But for me, she was a surveillance camera for when I was traveling and I could see what was going on in my studio. Around those days also, I decided to write my own criticism. So I donned the identity of 3 separate art critics and wrote in different styles, mainly about myself. And that's how I was able to get a first exhibition and finally a gallery, because women in those days were excluded from showing in galleries or museums, in the fact that if you had a review about you, it set you apart. So I don't think that this was there was anything wrong with this. For really what it did was point out that exclusive system of who was allowed to be seen. This is a series also about cameras and how they really invade women's bodies and exploit them. And if you're not careful where you're being surveyed or where surveillance cameras are, you become part of a whole system of exploitation by the culture. And these are all part of the Cyborg series that I did. So in 1983, a little bit after Roberta ended, I did this project called Lorna. And Lorna was one of the first interactive computer projects that happened. And what you did was you would sit inside a room that Lorna was in on the television set, take a monitor in your hand, and guide Lorna's life. And Lorna had multiple endings. She had different soundtracks. So you see here, this is one of these stills. Is very primitive because nobody had done it before, where it navigated you through time. And again, this is owned by the ZKM and also the Whitney, and is just enjoying surfacing as an artwork because nobody thought it was one, and they didn't understand what media was or what interactivity was or what computers were back in those days. But you could guide her endings, see her life, decide her future, and live remotely through her. Around that time, or a little bit later, I made this. It's called America's Finest. It's at the ZKM, and the way this operates is you pull the trigger on the gun, and in the sight, you see cycles of weaponry coming both from cameras as well as guns. But you also see eventually your own image that comes into the gun sight and fades like a ghost so that you become a part of it. And it's the idea that the aggressor who pulls the trigger also becomes the victim. In this piece, when you look through the monitor, the sight to see this enclosed piece, your eye becomes part of the environment. And what's inside the room is very much like the Dante Hotel. And when you look at particular objects in the room, they trigger things to happen. And a woman comes forward and starts telling you not to look at her and to look away. So it's kind of a remake of one of Edison's first pieces. This one came after that, and I wanted to do something where you didn't use a keyboard. And just like the one before it, you used your eye movements. This one, you actually had to touch the screen. And where you touch the screen would open up into multiple avenues that you could go to in order to follow this woman on her path as she tried to find herself. Cynthia, stock ticker, is something that's modeled after the behavior of culture in a world that's guided by the economy. All of her behaviors are mitigated by the stock market. And if that day the market's up, she'll go shopping. If it's down, she'll start drinking, and so forth. And it operates 24 hours a day using the various stock systems that exist. Again, these are really portraits of a culture that we're living in. And this is Agent Ruby. And Agent Ruby was made as part of a film called Technolust, as kind of an expanded cinema form. And Agent Ruby is one of the first, if not the first, AI agents, chatbots that existed. Siri happened in 2011. That was 13 years later. And she still exists. It's agentruby.net, and you can go and talk to her. And this is, in fact, at the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art, and where she's the most visited artwork in their collection. Originally, we made her for the Palm Pilot, and in those days, that's what they had. They're now obsolete. But when you watch the film Technolust that she's part of, what happened was the Ruby would go onto Palm Pilots of people in the audience, and they would leave the theater, and she would be there, and you'd be able to talk to her. That's what I call expanded cinema. So you can go to agentruby.net right now and start chatting with her, see what she says. This is what she looks like now. So I made also doubling projects in photography. I mean, these are called hero sandwiches. And you see here David Bowie and Katharine Hepburn And before you saw a quick image of John Wayne and Dolly Parton, there are many of these crossings that came from using the negatives and crossing the two to try to sense what a third component could be. And I think of these more as genetic manipulations, and I think they anticipated things like CRISPR and being able to change exactly who we were and what we could become and create mutations of ourselves. Just like in this digital Venus series, where I looked at museums, and the only way you could get in a museum as a woman was to be a naked painting, and things were changing, and the body was not of a naked woman anymore. It was live, and it was coded, and it was interactive. And this is what this series was all about. Then I did this film called Conceiving Ada. It's a feature film. I made it with virtual sets, which means that we shot the whole thing against a blue screen, and we used QuickTime movies as the sets because I couldn't afford to build an 18th century set. So it was the first I got a patent actually for this process of virtual sets. And again, it was about Ada Lovelace, who wrote the first computer program and was really unknown during her lifetime and had to wait until the present for people to know what she accomplished. And that was followed by Technolust. And Technolust has Tilda Swinton playing 4 parts. She plays the part of Rosetta Stone, a scientist, and her 3 self-replicating automatons who are dressed in the colors of RGB, because this was high-definition video, which again was the first time that this had been used to tell the story about the future and leaving the human planet and gaining intelligence. That was a little bit later, jumping here and there. Venus of the Anthropocene has a headless mannequin at a vanity table, but instead of makeup, she has elements of what DNA is in our composite. And as you look at the mirror she's looking in, it's really a mirror that's guided by artificial intelligence that talks about who you are. You might remember the Dante Hotel. Well, I gave my archive to Stanford, and we put it all online, and I wanted to have some sort of way of looking at it. So we created this system and put it all into Second Life, and this is the Roberta avatar watching me sign in to the Dante Hotel and then being guided through it. So it's very much like the original. But it's also about recycling ideas with the media that you have as time changes. Vertighost. I shot this at the original site that Vertigo was shot at. And it's really about doubling and tripling of identity. Because you would go to the original bench that Kim Novak was at, and next to it would be something called a real fiction box. And what happened when you looked at the painting of Carlotta, which I got, Carlotta's eyes would capture you, and you would be put into this real fiction box in another part of the museum. So people in different parts of the museum would see visitors as they once were. In 2007, I started to think about genetics and how important it was. And this is the Infinity Engine, which became an 8-room genetics lab that was finally finished when it showed at the House of Electronic Arts in Basel in 2018. And you entered through this hallway where genetics labs that I had visited were projected on the wall. And each room was about different things. Some were bioprinting, some were about CRISPR. And in fact, right here you see wallpaper of some of the life forms that were invented that didn't exist before. And how do you maintain original life forms? And this has so many implications about who we are when so many mutations and hybrids are being produced. This also had a facial recognition system in it because they wanted to have a way of marking who went to it and what the cumulative demographic of people who went to it were, which we tried to track through this facial recognition system that would then create a composite of all the varying visitors that happened to go there. This is what the room was like. It showed the age, the mood. Now this you have an example of CRISPR use. This was done in 2011, and it says jellyfish that's been treated by CRISPR, but I mean it's a cat that has a jellyfish gene in it, and it was made originally to be able to track the AIDS virus. And there's been lots of great inventions that have happened through CRISPR and gene editing, even though there's a lot that we're sacrificing because of it. One of the rooms was about antibodies, and I was able to work with Novartis to make an antibody of myself. This is the Lynn Hirschman antibody. And I also made one for Roberta. The Roberta antibody actually became useful. Mine would bind with everything. Roberta's antibody would bind with nothing. And they had never had one that did that. So it's actually being used in research. Now, during all these years, I was also making a little diary that actually was over 45 years in the making. And this is the way it was exhibited last year at the Shed. And it kind of told my story, and I needed time to tell the story, 5 decades. And I think that's what a lot of this work is about, doing things over time, not immediately. And it's also about archiving. And what is an archive? Well, it seemed to me that DNA was a perfect archive because it had our whole history inside of it. This is me holding my antibody, and you see it's pretty much invisible. And I was also able to put all of the information that I had accumulated maybe for the last 30 years, including my films, including my diary, and change them at the molecular level so that they would be transformed, not just into an antibody, but into DNA itself. And I wouldn't have been able to do either of these projects before 2018. And I put them in what I call an infinity box, which was a mirror. On the left, you see the antibody. On the right is the DNA. And they're kind of a haiku of all the ideas that I've had these past 4 generations. But they were put in the room in back of a lab door. So it's kind of inspired not only by Duchamp, but also by Yves Klein and the spirituality of something that goes beyond you, that lives beyond you, and is something that you can't access, but you know is there. And it just seemed to make the most sense to put this into DNA. DNA has a memory of 1 million years, a lifetime. If you try to put a video on tape, maybe you have 50 years. So it's a great advantage and space saver to be accumulating all of your information in DNA like this. And that brings us to a recent project, which is called Shadow Stalker. And this won a prize at Ars Electronica, so you'll be able to see it. And I also sent the film and also Instagram post about it. And a lot of my work is about toxins in culture, and how there are these invisible manifestations of toxins that affect us without our knowing it. And one of them is called predictive policing. And what predictive policing does is it targets people, generally based on their income or whether or not they're white. And it sends police out to arrest people, whether or not they've committed a crime.
In 2010, an anthropology professor adapted his Pentagon-funded research for forecasting battlefield casualties in Iraq to predicting crime for American police departments. Based on the predictions of earthquakes and aftershocks, he created a revolutionary algorithm capable of stopping crime before it occurred. He named it PredPol, short for predictive policing. His program claims to have reduced crime in some areas by 27%. Law enforcement agencies throughout the world, including the UK, the Netherlands, China, and this year, Korea, acquired it. Here's how it works. Officers are given maps with red squares indicating where a crime will occur. The algorithms are based on past crimes. Police patrol the 500 by 500 foot square locations looking for suspects. Most often, they are in low-income districts. Shooting or arresting people inside of an invisible red square is one example of what Mimiu deemed algorithmic violence. The ubiquitous violence that an automated system inflicts on people that prevents their basic rights, like privacy, owning their profile, and not giving away their digital identity. But do these little red squares that are supposed to reflect our reality actually create it? It took 2 seconds to fatally shoot Tamir Rice, a 12-year-old black boy. Does PredPol also create programming based on the embodied metrics of a cultural history of bias? Does it promote racial profiling? Authorities have created a network of networks that uses AI, facial recognition, and machine learning to identify us based on the digital shadow that we give away for free. Predictive policing is not nuanced and often inaccurate. The multitasking red squares also score zip codes, email, and credit, and can determine whether you get a bank loan or a job. Harvested personal data has become monetized. Our digital profile has become a commodity. Coded evidence of who we are can be mined by data-driven gangsters who sell our personal information to the highest bidder. Last year, data surpassed oil in value to be the most valuable asset in the world. This puts all of us in danger of suffering toxic data spills like Equifax or the hack on corrupted elections. What about algorithmic mistakes? Faulty logic. Predictive behavior and algorithms can actually construct and alter real-life behavior. If a poor student can't get a loan because they are deemed, because of their zip code, to be too risky, that cuts them off from the education that could pull them out of poverty. The red square puts us inside of a coded prison. The red square has also been a place of revolution. We decide which we will become, prisoners or revolutionaries. Democracy is fragile. If you don't believe me, listen to the spirit of the deep web.
You can trust me. I'm here to guide you. Algorithmic violence is their secret force. In case you haven't noticed, you live in a state of surveillance. It is predictive policing that sorts people by color and race, then exposes them to the authorities. It is intimidation that unmasks what is invisible to the human eye. Algorithmic violence is not just surveillance. It's sniper terrorism.
We're being watched, taking biometric data from us. We're being bullied into taking our picture in order to get our keys.
A controlled society is a paranoid society. A paranoid society is a culture of fear.
I'm not trying to make you paranoid. Recognize their pernicious monitoring. I cannot compete with software disguised as a mathematical vector or engineering predicated on cultural suicide. I am not an alien. I am not malware. I make no profit from contamination. I have an indelible memory.
Escape and delete false histories and biased predictions.
Then you can unequivocally decontaminate and transform the evils of racism, the denial of civil society, the seepages of dignity, and finally, disinfect the future and build a place of unselfish solidarity and mutual respect. A place to dream of life beyond mere survival. Channel trauma into fuel. Transform suffering into purpose. Create prophecies of resistance. Reality is never stable. As a first step in reparations, pull a freeze frame as evidence from the camera in your previous blind spot and refuse programmed aggressions. Defy omens disguised as seductive suspensions of filtered light, even if you have to threaten a meltdown. Algorithmic surveillance is occluded because it has become lucrative. Wade into streams of flooding erasures, become addicted to deletions and contaminated histories. Insist on being legible. Own your profile. Take hold of your avatar. Honor your shadow. Hold it tight. It contains your future and your past, and like DNA, history refuses to evaporate.
We have the right to our own identity and privacy. This is not on the horizon. This is already here.
When I was in high school, I put a drawing in a Xerox machine and it got stuck in the machine. When I pulled it out, it was much better than my own drawing because the technology had crumpled it and put ink in it in a way I never would have done. I think that that was my first experience with the symbiotic relationship with technology and individual expression. Living in the Bay Area, you breathe technology. That allowed me to be more attuned to the technological landscape and also find a group of people I've closely collaborated with. Shadowstalker is an installation about secret surveillance. And one of the newest elements of surveillance is called predictive policing. And predictive policing puts demarcations in an area that AI and other elements predict will have crimes, often using racial profiling in demographics in low-income districts.
Has a sketch and a concept. You interpret it, come up with some ideas, and then we talk about it, keep sort of iterating from there. This 3D spatial scanning camera scans the environment and makes a shadow of you.
Entering the installation, you're prompted to enter your email address. That email address is sent to a backend service that I've written that interfaces with third-party service to give me back a bunch of information about you. Names that you've gone by, your age, your date of birth, addresses, people that you may know.
That data shows up as sort of this particle cloud of text, and that shows up in the background in your shadow.
Your shadow that trails you is digital information often that you didn't know was out there. It kind of allows you to see all that you're being tracked by. This is an image that's in the film. It's a picture of the spirit of the dark web, talking about the culture of fear that we're in. Invisible algorithms are extremely lethal in the control of a paranoid society. It's really about beginning to understand how much of our information is available free and how much we're giving away. I think that we're headed in a period of hopeful introspection and understanding of what we have allowed to happen, both to the planet, to our future generations, and to ourselves, and become conscious in a new kind of reparation that we're able to make in the time that we have left. And they can make a lot of mistakes with this also, because they could take your identity and give it to somebody else, and you could be carrying their debt or their limitations and not know it because it's so secret. And there's nothing you could do about it, no ways to find out about it, and all the police departments have it. This is the installation, and you see the video at the end of it, and your shadow is followed as you move through it. The way it operates is you put in your email, and just from that seemingly innocuous thing, all of the information that's on the internet about you accumulates and is data mined and goes into your shadow. And you stand in a red square and your image is captured, and that image of your shadow continues as you walk through the entire piece. This is a second installation of it. We aren't going to be showing the installation at Ars this year because it's too complicated with COVID, but this is the way it's supposed to show. So as you walk through it, your shadow, with all of your history and information
follows you just as it does in your life. Here's me with the shadow trailing me, and about some of the ideas in the film about keeping your digital identity intact. Now, a lot of my work goes back and forth in time, as you see, and this is a piece in 2012 that I did, and in it, a baby is swimming. It's a projection of a baby swimming in an aquarium, and you see a lot of numbers underneath, and what these do is they measure the toxicity by day that the baby is swimming in the water. And this brought me to my current piece, which is called Twisted Gravity, and it's really about the water pollution that we're living with on the planet. 502,000 people die a day because of polluted water and because of the accumulation of plastic and other elements. And this is going to be an exhibition that has both something called an aquapulse system and a biological system that are with the idea of water women, which is something that I created during Roberta's time. These water women photographs started around 1976 as part of Roberta's shadow. And what happens is that these etched panels will be put onto plastic, and through LED lights will show toxicity of water as it becomes purified. And the way it becomes purified is through two systems. And one is called the aquapulse, which is done with electricity. This is the way the aquapulse system works in getting plastic out. And to me, the water women here that I'm using were inspired by Metropolis, in that the effects of electricity are seen in these water women images as the electronics kill the plastics as it goes through it. So it's able, with an aquapulse system, to purify water 1 liter a minute, and can really help our planet to revive and to purify water by using this system. It's small and portable. Now, the other one is called the biological system, and what's happened is that there's been some worms that have developed a taste for plastic. They're called wax worms. And they found, because nature is designed to protect itself, and these evolved just as the pollution of water evolved. And these wax worms can eat the plastic in water. So there are two systems of survival. And this is just the final image from the Twisted Gravity project. And I'm sorry I'm not with you in person to go over a lot of things that I left out or other things, but I'll be able to answer your questions on Zoom. And I hope you'll be able to watch some of the films that I've sent. And I hope that I'll be able to meet you at some point in time.
Hello and welcome to one of the highlights of this year's festival program. It's a concert where piano music meets digital images. And those of you who have been following the recent Ars Electronica festivals, you know that this is an ongoing program. It's called Pianographique, and it's based on a long-term collaboration of the two pianists Maki Namekawa and Dennis Russell Davis with the visual artist Corey Olan. And it's all about establishing a subtle balance between the music itself, the physical presence and performance of the musicians on stage, and the computer graphic that is going along with it. Therefore, the computer graphic is not a synchronized video or a pre-programmed animation. It's actually created, generated in real time based on parameters that are derived from the sound of the music as it's being played. Today in the Deep Space, we have a solo recital by Maki Namekawa, and the program starts already with an Austrian premiere, the Passacaglia for piano solo by Philipp Glass. Then Makina Mekava will perform 3 wonderful pieces by the Dutch composer Joop Bewink, and she will close the concert with the really exciting Chic Diabolique by Elliot Goldenthal. So please enjoy the music.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, every year it is really a big honor and a pleasure for us to announce highlights of the Ars Electronica Festival here in Deep Space. And so it is as well today, even though under totally different circumstances, because normally the room is packed here, and now you sit here with social distancing, we have our masks on. And yeah, nevertheless, great performances are great performances, and we're also quite happy that at least so many people worldwide are now in the situation that they can follow us online via live streams on our Ars Electronica channel. So the Ars Electronica Festival is still an international festival. So, and for today's highlight, or maybe even a highlight of the whole festival here in Deep Space, I have the honor and pleasure again to announce a great pianist, one of the leading pianists worldwide here in Linz, Makina Mekava. And this is not the first time that Makina Mekava performs here in Ars Electronica Center, quite far from it. Since years now, we have the concerts here in Deep Space. She also played concerts every Friday during the time when nobody was even allowed to enter the museum in May and June, for example. And 2 years ago, we also had a performance concert with Maki here in Deep Space when she was accompanied by really beautiful, sensitive visuals by Coriolan. And this will be also the case today. Maki will play works from Philip Glass. She is the trusted pianist from Philip Glass, and it's going to be a premiere that you will hear the work Distant Figure, a Passacaglia by Philip Glass. And she will also play the Gig Diabolique by Elliot Goldenthal, and then works from Joop Bewink, Ab Ovo, Midway, and Hanging D. So please welcome with me our charming Makina Mekava on the piano and Coriolan on the visual side. Give her a big hand. Yeah, thanks a lot, Makina Mikawa Coriolan. Come back. Yeah, new circumstances, but the music and the art will stay the same. That's the good thing. So thanks a lot for being here. Please take a look at our schedule for Deep Space program during the festival, because we really have great other acts here in Deep Space as well. And enjoy your festival. Thank you very much.
You vibrate together in this greenness, in this lucidity of your sight. Now, you notice that it's not only the screen that you can see so clearly. You can see in the dark. those treetops that were always so far away, as you passed them many times in the park, as you looked through your car window on the street. Now, these treetops are here, as if you were lifted up, straight in front of them. They aren't as still as you thought. They are flexible and pulsating, and they differ from each other. You discern them from the whole alley of other trees. You are facing them, face to face.
First of all, to break the ice, could you please introduce yourself? Who are you and what do you do?
I'm Marcel Antonez Roca. I'm from Moya, small town near to Pyrenees, 50 kilometers from Barcelona. Well, I'm artist with this. I do art and this is my job. I start in the end of 70s with a theater or performance group called La Fura dels Baus. I spent 10 years with that group. That was a really interesting moment because we have a really big success in many places around the world. We perform in London, in Canada, in Sydney, in Yokohama, and so on. South America, etc. In the middle of the 90s, my interest about complexity have a new horizon based in technology, in computers. And I start in 1992 with a robot called Joan l'Homme de Carn, the Joan the Meat Man, made with Sergi Jordà. He's a physician, musician, and also programmer. That was an interactive installation. The people speak with a naked body made by a pork skin in La Boqueria market here in Barcelona, and he moves several parts of his body, like a head or penis, and that I understood in that moment this is really interesting to do things with technology, because technology in that moment is something new, and open a really landscape about the idea of utopia. You can do whatever you want. You can use the technology in terms of holistic idea. You can mix bodies, machines, narration, interactivity with the audience, and so on. In 1994, I presented in Mexico, in Exteresa, in a performance festival, a piece called Epizoo. In that performance, I dress exoskeleton. This exoskeleton controls several parts of my body, like my teeth, my bottom, my mouth, my ears. And this exoskeleton is connected to a video game made with also animations of photograph of my body. And you can play with a virtual Marcelli and real Marcelli. After that, I spent a long time making investigations and performances, exhibitions and installations with this idea, using real bodies, virtual bodies, interfaces, applications and programs in order to control that. And that was from 92 until 2014. In that moment, I realized the technology takes another way. In a way, you can say the initial idea of utopia becomes in the middle of the second decade of 21st century, dystopia, no? Dystopia. Smartphones and internet takes our bodies and our attention, and they make the technology real in another way, completely different than my original idea, no?
And how about ecology? What comes to your mind if you think about?
The idea of ecology, it's related to the idea in technology. Do a kind of emulation to the ecology, to try to connect, to control the complexity. Ecology is that, it's complex. The most insignificant element could be relevant or really important when they move, when they change the place, no? It's complicated.
What are your ideas when you think about uncertainty?
When I have this problem, always I try to thinking about the methodology. I try to put in order my life, my system, my creation systems, and always it's that way. And right now I'm in that way. I retake the idea of membranas. It's a diagram with different skins, the body, the breast, the house, the society, the city, the society, the social things, and the nature, and the biosphere, and the cosmos, you know. And right now, for example, I retake this idea in order to, in fact, this exhibition works in a little bit in this idea.
Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
Thank you.
The Experimenter Garden in Melbourne features the multiple platform work A Drone Opera that we will be able to enjoy next. The idea behind A Drone Opera formed in 2014 when artist Matthew Sleeth saw footage of US drone strikes in the Middle East circulating online. This coincided with his participation in a fleeting community of underground drone races meeting in deserted Melbourne suburban shopping centre car parks. From these starting points, a project was conceived to explore society's drift towards the acceptance of total surveillance and increasing presence of military systems in non-military settings, and our fear and fetishization of new technologies. As producing partner, experimenter and artistic director Jonathan Parsons have collaborated with Matthew to develop and present a performance, a film and installation over a 5-year period. This alliterative model traversed different presentation conventions and audiences, utilizing hybrid practices that incorporate drone operators, opera singers, moving image, laser light and sound. At the heart of the work is an artist's exploration into the growing interdependence between the analog and digital worlds. Since the initial 2015 performance presentation, the works and key themes have come into sharp relief. Our hubris with technology, constant government surveillance, and the idea that we are often distracted by the bright, shiny lights and are worried about the wrong things have been further accelerated by this global pandemic. Enjoy the impressive performance and get more insights afterwards in a talk with the artists.
All right, we'll get started. So hello, and today we're in conversation, courtesy of Zoom, and we have Matthew Sleeth, who is an amazing artist who's currently based in Melbourne and enjoying lockdown. Jonathan Parsons, who is the creative director for Experimenter and is sitting up in Brisbane, and myself, Lubi Thomas, who is Experimenter's curator at large and currently able to still move around, so I'm enjoying maybe a last day or two with Jonathan here in Brisbane. So to get rolling in these extraordinary times, this is part of the Ars Electronica online festival, which is the first time that Ars Electronica have created such an experiment, and I think it's probably the first time for all of us as well participating in something that's working at this global scale. So this is part of a conversation with Matthew regarding an amazing project that has been running for about 5 years, that's been in partnership with Experimenter. But before we kind of hit on the project, which you are able to see a single channel video of on the Experimenter website, on the Ars Electronica Festival website. I'd just like to, first of all, Matthew, come to you and ask you a bit about your practice. Some people definitely know you and know your practice, but this is a global audience, and so there are many people that are kind of coming to you and your practice for the first time. Can you kind of give us a little bit of a sense of, where did your practice start from, and what's been the journey? Because you have a really, truly multidisciplinary practice.
Hey, Lubi, thank you. It's a lovely introduction. Wow, the way back version of it is my father was a very keen amateur photographer, so we were like 4 or 5 years old and brought out into the darkroom and lifted up and, saw the magic of, the image develop in the developer when we were very young. And I think that's always stayed with me. I started my practice with photography and film. I went to film school, but was always taking pictures well before that and well after that. And then started a collective with Peter Milne, Helen Freeman, Ricky Maynard, Chris Collar in the early 90s while I was still at uni, called M33, which is still going. And we were sort of looking to publish books and exhibit photography at a time when that was very difficult in Australia. And so that's sort of where I came from. And then I'd always made videos and was always making sculptures as well, but I was sort of really most interested in making machines and in what a machine could make and see, and it's the language of technology. And so what, you know, very early internet, the very early kind of versions of automation as well and electronics. And so it sort of became this practice that I really sort of thought about why I was obsessed with photography, realizing that, you know, you're not born obsessed with a medium. What is the thing about photography that made me obsessed? And I was really obsessed. I was really doing this 20 hours a day for, you know, my teens and 20s, and was sort of like, it was the set of instructions that I realized eventually was the attraction. It wasn't a camera. It wasn't really a lens, although the way a camera works and the way a lens draws the world is really amazing. But it was this idea that you weren't touching the material. You weren't kind of molding the clay or mixing the paint and touching a canvas. You were setting a set of instructions that a machine would play out. And so the first set of instructions I realized was the negative, and I would make my own prints and I would see how the machine interpreted those instructions. And then that became computer code, and then that became video, and then that became 3D printing, and that became, you know, CNC routed molds for casting concrete and various other things. So all of those languages through, you know, water jet cutting sculptures or 3D printing or, you know, cast concrete sculpture, I started to think of those, well, what I realized that for me, they were all photography. That if all of these different languages, you know, were, you know, the languages that sprung from those technologies, then the language that kind of was central to them all, the language that was the Latin for me was photography.
Actually, it's really interesting as well, because you're at that age, similar maybe to all of us, which is where we were probably born into an analog world and kind of grew up in a digital. And I think you kind of that awareness of machinery and of language, because it wasn't as accessible. You know, you had to learn your basic language to get the computer to do a thing for you. You know, sort of how do you think kind of that influence actually of just being that age and this point in time kind of impacted on your practice?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point. It's one I think about often, actually, is that I think I was super lucky to cross over. I was actually the last year at my university that taught analog, and then after that it became purely digital. And early digital was so hard to you know, to access, even computers early on. I mean, I went to a quite strict religious school that I didn't really enjoy very much, but they had computers, and so that idea of getting access to computers in the first computer science course I did, you know, they didn't want to waste computer time on students, so you had to write the algorithms out by hand, and they would mark them by hand, and they would never go to a computer. And so that's very hard to imagine now, those early days. Even the first versions of Photoshop and Quantel were like so expensive that I would actually sort of, with beer, I would bribe people at advertising agencies that I knew to let me come in after they'd left and leave at 6 in the morning before they would come in for the day. It was just really difficult to get access to all of that. But what became apparent really quickly is that there's no real new knowledge, that all of those things are, you know, are cumulative, and that the kind of genealogy of digital is really, particularly early digital, was embedding analog knowledge. And so Photoshop in particular, you know, is almost sort of, and skeuomorphic design is still acknowledging that what it really was taking was burning in the darkroom and making an analog version of that, and actually having the little icon being the symbol for burning in the darkroom. And so what I realized is, learning it in analog first meant I knew what was going on under the hood with the digital. So it wasn't just an algorithm that was a black box. It was something that I could see the translation happening. So I consider myself really lucky, actually, to have had that opportunity to print in analog first and work in analog first, and actually see how hard that was in many ways, and what the digital equivalent has become.
Yeah. And I, you know, still people that are kind of pushing the digital, I think, would feel your pain. They have the same experience that, you know, in the 90s we were all having with what is now standard computers, you know, just that determination to try and make the thing do something. I mean, interestingly, this is also kind of, you know, a synergy with Experimenter. Experimenter grew very much out of a crew, which you probably are very aware of in those early days as well, out of video and experimental art at the time. Jonathan, can you tell us a little bit about the emergence of Experimenter in terms of, you know, it's very much at this same point in time as Matthew's practice was developing in those early years?
Well, it's true that the original Experimenter was an organisation, an artist-run organisation called MIMA, Modern Image Makers, and as the name suggests, it was started by a group of experimental video and filmmakers. So the genesis of, and this was in the mid to late 1980s. And really the whole project with Experimenter is to follow the pathways that arts practice has taken, driven by technology. And it has morphed and changed according to the different tools available to artists, always driven by what artists are interested in and always an eye to what might be the next kind of artistic expressions and the new forms, and supporting that and supporting artists to push the boundaries of their own practice.
So I can imagine you were both very aware of each other, both being also based in Melbourne. But how did kind of, you know, the creative journey between yourself, Matthew, and Experimenter, how did that kind of, those initial conversations come together? And really, what was the impetus for you to both kind of join together in a collaboration for what has become a long-term project known as Drone Opera? But I'll come to Drone Opera in a minute. But really, why did you seek each other out?
Yeah, well, as you say, I mean, I was aware of Jono's practice, and I was very aware of Experimenter. I would go to the exhibitions. I was, you know, I think one of the outcomes of those early resources being difficult and expensive is a sort of people who would bind together, and you would have to, you know, kind of as a community have to find out the ways that you would access those things together and work them out together. And so that was sort of the nice outcome of that. So I knew a lot of people that, you know, exhibited with Experimenter or had commissions for Experimenter, and so I essentially was a fan. I knew the organisation. But I sort of came to Experimenter a little bit directly through Jonathan. I had an idea for a project for IZEA in 2013, and we sort of started talking about a version of a drone opera there. It actually started as a gallery project in New York, and I was living in New York at the time, and my gallerist sort of had said that they would allow me to do a drone painting in the gallery with attach paintball guns to drones and put canvases at each end of a gallery and have the opening night's performance be these drones painting. And then through a whole lot of, you know, legal and difficult reasons why that wasn't, you know, you're not actually allowed to arm drones in America. That's actually the short version of it. That's how it became, you know, the gallery was worried. That was
surprising, really.
I mean, maybe that was lucky we weren't allowed to do that. But, and so I think I approached you with a version of that was going to be a free performance before the main performances at Carriageworks in IZEA. And we had a long...
This just for people, this was IZEA in Sydney, and I was the creative director of IZEA.
That's right.
Yeah,
and so after, you know, sort of getting quite excited about that and deciding on, you know, that it became too expensive, I think, was the difficulty. And we decided on another project, which became the Generative Freeway project, which is the 3 or 4 3D printers in the gallery that a couple of them I had built as part of a project, and that we would have them in the gallery the whole time. We'd start with an empty gallery and they would print parts of a freeway, and people would come into the gallery and talk to me, and we would discuss, you know, how to extend the freeway, and together we would build the freeway. So it was generated by the machines, but it was also generated by the audience. And then for the last night of the exhibition, we had a party, a friend did a performance, and Kayla Davies, and then people just took parts of the sculpture home to and ended with an empty gallery. So to emphasise that the artwork was the process of the performance of its making rather than the pieces of plastic. And then when Jonathan became artistic director of Experimenter, I'm not sure if you called me or I called you, but I think I might have called and said, hey, how about we do this now? And And I think you said maybe.
Yeah, well, I did say maybe. And then, and you're very smart, Matthew. Then you took me out late at night on a Friday night. You invited me on a little journey into to meet a subculture in Melbourne. Do you want to talk a bit about that?
That's right. Yeah, I didn't tell you where we were going. I think I said, what are you doing on Friday night?
Yeah.
Let's go and get a drink or something. And then we got really far out, like it's about an hour. It's the outskirts of Melbourne. And you were getting a bit worried where I was taking you. And there was one car park that we found that was part of a big shopping centre that had a cinema, and so all the cars were gone after the shops closed, but they left the lights on until the cinema ended, and we would just meet there every Friday night with the drones that we'd built during the week. And the rule was you couldn't fly anything you hadn't made, and that if you turned up, everyone had to fly, and that was kind of the vibe, and it was just a group of people that were made, and that was the very, very early days. But it really was the beginnings, I guess, of drone racing. But that was just a lot of fun, and it was social, and it was something that I could see very early, the movement potential in it and the choreography of it. And so I actually hadn't mentioned it to the pilots yet, but I think I said to you, let's do this thing, let's do an opera, let's do a live performance. These guys will be I'm going to ask these guys to be the pilots, and what do you think? Is that roughly right?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And I think you've touched on this. I think, it's really hard to imagine actually that in 2013, how underground the kind of the drone culture was in Australia at that time.
Yeah, and how much it mimicked the early kind of video culture or the early internet culture or the early... And one of the things that Melbourne was really good at, in the early hacker days, Melbourne was the centre of that. It's a culture that does lend itself to communities and sharing knowledge, and how hard that was in the early days. You couldn't actually go and buy a drone that would do the things we wanted to do, even if you wanted to, even if you could afford it. And so it was, those early languages tend to be, 3D printing or anything else. They tend to be difficult and expensive unless you find a way of making your own fun. And I think one of the things Melbourne's, arts community is really good at is making its own fun. And so it's one of the reasons why I really like living here.
Yeah. And for me, because I was only fairly newly appointed as artistic director at the Experimenter, and really its key project has been this big national touring exhibition, now the Triennial. And given my background is quite, I have a broad range in the arts, I was very conscious that the exhibition can only cater for a certain amount of the practice of artists working with technology in interesting ways. So I was on the lookout for something that was that would not be suited to the gallery context. And I remember you talking about how you were really interested in the fact that drones were this abstract idea to most people. People were starting to become aware of them, but no one had actually experienced them. So you kept talking about that kind of the physical experience of being close to drones to give people some sense of what this technology might be about, which I think kind of naturally led to the idea of performance as opposed to a gallery context.
Yeah. And I actually also think, you'd already touched on it because you ran into this problem in America, which is that drones have become militarized almost immediately upon their existence, and this kind of, so I think there's something really interesting there, because you were thinking about drones also from a perspective of, camera, POV, being able to do a whole bunch of things with shot and image and creating images in new ways on a drone, system as well. So that's sort of another, I guess that was sort of part of your thinking as well about that kind of militarization of this tool.
Yeah, they're the two ideas really that drove the project from the beginning, and I knew from the start almost what the first and last scene would be. Jono and I talked about this idea of what, I really came and I said, I don't think this can be a video installation. I don't think this should start as a video installation. I think people should feel the wind, and they, the rotors generate a lot of wind, they're noisy, there's a phenomenology to it, and it goes to the military context of what was happening at the time. That was the height of Obama's drone program, you know, that had started to become like almost a global policing effort. And so you would read every day in the papers that a drone strike had taken out, you know, this convoy or that terrorist leader or those group of people. And it's so unilateral, it became policing. And I was very interested in that idea of what happens when there's no risk to one side and we trust what they say about the targets, you know, that these are legitimate targets, or really assassination now becomes a legitimate strategy. And how do you turn that into you know, and so what I was worried about when I read about it, what I experienced when I read about it, is it's such an abstraction. So if you just read, you know, a convoy was taken out in a drone strike, that's a very, very different thing to experiencing what that might be, not only for the victim, but what it might be for a pilot and what it might be for a commander and what it might be to have watched those people for days and days before that. And so I was really interested in what's the kind of most visceral and physical way you can have a conversation about what that political abstraction might mean. And so that was really the beginnings of the opera.
Mm.
So just out of interest, at this point, Matthew, had you sort of done performance works or performative works as such? I mean, Jonathan, this is a field that, you know, you really come from. So is that sort of, you know, can you sort of unpack this this idea and your experience to date on that before drone opera?
Yeah, well, Jonathan's laughing probably gives that away, but yeah, no, actually, I think the second thing I said after come to me to the car park in Ringwood was I never done this before.
Mm.
You know, so I had never directed an opera, a live performance before. I mean, I've been very interested in the performative nature of photography and film, but live performance was something I'd never done. And in fact, one of the reasons why I wanted to work with Jono is I said, I haven't done this before and I'm going to need some help. And I'm going to, you know, I have a process that I trust as an artist that I'm confident we can get to a work, but I'm going to need some help. And part of that process is asking, you know, people that know a lot more about this than I do to come and help me. And I also asked Jono for some suggestions about who should help me. Like, I knew that there was some visual artists I really wanted to work with whose practices I was a big fan of, you know, that I knew in the past, like Phil Samatzis with the sound and Robin Fox with the lasers and the set design, and Kate Richards as a producer, and I'd, you know, known Kate's work as an artist very well. And so that was really the start of the process of being very upfront and acknowledging I haven't done this. What's the process for making something like this happen?
And I guess, you know, from my point of view, I mean, I grilled Matthew because to just see whether he was really genuine and that it actually, the conceptual ideas that he wanted to, or the ideas that he wanted to explore in the work, supported, you know, performance and vice versa. You know, and certainly Experimenta is really one of its key aims is to support artists to, you know, push their practice. So from that sense, it fitted. But the thing for me always that is, if you're venturing new territory, you want to do it in a supported way, not just throw people in the deep end. So we talked a lot about the building, if you like, the curating of the team,
yeah,
and making sure that there were people with experience and expertise in performance as part of the collaborative team.
So can we talk about that team? Because you had a team of amateur drone flyers who definitely, well, I make judgment here, but may not have gone to an opera before and probably haven't been involved in an arts project. You have opera singers, you have, you know, Robin Fox, who's an amazing, you know, light artist. You've got an amazing sound artist, sort of not just the bringing them together, but just sort of what happens when you kind of bring that collection of people together in that kind of collaborative format.
Yeah, I mean, and Shelley Lassiter is the choreographer as well. And that idea of one of the ways I knew I would be the most comfortable and that Jonathan and I talked about was I wanted to ask the people who I had enjoyed their practice and knew their work and was a fan of. So I sort of knew that the most comfortable I would be was knowing that everyone else was so much better at this than I was, that I could just sort of follow a process that I knew would work, but that the people that were doing it were so experienced and so good that, you know, and people also that, I mean, one of the other things we talked about was who do we want to spend, you know, 10 hours a day with for weeks on end, and who knows how to do that, and who will be fun. I mean, I think I made the joke to Jono that, you know, I'd always wanted to be in a band when I was a kid, and that this is the closest I was ever going to come. And it was so much fun that everyone was so good and knew what they were doing so well that we were able to experiment and go to the edges maybe a little bit faster than we could have otherwise, and go to see what the boundaries of that performance would be. You know, like you're saying with the drone pilots, there was 3 pilots from the car park that night. One was a particularly good friend, someone I've known for a long time. But, you know, without actually having asked them, I think it's probably not only the first time they've been to an opera, it's probably the first time they've been to a theatre. And so they were quite nervous about performance, but they were very, very confident in what they were doing. And so it was really about a process of saying to everyone, you know, the artists in particular, saying, what do you need and what conditions do you need? And this is sort of the conversations Jono and I had very often was, what does everyone need? You know, how do I create the conditions for everyone to feel they can do their best? And
I remember suggesting to you Kate Richards, which is someone that you didn't know, who has a lot of experience in working in the art and technology field, has both a visual arts practice but also strong experience in the performing arts. And she was quite a linchpin in terms, don't you think, in terms of as we rounded out the team to achieve this?
Yeah, so Kate was sort of pivotal, and I was very grateful for that introduction. I'd actually known Kate's work, but not Kate personally. So I was aware of Wayfarer and other projects like that. But and Kate also was a dramaturg as well. So there's sort of idea of someone who could produce this, but also understand how to, you know, construct the drama in it as well, and structure was very important, and pacing and things that, you know, are so different in video and film and photography that, you know, particularly film, like the durational experience of film is so different to the durational experience of live performance, and someone who understood that as well as Kate did was really important.
But you did understand the narrative structure. I think that, you know, but what you did, what I remember it being a revelation that when, that in performance, when you get the performance to the point where you have an audience in front of it for the first time, is the beginning of a whole new process. And I remember our conversation about that. It was like a light bulb went off in your head and went, oh, right. Because, of course, film, you don't do that. You know, you've got a product, it's fixed. And to a large extent, that happens in the visual arts too.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I've really taken from this project into my visual art practice as well, and film practice as well, is the development process of theatre is, I think, the most rigorous I've seen. It's such a good process to devise work, to do it in a group, to do it as in front of an audience, and to keep testing at every point in a way that maybe visual art doesn't. And so the idea that, you know, the thing that you said to me of, you know, when we watched it with the first audience was, you said, don't watch the show, watch the audience. And that was actually one of the most helpful things. Just you can tell from an audience with, you know, what they'll tell you, particularly those early audiences that are largely people you know, might be a bit sugar-coated, but what you can tell from how engaged they are by watching them was really a revelation for sure.
So was this always going to just be a performance, or was there this, because obviously the work's gone on to exist in many different formats, so was that always part of the strategy at the beginning? Because there is now this amazing kind of narrative of this work that sort of has achieved, you know, a different language due to both the way in which it's being experienced, but also the way in which the audience is situated, be that in a gallery, film festival, you know, those kind of different environments. So was this destination performance, or did you always have this strategy to keep on unpacking this work?
Sort of is the short answer. Not really to the extent that it's become. I mean, and certainly we never would have imagined a VR sort of virtual version of it that's like the one that's going to be at Ars. But we sort of, you know, Jono and I always talked about this idea of at each point, what does the work need to be and what's the best form for it. So when our first discussion was literally about, you know, it needs to be performance because of X, Y, Z, you know, the phenomenology of it, this. And then when we talked about touring it, there was so many people involved, and there was so many people, particularly the pilots had now, you know, would all come from the hacker kind of background, but had grown up and had jobs and they had families, and I knew they wouldn't have travelled, or they told me they wouldn't have travelled. So I knew, and it took an enormous amount of trust to do that safely at a time when the technology didn't allow it to be automated, probably still doesn't. And so that idea of, you know, trust and the people involved meant that I knew that I wouldn't be able to have the same people again if we did it again, that it would just not be the same. So I was also at the same time really fascinated by understanding, you know, knowing what film does and knowing what, and now having this experience of live performance and seeing the difference between them and seeing what would happen if this became a video installation. How would it change? What would it lose and what would it gain? You know, how could you do it? So the discussion Jonathan and I had early on was that we would not tour it, but we would make a video installation that we would tour. And so right from the beginnings, which gave us the advantage of a year before, we knew we could film. So there was two feature film cinematographers, Dave McKinnon and Sherman Akdezabar, who I had known their work and worked together before. And we were able to film the world of the drone opera, not necessarily the performances, but the experimentation, the things that didn't make the performance, the development process, right from, you know, a year or so before the performances, then all the way through rehearsals, then all the way through the performances. And so it meant we had a body of footage that included the performances, but was something else. And so the discussion we sort of had about the video installation was, what can we do that we didn't, and in fact, this is well before the performances, what can we do that we can't do in the performances? And what's an experience that the audience can have that they can't have in the video installation? So in the live performances, I mean. So, you know, you can go closer, you can move, you can show faces, you can show expressions, you can show things. So the opportunities for a video installation were always there, and we knew that we wanted to explore them from day one. And so it gave that opportunity to compare the two mediums in a way that I'd never had the opportunity to do, and to create what I thought of as two very different works.
So we're actually pre-recording this conversation, and before I just kind of ask the last question, by the time this goes to air as part of the festival, there will actually be a Q&A session which will be live. And I guess at that point, I think we'll be in a slightly different space again, which is that we're on iteration 4, I think, of how does this work exist in the Ars Electronica Festival, in the Mozilla Hub. And I think that will be really interesting for you to, you know, because at the moment we're busy putting all that together, but for you to kind of have a look at that and all of us to have you know, check it out and reflect on that, because I think that's another new step. I think it's delightful that the whole project has really continues to be driven by bountiful experimentation and just seeing what happens, rather than often visual artists, you know, would like a little bit more surety about how it's going to occur, where this is very much driven by, you know, experimentation, suck and see, get good people in, so you take a lot of the risk out, but also allow that kind of playful, experimental engagement to occur. And I think that takes something quite exceptional by yourself as the artist to kind of take your hands off a bit and allow that to happen. But I guess just before we sign off, because I know we're running out of time, so how's your COVID year been? Locked in the studio, how are you going? And has that kind of given you new opportunities in your thinking and when you're allowed out again?
It has. I might just touch on something you said at the start earlier, though. I mean, this idea that, because it's the time I wanted to thank, you know, the people that I worked with, particularly, you know, Sue Frickberg as a composer for trusting me with, you know, not having made something before, but also Jono, an experimenter, for allowing someone to hold, you know, I think one of the things that makes a project like this special and allows things to happen is that people can hold uncertainty a little bit longer. And that doesn't, you know, the longer you can hold uncertainty and see what a work needs to be, the better it's going to be. And that's often not something that you're allowed to do. And so being trusted to do that and having an organisation that understood that has allowed at every point this process of the work finding what it needs to be. You know, after the video installation, it was, you know, finding that it could be a film festival version as well, the one that will be shown, I think, at Ars. And then now finding that it could be a VR thing that will, you know, the VR Mozilla Hub that will be shown at Ars. So that's been a remarkable opportunity, which I'm very grateful for. So thank you. I also, just to answer your question, wanted to, I'm sort of thinking a lot about the past at the moment in lockdown, and I've been, you know, reading, and I'm thinking about the past and the future in some ways. The present sort of has ceased to exist, and the past is sort of looking at the patterns of the past and going back over old works and thinking about older projects and seeing what the patterns I want to continue are, and then thinking about works in the future that I'm writing at the moment, and just again finding what things need to be.
Thank you. Thank you very much for spending some time with us today. Although, you know, you're not going anywhere, so I appreciate that anyway. And Jonathan, thank you very much as well for participating in this Ars Electronica experimental Melbourne Garden conversation.
And I really look forward to actually seeing you one day in person again, Matthew, when both Lubi and I can fly down to Melbourne.
Yes, I need some, you know, social interaction for sure.
Yeah. See you later.
Take care.
That was fun. See you guys.
Bye.
Alma on the Way is a start's journey by Giulia Tomasello, a designer committed to women's healthcare and its innovation, combining biotechnology and interactive wearables. In her journey, she'll give you an insight into the development of her current prototype Alma, her artistic practice and approach to interdisciplinary collaboration.
Okay.
Contribute 2 GPs and 2 doctors, but again, quite short on the gynecologists and pharmacists as well.
And this is your hand, and we're going to try it on and fit it and see how it fits. You turn to the other side, to the other. Here it's better. It's in here. Or maybe it's the same. Yes, maybe here. I cannot imagine having. Sometimes if I have a jeans button here, it already bothers me. Tell me which fabric you want.
So I would like to try for this with yellow,
with some cotton. And where should the cotton be? The whole thing? Should it be double layer, the whole thing? Sometimes it's difficult to grab what you want.
What is the differences between something with elastane or something only cotton? Or this is the hydrophilic ones. Maybe to have it in the skin, this is not good.
Okay.
Nice. For what I can see, I'm gonna check in the mirror.
The silver is more or less 5, but the gold.
Also fluctuating, it seems.
Yeah.
It's not good contact.
No, because we never tried this process.
Make, yeah, and then you can wait over here the seconds, and then you only have to press start.
Minuten. It's like a salad dressing.
Okay.
Maybe we should steal it. When we should call you? At which point? When it's making boom, but it should be real.
Very interesting job that you do.
A lot of meditation.
This is a new Japanese tea ceremony. It used to take 2 hours, but now we make matcha, it takes 5 hours.
Okay, so my idea for today is that we go through the analysis and everything that we have. I will briefly explain it in general, so that especially for Tauras, because I think that in that case, we will be much able to understand what can be translated visually, what does it mean intimate care, what does it mean female body from the people, but also more from an academic point of view. And this is both based on the workshop, but also from literature. So it makes a connection between the two. To the main concepts that goes around the construction of female body and intimate care, which is the culture of purity, the culture of shame and hiding processes, and the language taboo. So the politics of silence, let's say. And so these three things are the most important things and came very big out from the workshop. And it's very related to how the female body is constructed socially. And then we have everything that is more related to education. So how intimate care education is constructed, how sexual education is constructed, and what is the role of more informal education. And by informal, I mean mainly the role of families, peers, everyone that is not considered institution. And as final thing, we have something that I will group in the sense of well-being. One thing is related to the body, and in this case, body well-being comes with body consciousness, and then everything that is more related to the mental well-being that is still related to the body. So there is a connection between mind or mental well-being and the body. And so these are the four main groups that we have here. If we go in detail in this, so everything that is here came from the workshop, and this is why we have the quote. But I have reference to say, okay, this is also said in the literature. So, but the main thing here is that these insights can explain a bit what happened, generally speaking, when we want to touch the topic of intimate care, female bodies, sexual education, and everything like menstruation education and everything as that. The first thing, I wanted to understand what is the meaning of intimate care. If we go to the workshop or we go speaking with females and they have to give an idea of or a meaning of intimate care, what they will say. And the first thing that came out very strong from the workshop is that there is a strong connection between intimate care and sexual health. And the reason why, first of all, it seems stupid, but it's very important, is because in the female body, and not only, of course, they share the same space, meaning the vagina. So if my intimate care and my sexual relationships share the same space, of course, I can see an immediate connection between the two. From the female point of view, is more about if because sex can lead to infections and diseases, and because sex is not so well, we're not so well educated regarding sex. When I have more sex, I need to have more care of my hygiene and my intimate care. From the social point of view, when there is a taboo and stigma, it means that because you are having sex relationships, you are dirty and you need to clean yourself. And not only from the physical point of view, but also more from the soul, spiritual point of view.
A liberating feeling to put a word or a phrase or a term or an experience to it, and now this is my stance, and I now feel very comfortable taking it. You know, I have looked at it, and with clothing it can be the same, and it's not rigid at all. It can change, right? Because your body changes throughout your life, but to be in this contact with your body over the discussion of clothes, it's a lovely thing.
Que homem não te define, sua casa não te define, sua carne não te define, você é seu próprio lar. Homem não te define, sua casa não te define, sua carne não te define, você é seu próprio lar.
You know, the role that underwear plays in the health of females is incredible, because it's the first source of information. This is the first one where you see discharge of any type. Mm-hmm. And then there is this connection in the survey was kind of clear. It's true that we connect intimate care with sexual health, but there is a good amount of people that relates infections also to the fabric of the underwear or to the color. Yeah.
Oh, that's the yellow.
Yeah, this is the yellow actually.
Ah, this is this yellow.
What do you think? Not nice.
It's very bright.
Very bright. I know. Yeah, we are just gender inclusive.
So one thing that it's like a pocket. You know, it looks already like a pocket. So you could have it like a pocket to slide in, and maybe even it wouldn't have to snap, only, you know, at a very specific point, and it could sit in there, and then you could pull it out from, you know, you kind of have a pocket here and pull the whole thing out.
So these are the three parts we have to connect. Mm-hmm. The sensor part, the conductive track, and the wisp nut. Good, right?
Okay, so like this is not touching the glass. Okay.
Yes. Yes. Now
we see. Really good. But still. So this is the same with this another antenna. We are off on with like 300 gigahertz. Like you can't see which component is what, but of course I see like the structure. Super sensitive, you know. It creates energy, you know. Because they won't, like it will work with this kind of antenna, but in the end we need to have like a coil antenna or like a patch antenna.
But that's what I think, because if we have it like this, we need a stable connection for the antenna, I think.
But you could put more pins here, basically, and then have a 3D printed thing on top, basically, over it.
So you have like, you connect it to it and press it in. So you have like this kind of, just click it in and can snap it out again.
Ta-da!
That's where I think where you switch from fashion to business, then it's a good idea to change the language. Where like we did not just have to have beautiful visuals, but we also had to have words and other sort of like a structure that they could go to the document and understand what it is.
People who invest in fashion are not people who invest purely for the money. They also want the joy and the beauty of that. It has to have a soul.
Yes.
That's always really important in the garment industry, to kind of have a soul, because also then creates desirability. I mean, Giulia she's the autonomous person for it. She can create the soul.
No, I'm very happy. And I'm very happy that you can be part of Girls and everybody. It's amazing, like I think. So we had a dinner with all the team at home, and it was amazing to see how from different perspectives everybody has something to add. That was just like we were all comfortable, I felt. But we were lucky maybe enough to find somebody that had the right spirit to approach this project. We got also lucky to have like a male that is sensitive enough, like Taurus, Tommy and Rio are already, and somehow we knew this is why we pulled them in. And also with Robin, like he has a lot from also his perspective as a man to share, which is amazing, because again, it's rare. As if it's rare from a female to be so open to talk about as you two are. We met and we are. And Silke as well has a word inside to share all the time. So good job everyone. We are really fast, I feel, and energetic. There is a lot of
and I feel from the midterm we had a lot of conversations also with the Fraunhofer team. And we started sharing a lot from that point on.
True.
And that created,
actually,
I could see that. Everybody wants to be part of the conversation now.
Yeah.
Everyone has something to say here. So that's amazing.
This is why this book, I think it's important, because then you have the material, it's everything in there, and you can say, okay, here. And when they start to read it, they will say, whoa, there's a word behind that.
That is gonna be huge. Ha ha ha.
Hello, I'm Alma Corral. I'm a visual artist. I'm a teacher. I'm a hacker. I create landscape, abstract landscape with code in real time, and in real time I perform with music, and then music and visuals and code. This is my classic pencil, but now it's interesting because now I'm using another palette and another kind of movement. I think that this is like a bird, like it wings.
And how would you describe yourself as an artist?
For me, the artist work was a very important process to know and to understand that, okay, I'm an artist. I work with generative systems using the code, programming language. Then it's like I program in my own tools. I use machines. And it's like I work with the machines, with the computer together. It's like we have a band, like a rock band. I follow the music. The music is so important in my work. It's like a dancing with the music, but using little lines, little dots that moving around in real time. I'm more like a digital painter that use the movement.
I would like to ask you, in your work, what role science and technology and art play?
The science part and the artistic part is very, very similar. I try to be not a slave about the technology. I think that this is so important. For example, why I have this old nano control tool? Because it works. And for me, it works. Then it's my tool. Maybe I can have new technology for this. But no, because then we converted like slaves.
Can you show us a little more?
Yeah.
So we can film.
It's super important to it's like the volume in the music. No, the musician it's very important to control the volume. Here is super important to control the intensity of the color.
How the Barcelona and Catalonia community around this area, art, science, technology, is to you?
In some part, I think that Barcelona, like city, for me was very, very important. And yeah, I had lucky to stay in one scene, but I remember this scene like a small locals, small festivals, and now we don't have this. And we have to go outside Barcelona to work. When you go out the city, you can start to be an artist, for me. Now the city is not a very good place to be an artist and to work like an artist. It's a very good place to work and to go and to show your work, but not to live, because it's a city that is so expensive. It's true.
For these interviews, we need to reflect on a couple of concepts. For this Ars Electronica Barcelona garden.
Perfect.
And one of these concepts is uncertainty.
I know that for so many people are super hard to have this kind of uncertainty, because change all your, it's like you don't have a solid point. But for me, I can deal with this perfectly. I don't care to work about art, and maybe tomorrow I'm going to be a gardener because I'm very with the plants, and it's okay.
And then the other word that we need to reflect on is ecology.
For example, with all these kind of things of to take a plane to fly to a festival that is in the north of Europe only for one day. For me, this is not ecology. We have to think the way that we move. And it's interesting because so many artists now start to think about this, and so many festivals and institutions. And with now in this present of this pandemic moment, it's super cool for this, because now the ecology and all the nature are strong. But yeah, it's a question that I'm in this in the way that I can.
Let's switch off the computer when...
Yeah, switch off the computer, for example, is a very good ecology moment, and mental ecology, because if not, our minds are all the time connected, and it's, wow, it's so stressful, and now it's switch off.
Muy bien, Alma, ya lo tenemos.
The climate emergency in Vorarlberg, Austria, declared in 2019, not only addresses politics, but also the art and culture scene have to make a contribution against global warming. The exhibition Global Shift, Die Welt im Wandel, in English Global Shift, The World in Transition, includes various interactive and participatory stations. These stations observe, document, and comment on the traces left using our natural resources.
Ja, herzlich willkommen bei der Ars Electronica, beim Ars Electronica Festival 2020, einem sehr speziellen Festival, wie man erfahren kann an allen Locations, die wir bespielen und vor allem im Netz. Ich freue mich, Sie heute hier begrüßen zu können zu einer sehr speziellen Session, die ein Projekt beleuchtet, das wir gerade erst letztes Wochenende eröffnet haben in Bregenz, mit der Stadt Bregenz gemeinsam, zum Thema Klimawandel, also auch eines der Themen, die wir beim Festival ja auch ganz massiv bespielen, Fragen, die wir uns stellen müssen, wie gehen wir mit unserer Zukunft um, wie nutzen wir Technologie, um uns Menschen zu helfen, diese wunderbare Erde zu bewahren. Und da möchte ich mit Ihnen eine Reise machen, danach nach Bregenz zu dieser Ausstellung, die wir gemacht haben. Mein Name ist Michael Mondria, ich bin Managing Director von Ars Electronica Solutions, die eben diese Brücke zu der Außenwelt, quasi zu Unternehmen und zu Städten eben vollführt und hier das, was wir hier in der Ars Electronica erforschen und an Aktivitäten haben, mit unterschiedlichsten Institutionen überall in der Welt eben nach außen zu bringen. Wenn wir das Thema uns ansehen, das ist ein Thema, das uns sehr beschäftigt hier in der Ars Electronica. Was passiert denn grundsätzlich auf der Erde und vor allem uns Menschen betreffend? Wenn wir jetzt diese zwei Videos uns ansehen, da brauche ich gar nichts dazu sagen. Das ist einfach die Entwicklung von CO2 und der Erderwärmung über die letzten, sage ich mal, 150 Jahre. Und da können wir einfach, ohne dass wir jetzt irgendwie in die Zukunft schauen müssen oder ohne dass wir jetzt irgendeine Prognose abgeben müssen, einfach sehen, da verändert sich was. Da passiert etwas, wo wir versuchen müssen, mit allen Mitteln, die wir zur Verfügung haben, mit allen, vor allem den technischen Mitteln, die wir zur Verfügung haben, hier entgegensteuern zu können. Ein anderes Video, das ich gern herzeige, ist eben hier eine Entwicklung auch, die sozusagen auch keine Prognose braucht, um zu verstehen, was dieses Video aussagt. Das ist die Abschmelzung unserer großen Eisflächen auf der Erde. Und dies wurde möglich, dass wir diese Bilder hier sehen, weil wir eben unterschiedlichste Technologien als Menschen entwickelt haben, unter anderem die Satellitentechnologie, die es ermöglicht, mit unterschiedlichsten Sensoriken die Erde zu beobachten und aus dieser Beobachtung heraus eben Rückschlüsse treffen zu können, Prognosen abgeben zu können, aber eben auch wirklich Maßnahmen einleiten zu können, um hier zu versuchen, dagegen auch zu steuern. Und so haben wir uns dieses Themas sehr intensiv schon vor längerer Zeit angenommen. Einer unserer größten Kooperationspartner in diesem Kontext ist eben die ESA, die European Space Agency, und die deutsche Luftraumbehörde, mit der wir eng zusammenarbeiten, um eben diese Materialien zu bekommen und sie so zu transformieren, dass sie quasi für den Menschen zugänglich werden und dass wir verstehen, was diese Informationen eigentlich aussagen. Dies drückt sich auch in unterschiedlichen Ausstellungen wieder. Wir haben letztes Jahr das Center völlig neu gestaltet und ein großer Teil in der unteren Hauptausstellung ist diesem Thema gewidmet. Wir haben es Global Shift genannt, ganz bewusst nicht Klimawandel oder Ähnliches, sondern Global Shift, um eben zum Ausdruck zu bringen, dass es nicht nur an dem liegt, dass sich die Erde verändert, sondern auch an dem, wie wir Menschen uns verändern, wie wir Gesellschaften uns verändern und wie wir Technologie nutzen, wie Globalisierung und Digitalisierung hier mit eine große Rolle spielt. Diese Ausstellung Global Shift ist auch der Ausgangspunkt unserer Reise. Ich lade Sie natürlich herzlich ein, auch die Ausstellung hier im Haus unten zu besichtigen und sich anzusehen. Wir haben dieses Thema Global Shift in einer adaptierten Form nach Vorarlberg gebracht. Und ich sage, warum gerade Vorarlberg, warum die Stadt Bregenz? Vorarlberg war das erste Bundesland in Österreich, das 2019 im Juli den Klimanotstand ausgerufen hat. Das heißt, ein Vorreiter in Österreich, Vorarlberg, hat sich dieses Themas ganz intensiv angenommen und wir haben gemeinsam mit der Stadt Bregenz eine Ausstellung konzipiert, die jetzt 8 Monate in Bregenz sein wird und die unterschiedlichste Aspekte beleuchtet. Wenn wir uns die Dramaturgie ansehen, dann haben wir die Ausstellung so eingeteilt, dass wir beginnen mit unserer wunderbaren Erde, damit wir einfach einmal verstehen, wie faszinierend unterschiedliche Gebiete der Erde sind, wie faszinierend unterschiedliche, ich sag mal, Aktivitäten der Erde eigentlich sind und das mit Hilfe eben neuester Technologie, die Daten, die wir von der ESA und von der DLR bekommen und die wir dann verarbeiten können zu Installationen, die eben diese wunderbare Erde den Menschen auf eine besondere Art näher bringen. Der zweite Teil der Ausstellung widmet sich eben dieser Generation global, dieser Globalisierung. Was ist denn auf der Erde mit uns Menschen in den letzten 100 Jahren passiert unter Zuhilfenahme von Technologien? Wie gehen wir denn damit um? Wie gehen wir mit Digitalisierung um? Wie verändert uns das denn, uns Menschen und unsere Gesellschaften? Und wie verändert das Selbstverständnis, mit dem wir gewisse Werte und Traditionen behandeln? Das sind alles Aspekte, die in diesem zweiten großen Bereich behandelt werden. Und der dritte Bereich, da geht es wirklich um das Zusammenführen dieser zwei Elemente. Die Erde verändert sich, ob mit oder ohne Menschen, in jedem Fall. Wir Menschen verändern uns und beides zusammengelegt ergibt eben quasi einen Handlungsstrang, den wir in irgendeiner Form verfolgen können, unterstützen können, in irgendeiner Form lenken können. Und das ist sozusagen die Dramaturgie dieser Ausstellung. Besonderes Augenmerk wurde eben gelegt auch auf, wie agiert man mit den interaktiven Installationen, wenn wir hier ein Beispiel der Sensorik, die wir dort installiert haben, alles berührungslos und eben so ausgelegt, dass man sich Themen zugänglich machen kann, ohne dass man sozusagen mit diesem Covid in irgendeiner Form in Berührung kommt. Vielleicht zeigen wir das kleine Video, das hier eine erste Installation zeigt, die eigentlich globale Daten auf eine sehr faszinierende Art und Weise anzeigt. In dem Fall ist es der CO2, die CO2-Verteilung der Erde. Vielleicht spielen wir es. Dann sehen wir also hier, wie hier mit echten Daten, die gemessen wurden von Satelliten, sich die globale Sicht einem erschließt. Und so können Besucher und Besucherinnen in Bregenz ganz viele unterschiedliche Themen adressieren. Ein zweiter großer, wichtiger Bereich für uns war, weil für uns Österreich eigentlich doch wichtig, Schnee, Eis ist für uns etwas, das uns eigentlich ständig begleitet hat. Wir werden sehen, wie lange noch. Der Gletscherrückgang ganz grundsätzlich als eines der Indikatoren, die wir auch wirklich in einem Lebensalter erleben können, wie schnell auch dieser Gletscherrückgang geht und immer schneller wird, haben wir in einer Installation verankert, die sehr haptisch vermittelt und sehr eindrücklich nahebringt, dass dieser Prozess ständig schneller wird. Und vielleicht spielen wir hier das Video ab mit diesen Schneelinien. Das ist unser größter Gletscher, das ist der Großglockner, der quasi unser Wahrzeichen, der größte Berg in Österreich. Und man sieht, wie dramatisch eigentlich der Rückzug des Gletschers dort zu beobachten ist. Und neben all diesen informativen Installationen oder emotionalen Installationen, wo wir wirklich versuchen, dieses Thema nahezubringen, zu sensibilisieren, ist ein großes Anliegen und deshalb auch diese Kooperation mit Bregenz, mit Vorarlberg, hier wirklich auf die lokale Region einzugehen und hier partizipative Möglichkeiten zu schaffen, um eben dieses Phänomen oder das, was Vorarlberg ausgerufen hat, den Klimanotstand, in irgendeiner Form mit den Menschen zu teilen. Und wir haben hier eine Installation zur Verfügung gestellt, die heißt Wir sind Klima, wo eben gerade die Schüler und Jugendlichen, an die primär die Ausstellung auch gerichtet ist, sich aktiv daran beteiligen können. Was ist denn in der Wahrnehmung der Kinder hier wirklich ein Problem? Vielleicht zeigen wir das andere Bild, wo man den Kindern die Möglichkeit gibt, in Text und Bild quasi hier ihre Sicht auf dieses Phänomen Klimawandel zu zeigen und das auch mitzuteilen. Und so bekommen wir auch Gelegenheit, im Rahmen dieser 8 Monate Ausstellung gerade von dieser Zielgruppe, den jungen Menschen, die es eigentlich wirklich auch betreffen wird, dass man hier wirklich Daten auch bekommt, die man weiter verwenden kann, um eben Maßnahmen zu konzipieren, die dann wirklich auch von dieser Zielgruppe verstanden wird. Und insgesamt ist es eben eine prototypische Kooperation, in dem Fall mit einer Stadt, wo wir wirklich versuchen, das, was wir als Ausstellung hier konzipiert haben, als Rahmen zu sehen und zu nehmen, wie wir dann diesen Rahmen auch nutzen können, um ganz viele Maßnahmen und Aktivitäten aus diesem Kontext heraus triggern zu können, um hier wirklich lokal auch etwas bewegen zu können. Und ich würde sagen, wir reisen jetzt nach Bregenz. Magister Jutta Dien ist die leitende Kulturamtsdirektorin dort, mit der haben wir diese Kooperation auch gemacht mit der Stadt. Und die führt uns jetzt durch die Ausstellung und zeigt uns die unterschiedlichen Installationen und zeigt uns die Perspektive der Stadt Bregenz. Bitte können wir das Video.
Ja, herzlich willkommen hier in der neuen Ausstellung Global Shift, die Welt im Wandel. Wir befinden uns im Magazin 4, eine Location der Landeshauptstadt Bregenz. Global Shift, die Welt im Wandel, ist eine in Österreich derzeitig einzigartige Ausstellung, die neu und eigens für Bregenz konzipiert wurde. Wir freuen uns sehr, dass wir zum 2. Mal mit unserem Partner, der Ars Electronica Solutions in Linz, eine Ausstellung auf die Beine stellen konnten, die den Puls der Zeit trifft. Die Schau und auch das dazugehörige Begleitprogramm widmen sich den wichtigsten Themen unserer Zeit. Vom Klimawandel über Ressourcenknappheit zu Globalisierung und Digitalisierung bis hin zum gesellschaftlichen Zusammenleben. Neben den globalen Perspektiven sind in dieser Ausstellung insbesondere die regionalen Besonderheiten dargestellt. Wir erhalten Einsichten der Problemfelder, aber auch der Maßnahmen der Landeshauptstadt Bregenz und dem Land Vorarlberg. Viele starke Partner arbeiten hier mit uns zusammen, zum Beispiel das Land Vorarlberg oder auch das Klimabündnis Vorarlberg. Ja, und die Europäische Weltraumforschungsinstitut mit der Zentrale der ESA für Erdbeobachtungsmissionen hat uns dazu einzigartige Satellitenbilder zur Verfügung gestellt. Und diese Satellitenbilder zeigen uns in unterschiedlichen Perspektiven das große Thema Klimawandel auf. Und auch die Nebenaspekte der Covid-19-Pandemie sind dadurch gegeben. Die Ausstellung ist dramaturgisch in 3 große Bereiche eingeteilt und jede Station hat ganz verschiedene